Excuse me, no sound. Excuse me, no sound.
Nobody has sound. Nobody has sound.
Not 15, 16 countries, so somebody from one more country joined for today's. We doing today and what is our aim for the next year. So this time we first organized Government Relations Forum pre-admission. So before our forums was only for members, right? So it was more like closed club. So this year we decided to be more open for our Government Relations Forum, and this forum, together with Atlantic University, our dear partners, and also Electra TV, and our hundreds of partners in every country, we organize this forum firstly pre-admission, and we try to share our knowledges to more and more audience. So that's why if you still not share our Zoom link for your network, it's good time to do that in your social media. One more time, my name is Kateryna Odarchenko. I wrote a lot about that, and we open for, and I do development of IGAPA. So if you have some ideas of mutual project for next year, we will be happy to discuss this idea here in Washington, D.C. or wherever your organization located. Also today, I want to mention some points about how many money spent. So here you see para registrations for 2024. So you see that government relations market is also huge. Yeah, and of course it's big business. That's why we discuss the main tools of working in this sector, because of like it's hundreds of millions in sector. And of course we all taxpayers, so we do some for economy. But today, about housekeeping notes, we have in some panels more people in person. In some panels, we have more people on Zoom, like panel on European Union. And also today, we organize firstly 10 panels. So usually we have like 4 or 5 panels. This year, we have 10 panels. And we will discuss not only general trends, which is our classical like panel, but we will discuss also regional practices. So we will go to Eastern Europe, Central Asia, we will go to Canada, we will work on British experience, we will work on United States experience, of course. So that's why today we work very hard. One more time, thank you so much to all partners and all moderators who are like accept this big responsibility. Today, and one more time, thank you to Paolo and to Ilona, Sean, Richard, all team of Atlantic University, who invite us to this great partnership. That's why I want to give opportunity to speak and to open our forum to Paolo Conchero. He is here, and he now became president of Global Policy Institute, so GPI. In 2016, he also professor of political science and international relations here in Atlantic University in Washington, D.C. Also, previously, he served as department chair for political science and international relations here in Atlantic University. So he worked in such expertise as U.S. politics and economics, international security, NATO affairs, war in Ukraine, Middle East, U.S.-China relations, Africa, terrorism, oil and gas, renewable energy, and also he represents a lot of interesting reports, which you can find on the website of Atlantic University and on his social media. And I will ask Paolo to do some greeting to our internet audience and to audience here, maybe to explain a little more about this great concept of Bay Atlantic University, and also, of course, represent our panelists for first panel. Thank you so much, and thank you all for coming. Have a great day.
Thank you, Kateryna. Thank you very much, and welcome to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and those of you who are here, and those of you who are kind enough to join us online. Yes, as Kateryna mentioned, I am privileged to be the president of the Global Policy Institute, think tank here in Washington, D.C., affiliated with VIII University, where I also teach. For whatever it's worth, I mean, so it happens to be the 10th anniversary this year now, literally, of the establishment here in Washington, D.C. of Bay Atlantic University. We've been in this location now for several years. For its worth, since we're talking about media and other things, this building used to be the world headquarters of United Press International, or whatever it's worth. I don't know what that has to do with us directly, maybe not much, but I just thought I would mention it as an interesting factoid. So Bay Atlantic University, since I have a captive audience here, let me just tell you a few words. So we are here, we offer undergraduate degrees in economics and finance, in business administration, in political science and international relations, where I teach. You will also meet my colleague, Sean Cox, who is the chair of the department. He will be hosting another panel later on. We also have undergraduate degrees in the stuff that I like but know nothing about, which is data science and cybersecurity, all these lovely things. And then we have a very robust MBA program, which is one of the largest actually in terms of enrollment in this city, which for a small university is not bad. And we have other graduate degrees in data science and other related fields. Very soon, we will be offering an entirely online asynchronous MBA degree, which means accessible from everywhere. Our student population comes from, I think, at least 40 different countries. So, for whatever it's worth, we are a global effort to have a global reach. We are, as I said, established here, licensed in Washington, D.C. As of last year, accredited by NECHE, which is the New England Commission for Higher Education, for whatever it's worth, the same outfit that credits Harvard and MIT and Boston College. This is where we are. And small, relatively small, young, but growing fast university. And here we are. And we're very, very pleased to have been introduced to Kateryna and admire her dynamism and entrepreneurship. And we thought, hey, what a great opportunity for us to work with her and her colleagues to host this event. If you look inside, you can see, I don't know, the Washington Monument and a little bit of the Treasury building, which may have something to do with lobbying, I guess. Where the money comes from. As far as I'm not a specialist in your field, but kind of this is how as a generalist I would picture it. And further down the Jefferson Memorial and Virginia. So the Global Policy Institute that it's an outfit with the ambition of providing forum for discussion. And I guess this is pretty much what we're doing here today on a variety of different fields and topics, be it affairs, security, governance, energy, education. And our goal is to try our best to provide practical, actionable ideas and solutions when we can to complicated problems. For whatever it's worth, again, let me say that the motto of our university is Concordia per eruditionem. So everybody's got to have it in Latin, right? Because otherwise it doesn't look serious. which means peace through education. That's and the goal of our founder. That's for another conversation, was dedicated all his life to education and to promote education as a tool to build bridges among different nations and different countries. So without further ado, I think we can get started here with the first panel. So, gentlemen, ladies, please. If you want to sit here. Please, please. Do I use this microphone or do I go? Okay, maybe this is for you.
Yes, it's to be shared again.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is really the kickoff. I'm honored to be, this opportunity to launch the event. Incidentally, I don't know, not to be the skunk at the party, but as you may know, I mean, this is not for this audience. Yeah, some people say, "What is lobbyists? What are they doing? What are they maneuvering? What's going on? These shady deals, these practices, are they corrupting? Are they paying people off? Or what are they?" I know this is a vulgarized and somewhat, can I say, superficial, characterization. But for people who are not in your business and who are not really, don't know exactly what's going on, there may be some misconceptions and wrong ideas. But of course, this audience doesn't need to be. You need an explanation of what lobbying is and what its purpose is and why it's being done. So, but I thought I would just mention it in terms of the gap of knowledge that may exist between your work and the general public that is not tuned with the intricacies of public policy and how lobbying helps to, provide inputs, I guess, and information and data to decision makers so that they are informed about issues, better informed at least, and that may guide legislative action or executive, branch action and whatnot. But that said, I think our first order of business is, so I will dispense with reading the bios of the panelists. They're all in the program. That I'm sure you all have. And so, but let me just introduce them by name. Mr. Mike Holland, who works with the biocrop science, and Mr. Nuno Martins, who is joining us, I believe, remotely, correct?
Exactly.
Yes, thank you. And David Safavian, Executive Vice President and General Counsel of the Conservative Political Action Committee, CPAC. Yes, very important, old, solid organization. These figures will be you. Karen Mohauser, who has a long background in consulting service for nonprofits. So here as well, joined us today. So let's start. Mike, so very broad and very easy question, global trends in the lobbying profession. What's going on? What's the latest? What are best practices? What's your counsel, advice to your colleagues here?
Well, thank you, Paolo. Thank you, Kateryna, for having me today. Thank you all who are attending. I hope that we can provide some insights that are useful to you. First, I just wanted to touch on this notion on what is lobbying. Everybody has their own definition, for better or for worse. I would say that my definition is it's all about relationships and education. And it's a little bit of a chicken and an egg, which comes first, the relationship or the education. But what I've determined after 25 years in this business is that it can evolve either way. Sometimes you build the relationship as a result of having to go in and educate a stakeholder. Other times you have a relationship and you go in and use the relationship as an opportunity to educate that stakeholder. But then there's other layers. You have to have relationships within your entity, within your association, within your company, within your industry, that you can use those relationships to educate those folks to have their assistance or to get the facts, because my credibility is my most valuable asset. If I lose my credibility, and I have had instances where I've had to go in and say, you know what, Senator so-and-so, I told you X. You know what? It's really Y. And that's not a good day. You don't want to do that too often. But if it happens that you've given this information unintentionally, I hope, you need to go forthwith and correct it. But I'll get to your question. What I was telling Paolo before when we were having some coffee is the biggest trend I see, and this is a global trend, is the polarization of the electorate and of political bodies. And I primarily work in the United States political arena, and I would say that I think there are essentially four political parties at this point. Some would say there's maybe 3.5 or 3, or others would say there might be more. But essentially, you have a left part of the Democratic parties. I don't really like labels too much, but a more traditional or mainstream Democratic Party, a more traditional or mainstream Republican Party, which, by the way, has kind of moved center right, further right than the traditional establishment. So maybe there's 5 parties here, and then a further right Republican Party. And that is one reason why you see the challenges that you see with the House of Representatives in particular in trying to move legislation. That, and to be fair, they only have 2 votes at this point to play with, and it's extraordinarily hard in the best of times with a unified conference to move legislation in the House with 2 vote margin. But that's one thing I see. In terms of what has changed or what are emerging trends, I would say that one of the best things that came out of COVID was people were forced to use technology, and not only use it, but embrace it. And I hope that people don't forget the value and the lessons that we learned. And I know it wasn't perfect. I mean, and we all have our favorite platforms. Please don't send me a Zoom thing. It doesn't work on my computer. I don't know why. But I also know that many of you would say, please don't send me a Teams. Yeah. So we're even. But I would say really embrace that technology. And I'll give you a quick example of how I do it. One thing that's changed in the time I've been on the Hill, when I was on the Hill years ago, I used to like to do meetings with stakeholders on Friday afternoons. And now many staffers are not working in the office on Friday afternoons. And if they are, they don't want to do meetings. They just don't. And so I found that they will do Teams meetings on Friday afternoons. And so I use that technology to do meetings that today I otherwise probably would have to wait until Tuesday or Wednesday to do. So that's one really big thing. The other is, and I was talking to Paolo about this, is don't be afraid to take a Teams meeting if it's offered to you with a member instead of an in-person. I mean, the important thing is the opportunity for you or your client to have the conversation. It's nice if it's in the trappings of Congress or the Capitol. That's really nice, but it can't always be that way. And I think there are more demands on members' time than there ever have been. And they're very, very busy. And I take a Teams meeting any day if it makes the members' life easier. I don't necessarily ask for one, but I will say an in-person meeting. And then if they come back and they say that there's nothing available, I'll say, we're willing to do a Teams meeting if that helps. I don't say that you should lead with the Teams meeting. But with staff, I will say, I'm available to do an in-person or a Teams meeting. With a member, you want to try to get that in-person meeting first. See what else was I going to say? The Teams meeting. Oh, the other thing is a best practice that I employ and have for a while, and I've had a lot of success over the years with this. When you have a principal-to-principal meeting, so you schedule, so your CEO or your boss or whatever, your association president, is going in to meet with the congressperson or a senator. Say it's on a Thursday. I always, as soon as I can, try to reach out to the staffer who is responsible for the issues that will be discussed and offer either an in-person or again, a Teams meeting, in advance of that meeting. So that, because they're going to have to go and write a memo. And they can write that memo blind, they can write that memo guessing about what you might want. They can write that memo quickly and surface and not give the member any kind of real context about what the meeting's about. Or they can write that memo well-informed, concise, with a very specific ask. And it's incumbent upon you as the lobbyist to make sure that you do what you can to try to make sure that it's the latter, right? And I am ruthlessly transparent in my interactions with staff because you know what? This isn't the last meeting I'm going to do with them. And I never want to tell them something that's not the case. I mean, you have to use wiggle words sometimes because you don't truly know what your CEO is going to say or your boss is going to say. But you can say things like, I understand that this is the subject of the meeting. I expect that they will say this. I expect that this will come up. I expect that they may ask this. And then you've prepared that staffer and given he or she the opportunity to think through this and to, and they may not come down the way that you want them to come down. But you also get a chance in this pre-meeting to read them. And when you brief your members before that day of lobbying, your principals, you can tell them, well, I met with so-and-so staffer, and I have to tell you, I don't think they were very receptive to this idea. So you just need to know that as we go in. And so you may want to like really hammer the constituent to the district, however you need to do it. But that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Before we move to the next speaker, I just would like to acknowledge that here today we have Mr. Tarek Ben Youssef. Thank you. Who is here as Deputy Chief of Mission, Mission of the African Union to the United States, and he with the rank of Minister Plenipotentiary. I don't know if I can make this a little bit of a joke, but because your work is complicated, but as an organization that represents 55 countries, oh boy, you got your job here in Washington, okay? I don't know if I can call this lobby because I don't want to, but maybe there's someone, right? And so, this is a very complex, when you have a continent that soon will have 2.5 billion people in just a few years, it's a huge responsibility. So, Mr. Tarek, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you. So, our next speaker here from the program, who is from Europe, Nuno. And
hi,
you hear? Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. And predictably, we're asking you, what's the difference? How are things done over there? We have here many experts. Well, of course, we have many others who will tell us from all over the world. But obviously, Europe is not a small place. Our major partner of the United States, the European Union, many countries of the European Union are members of NATO. I mean, there's all kinds of things that are internal in Europe, budgets, legislation. How are things done over there?
First and foremost, I would like to thank you. I'm honored to participate here, and I really apologize for not being in DC. Everybody likes to go to DC, but unfortunately, I couldn't be there. And I want to thank Kateryna for inviting me to attend this forum as a speaker. So the first thing is always the famous question by Mr. President Obama. If you want to speak with Europe, who do you call? The President of the European Commission, the President of France, or the President of Germany? And we have to consider here two levels to start with. The first level is the EU institutions, and the second level is the member states. And within the member states, of course, you have stronger states than others. But when it regards to lobbying, the challenges that the lobbyists face and the current challenges that the lobbyists face are basically, in my view, the main ones are three. First and foremost, the transparency rules, which are supposed to increase due to different facts, but at the moment, they basically exist only in Brussels to the European institutions, concentrated in the European Commission, but used both in the Council and the European Parliament. And these rules, they have this thing that it's typically European. They exist, but the implementation is a little bit tricky. Now they exist to be said that they exist, but they are not too strong in my view. And secondly, but we have a second challenge, which was the cases that we face recently in Brussels, both with Qatargate 1.5 years ago, and recently with the members of the European Parliament regarding of the Defense Committee, which phones were apparently leaked. These are the challenges that the EU are facing, and they try to implement and to make it stronger, the transparency rules, in order to make these rules effective and make these rules fighting these scandals. And then we have another challenge, which is I call the taxation is representation. Basically, you have a tendency in some of the European institutions regarding certain industries which have been developing from the past, let's say, 25 years, which create some difficulties for certain industries, for instance, the tobacco industry, which faces a lot of adversities to discuss and to present its opinions to stakeholders, to decision makers. And in my view, this also creates a problem because someone who pays taxes should be represented, either we like it or not. On the other hand, we have to see, especially regarding the transparency rules, what are we talking about when you represent a client vis-a-vis decision makers? A decision maker meets, I give you an example for the recent regulation on paper packaging and packaging waste, packaging and packaging waste regulation. So the rapporteur in the European Parliament had around 1,000 meetings with stakeholders, with lobbyists, with association representatives, with trade representatives. And the question is how this decision maker decides at the end of the day. And the other question is, what is the value of a lobbyist? If all the lobbyists in the world can influence, have access, and then influence the decision maker, who makes a difference? So, and this is the tricky part of it. How to influence the decision maker in Europe? The decision maker has different interests. In my view, I think the first interest is the voter. The second interest is the country, in some cases, the member state. After or at the same time, in the same level, the political party, and then the political group. So you have a pyramid of interests and people that you have to combine in order to advance your own political agenda. And this is the biggest challenge, in my view, for the lobbyists in Europe. And in taking this in consideration, I do find the challenges I just discussed before a little bit tricky, because they will not, in my view, fulfill the role of the lobbyist, how the lobbyist can be influential for its clients, and they will not make happy the decision maker neither. Which, at the end of the day, we have to ask a question. So what is the solution? I think the solution has to be hybrid. What Mike said before, you have to really create and develop the trust between the decision makers and those who represent stakeholders. You have to make those who represent stakeholders peers among peers with the decision makers. And then you have to see, sometimes to influence the decision maker, to go to other stakeholders who could be more influential to the decision maker. It's a big challenge, but it's interesting. This is why we are here. And to directly ask your question about who decides what in Europe, I would say that the decision in Europe is made of a confluence of three main three main decision makers: France, Germany, and mainly the European Commission. You have to concentrate here, and you have to use everyone else to make pressure on these three actors in order to get what you want. I hope I was clear enough.
Thank you very much. Just a quick note, if I may, just for laughs. And this is not an internal matter of the EU, but some actions of the EU Commission that have repercussions on international business. Apple just got a tiny little speeding ticket of $2 billion, if I'm not mistaken. How can they be so blindsided? That's my question. You are one of the largest companies in the world. We're valued in the trillions of dollars, and you don't know what's going on. And you, at $2 billion, I think it's one of the largest fines ever levied. Just curious. I know this is not a European internal issue, but what's impossible? Are they just not represented? There's nobody there that in Brussels for Apple to take the temperature and see this train wreck is coming. Just they didn't know. I'm just curious. I don't know. Maybe this is not your area of interest, but just curious.
No. I think you are asking the right question, because the first role of a lobbyist is to understand what is going on in the pipeline. I've mentioned tobacco because 10 years ago, the idea was to put the tobacco industry in the corner and then to move on to all the other industries, like, for instance, spirits industry, and to do more or less the same. Somehow, what happened is that many things happened in the international arena. The idea of the European Union is dual. First, we believe that whatever we do is for the good of the world, not only for the Europeans, on the one hand. And in order to implement this, we try to put in every international agreement, in every international relationship, the rules that we are trying to impose in Europe. Now, you have different versions about why Europe, especially Brussels, is trying to do this. One of them is because we are very similar to the US, and we are trying to do the same, and we are doing in conjunction. The problem is that this creates a problem, as you said, to international companies. If the international companies do not have representation in Europe, I think they have. I think they have not only representation, but they also have many stakeholders who represent them here in Brussels. The question is, what do you want to do? How do you influence that? And the second question is the arguments you use. And the arguments you use, sometimes you cannot use the arguments of the company itself, but is how do you benefit the European continent? And unfortunately, we live in an era where the benefit is becoming less important for the decision makers of the people who vote, of the electors. But you have some, I would say, some ideas that people prefer to implement. And we see that every day with the Green Deal. It's not by chance that you have protests of agricultures all over Europe. You have seen in Brussels last month, agricultures literally destroying police cars, because the situation achieved a moment that the normal people cannot stand anymore the cost of living. And this is exactly what companies have to do. They have to create alliances with the people who are discontent and to tell them what they benefit them, and then gain points vis-a-vis the decision makers.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, I hope that Apple learns, I mean, not just Apple, because we know there have been repeated instances of big US tech companies that have been slapped badly, whether it's Microsoft or Google or what have you, because obviously our practices don't quite align with those in Europe. I hope they learned of it because it's kind of an expensive learning, it seems to me. But anyway, thank you so much. And let's move on to our friend David. Yeah, that's your thing, right? Again, when I first came to Washington, which was a long time ago, I don't think anybody even knew that maybe they existed, but they were not as widespread and now commonplace as they are today. Tell us about that and about what you do. Thank you.
Let me start off with a couple of observations. Because my organization is not, my organization is grassroots lobbying.
Which is different. Yes.
My name's David Sfabian. I'm the executive vice president of something called CEPA. It's a Conservative Political Action Coalition. We also have a very large conference every year, a couple of conferences, where we see the likes of President Trump, President VIII. We just had 20 different legislative delegations from around the world, including Canada, Hungary, Germany, Spain. Prime Minister Maloney from Italy has spoken at our conferences before. So we're, well, primarily thought of as a U.S. entity. The growth of the conservative movement really is spreading across. I point that out because our organization, being a grassroots organization, we represent ballpark 300,000-400,000 actively engaged voters. And for those of you online who might not understand the term grassroots, what we're talking about is how you activate voters to weigh in with their legislators. So when we talk about grassroots, what we're really talking about is indirect, or for basketball fans, banking. Sometimes you go in and you advocate face to face, like Michael does. I do it occasionally. And sometimes it is, for lack of a better term, using artillery to soften the beach, meaning when voters start to reach out, legislators go, oh, this must be an important issue. I better start thinking about what my position is. And Numa mentioned the key word, which is stakeholders. I think the way I would represent what we do and our activists, they're the ultimate stakeholders for U.S. politicians. It also has application in cross-border, bilateral, or international legislative and advocacy. And the reason why I say that is because that's where you can have a double action. U.S. steelworkers might be concerned about a takeover of a U.S. steel company by a foreign owner. Well, I guarantee you that the Steelworkers Union was having all of their members call their members of Congress, who would issue a press release saying, I oppose this. The members of Congress are adding now pressure, not just to the administration, but to bilateral negotiators. So U.S. voters organized in the appropriate way can become a lobbying force on international issues. It's very nuanced, it can be delicate, it can be complex, but it is a key function. I would say, Michael raised a really good point at the beginning of this, which is the one thing that I think we would say marks U.S. politics, and maybe some worldwide, is the polarization of the left, right? The left seems to be getting further left, the right seems to be getting further right, the middle seems to be getting much more narrow. I attribute that in the U.S. to two things. One is called gerrymandering, which is drawing legislative districts to be much more in line with the legislator's political ideology, so that he doesn't have to worry about a challenge from someone from the opposing party, but he does have to worry about a challenge from someone within his party. That is also where grassroots plays a game, because if you are a Republican and you are in a district that votes 80% Republican, and you are have a 70 or 60 or 50% voting record, well, guess what? Someone's going to say, Congressman X isn't really representing my interests. Maybe I should run because I'm more concerned. And the same goes in works. So gerrymandering is one thing, and I think the other part, and it's funny you mentioned this, Paul, but the technology, I think the other part of the polarization is social media. You know, I do it when I use Twitter, Facebook, and Insta. I tend to like to see the things that I agree with. I tend not to like see the things that I don't agree. And so my news stream tends to become over concentrated with conservative messages and stories and under concentrated with more liberal. So we have this electorate that is becoming more polarized. And it means that there is less willingness to work across the aisle at the political level, the congressional. Which brings us back to grassroots again. Because if you have an issue and it might not fit squarely within the conservative ideology or the legislators are going to listen to their voters. So I can go into California where we may not have a ton of folks, but have enough people raise issues with legislators who might be Democrats. And on something that is not a purely partisan polarized issue, I may be able to get a Democrat or two on board of an initiative that I value. So that grassroots component, that indirect lobbying dynamic, well, let me put it this way. Short of macroeconomic legislation and must-pass legislation, the only things that will get through are things that are powered by grassroots. That is what it is. And what I would suggest to everybody in this room and everybody on this online is, as you're thinking through your advocacy strategies, if you're not incorporating grassroots, you are fighting with one hand behind your back. And I guarantee you that your opposing counsel, your opposing consultants are thinking of grassroots. My organization regularly works with people. And I just want to close with a small anecdote. That is, our voters, our activists, the people that we ask to weigh in with members, we do it in a very sophisticated way. We could go into it, we could talk all day. But they're very smart. They don't just weigh in on issues that you would think are associated with conservatives. They don't just weigh in on issues about abortion or pick another climate change, right? They're willing to take the time to understand the issue and then go, wow, this makes sense. And here's a perfect example. We got involved in a small issue, well, I wouldn't say small economically. And it was about a new technical regulation that the Department of Interior was going to issue about how deep water drilling companies get insurance. Really boring, right? Dry, nobody cares about insurance, except the administration said, oh, ExxonMobil, Chevron, you don't have to worry about it. The little guys, they're $20 billion companies, were like, this is going to either put us out of business or force us to raise prices. And when we did our economic analysis, found, hey, this little silly insurance regulation that nobody was paying attention to potentially could raise gasoline prices here in the United States by $1 a gallon. So we put the data out. We called on our activists to weigh in with their regulator and the legislature. We also do regulatory. Lo and behold, 56% of all the feedback that the Department of Interior received on this regulation came through our portal, came from our activists. So our folks aren't just, school choice and vouchers and, all of the things that people associate with conservative movement. They're sophisticated enough to understand business policy and economics. And so what I would tell everybody here in this room, and as well as folks that have business, either transatlantic, trans-Pacific, is that we're always looking for partners to work through that grassroots stuff because our activists care.
Thank you very much. I would like to take the opportunity to welcome my good friend, Madam Ambassador. How are you? Nice to see you. Ambassador Hilda Sukamafutsa. She is the head of mission. She represents the African Union here in the United States with her colleague whom I just introduced you. Welcome, Madam Ambassador. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Very quick note, which I think it's important that, and here I'm kind of trying to wear my hat as professor of political science, that as you explained, the given gerrymandering, the real election quite often is the primary, right? That's the real election. And if you lose the primary, that's it, you're done. And we said some enormously, wow, cases when the majority leader of the House lost his seat, here in Virginia, Cantor, because he lost his primary. And he was a very powerful, well-known, and I think well-liked in many places, congressman. My point, very simple observation, I won't take too much time, is that for those of you who are not familiar entirely with the US system, in the primaries, very few people vote. It's not everybody. I mean, in theory, everybody could, right? It's not like it's not restricted. But in reality, very few people show up. And those who are organized, those who have really sophisticated grassroots efforts, regardless of their numbers, may indeed have the last word in who the candidate gets to be, because they show up. And if out of those, maybe there are 10,000 people who could vote and 2,000 vote, but 1,100 have pretty clear idea what they want. There are good chances that they get their guy or girl to be the candidate because they're organized. That has changed entirely the landscape, particularly if we, and again, this is both on the left and the right, that the people who are more motivated sometimes tend to have, strong views. Okay, I'll leave it at that. I don't want to characterize politically anybody, good or bad. And so this is how we get a very polarized Congress in the end, because the people who get to be are either those who hold very strong views or who must hold them because otherwise they get a primary challenge, right? So I just thought I would make this observation. Now, I'll leave it to everybody else here to determine this is good or bad. But that's where we are.
It's real. Paulo, I can give you, I've thought about this a lot, and I'm sorry, I can give you a pretty quick illustration of this. So if you have, let's say there's 800,000 people represented in a congressional district in the United States, it's 60% one party, 40% the other. 60 times 80 is what, 400? 4,800. So if 10% of the people show up for that primary, that's 48,000 people. And if 20%, it's twice that. So you're talking about between 90 and 45,000 people essentially selecting the congressperson because they're going to win in the election. So like about 10% of the congressional district is selecting the representative. And this is happening on both sides of the aisle. And so then when you have these really serious problems, like how do you reform Social Security? How do you reform Medicare? How do you address the very challenging debt situation in the United States? It's almost impossible to get consensus because your reward for doing the right thing and trying to find disinterest policy is the primary. For instance.
Yeah, I was just going to point out two things. One is, the point you make, Paulo, is so important. And it works to my advantage and the advantage of my organization. I can give you a real world example. We engaged to help a candidate in a primary in Mississippi. Small district. We targeted one county. The week before the election, our preferred candidate was down 46 to 50 something. What's not perfect numbers. When we engaged our activists, we let them know how important the election was, that they needed to get out and vote, made it easy for them. We hit them with social media, we hit them with text messages, not the traditional over-the-air stuff, very below the radar. At the end of the day, a week later, our candidate walked away with 52% of them. That candidate now understands, or that member of the legislature now understands that he got elected on the backs of a very conservative organization. My organization also happens to give ratings to every legislator in the United States, federal and state. Got a whole team that looks at every vote that they do and then gives them a score, which allows voters to measure against their own personal beliefs. My point in all of this is when we elect legislators, we hold them accountable to what our core values and our priorities are. And yeah, I'm willing first to admit that that contributes to polarization, but that's the hand we're dealt, and that's the hand we play.
Well, that's right. We'll see how long this will last. Again, as an immigrant to the United States, when I arrived back in 1978, this certainly was not the case. I mean, the primaries existed, but they were not as relevant as they are today. And again, the districts were not configured in the way that you correctly described, meaning, and I say customized to the preferences of one party. So the Democrats get their own safe districts, the Republicans get their own safe districts, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, but that's a very important topic that maybe would warrant a conference by itself. Karen, sorry, we're getting to you now. Tell us about your work, which is quite extensive with nonprofits. I know you have a very, very long record. Tell us how that works and how your advocacy experience plays into all this.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for asking me to participate in this. And I'm just so impressed with this organization and with yours. And I will start off by saying I support everything that's been said so far, and especially somebody who has probably very different views than my own on a lot of policy issues. I agree totally with everything that you have said. I have been doing lobbying and advocacy work since the early 70s. Yes. In 1973, I was hired to be a lobbyist. I had just moved to town and barely knew Southeast from Northwest, but I was asked to be the lobbyist. And so I quickly learned my way around town and my way around Congress. And that was a lobbyist for abortion rights. And actually, you know, this is long before the internet. And I just got the message that there's not much time, so I won't talk long. But the work was done in the halls of Congress. We didn't have, you know, the social media. We didn't have the ways of communicating with our grassroots other than, you know, writing letters and putting them in envelopes and putting stamps on them. So there's been a lot of change, and I just totally agree. I mean, even in the 70s, some of our strongest supporters for abortion rights were Republicans. And when I say that to young people, they just can't believe it. But it's true. I don't lie about things like that. And the polarization, I think, is tragic for our country. And the issue about gerrymandering and voter suppression also is something that is a problem in terms of how people get elected. And I do believe strongly that it's the work at the local level that makes the difference in terms of lobbying now. And in recent years, I've actually spent more time, and it's a different kind of lobbying, but I've spent more time doing voter engagement work, trying to, to mobilize people to register and vote. And even 501c3 organizations can do that. And so I've had a program that I call Trusted Sources, where I work with the leaders of nonprofit organizations and help them with messaging, and especially with the 501c3 organizations who think they can't say election in an election year. I work with them to get legal messages out to their members about the importance of registering and voting. So I think that and that's a kind of a grassroots kind of activity, and that does make the difference on what happens in this town. And this town is an unusual town. It should be a state with voting representation, but it's not. It's a colony. But it's actually 3 villages. It's a local town with the DC Council and Mayor. It's a national town with the White House and the Supreme Court and Congress. And it's an international town with over 180 embassies here. So it is an interesting place to do advocacy and lobbying and voter engagement. In addition to abortion rights, I've worked on disarmament issues, and I've been very involved with the United Nations Association. So I'm glad to be participating in something that has global policy initiatives as well. And I do think that we're probably out of time, but
Yes. But anyway, thank you. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank all the panelists here and in Europe for their contributions. And I think it's time to close this early first session and move on to the next one.
maybe just say
Please.
one
Sure.
final thing that I'm here. Most of my work is on gender equity and gender equality, and so I was maybe invited to this panel to provide gender equity, and I wear purple, which is the suffrage color for women's suffrage.
Which, by the way, came rather late here in the United States. A factoid that I got during a recent visit to Azerbaijan, that the women got the vote in Azerbaijan of all places. It's kind of not too far from your ancestors' neighborhood before the United States. How's that? The few minutes in which they were an independent republic, they got to vote in 1918 before the United States. Azerbaijan.
Yeah.
Consider that. Anyway, thank you. Kateryna.
Thank you, Kateryna.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next moderator is me, and yeah, next moderator is me. So we almost at time, and I will be happy to invite Mr. Blank to our panel, Mrs. Stanbury, also Mrs. Mallory, and yeah, and me. Odarchenko, which one? So now, well, please some housekeeping notes. We have coffee there and sweet, and also I think we can we can move in more quickly with basic panel to have some time for questions, right? Because we want also conversation. Yes, please. And
Right.
so for begin, I will represent our dear speakers and their background to understand more like context of our conversation. And one more time, if our internet audience have questions, please, I see here our chat. So you can route your question to Zoom chat, or if you're here in audience, you can just like question directly. So I think we will be ready for questions, right? And we'll put like 10 minutes for questions. So, Kateryna Odarchenko, I'm originally founder of SIC Group consulting company. So we work with election, campaign management, government relations, and lobbying. And we represent mostly like clients from Eastern Europe and Central Asia here in the United States, and clients from United States in those regions. And I'm also board member of IGAPA, which work here in the United States as part of 501c3 Institute for Democracy and Development. And that's why my role also to develop our community, and please join our community, and we will be happy also if you will support us in our fundraising efforts. So you can find our tribe on our website and social. So with us today, Mr. Stephen Blank, one of the most honored experts here in Washington, D.C. He internationally recognized expert on the Russian foreign defense policy, international relations across former Soviet Union. He's also leading expert in European and Asian security, including energy issues. And originally, he had much more experience, like for 2 pages. But you can Google his articles on the Hill, Atlantic Council, Hudson, and subscribe to his like very deep dive and analytical work. Charlene Stanbury, Vice President of Government Relations at National Association of Broadcasters. She joined this association after serving Chief of Staff for Congresswoman Clarkey from New York, for whom she previously served as Legislative Director. So, you know, government relations work from both sides. And she also adjunct professor at Florida International University, honor college teaching there for Washington, D.C. seminar course. So UWIS Paolo also colleagues. So it's perfect place. Tai Mallory, thank you for joining us today. She an experienced senior political advisor and public service professional, skilled in civil rights, social justice, advocacy, community organizing, government relations, public engagement, political campaigns. So also all related fields which we start our forum. And she also worked as in consultancy for nonprofit organizations and advocacy groups. And evaluate support underrepresented groups. So, this company today, as I understand, this panel will be fully offline. If I understand not right, I will ask our European office to mention it to me. Today our panel is our name of our panel is Insight from Lobbying and Government Relations. And we will talk about tools and regulations. The first question will be to Mrs. Stanbury. It's a very basic question. So we all interested in how associations work. And your association is one of the biggest association, and it's very good aim. So if we talk about, I don't know, lobbying of tobacco or alcohol, it's not very big pleasure to talk about that. But when we talk about broadcasters, it's like good example. So can you provide some history of your association, how you build association, and maybe some case study from your work? I think it will be interesting both for American audience and of course for European audience as well. So floor is yours. And if you want to add something more to your bio, also please to do so. Thank you for joining.
Absolutely. Just wanted to say thank you for having me this morning. As she mentioned before, I work for the National Association of Broadcasters. So we serve as the voice for America's radio and TV broadcasters, local radio and TV broadcasters across the country. Just last year, we celebrated our centennial celebration when it comes to broadcasting. So our member companies are everything from, if you hear of iHeartRadio, any network that owns broadcast stations that includes ABC, Fox, Paramount, CBS, and also NBC. I think that, some of the key issues that have been important to broadcasting, so to speak, have been keeping AM radio in cars. Because as you know, there are a lot of new EVs and a lot of vehicles that don't want to have AVs. They want to monetize their dashboard. And so from a public safety perspective, AM radio is very important for all the public alerts that you get and also the public programming that's mandated by the Federal Communications Commission for broadcast stations to have. Another issue that, is important to us is just also about protecting and making sure we get grants for our local journalism newsrooms and for the people who are doing the hard work to get the message out in regards to what's happening across the country. And it's going to be very particularly important during this election season in 2024. And another issue that is very important to us is also AI. And I think that's something that affects everyone across the globe, wherever you are. AI has very positive implications when it comes to broadcasting, as far as allowing us to do script writing. And also there could be some negative implications when it comes to deep fakes and, some of our journalists possibly being modified or switched or changed in regards to what they're saying, using their likeness and their voice. So there are a lot of issues that are important to the National Association of Broadcasters. We are one of the biggest trade associations here in Washington, D.C. We do have a large PAC. I know that in the previous discussion, we talked about political action committees. And, you know, we are influential on Capitol Hill from a bipartisan and a bicameral standpoint. So that means, you know, we lobby both Democrats and Republicans, both on the House and the Senate side, because we think that it's very important just to get our message out there. So, you know, our trade association is just our general members who may be local mom and pop radio or TV stations, or they could be the big affiliate networks that own stations.
How long do you exist? So it's pretty, you have pretty long history, right?
Yeah, so it's been about 100 years.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
so, pretty big experience, yeah, right? Some more than independence of some countries which members of the IGAPA. Can you, in like, second question to you, what's the case this year for your advocacy was the most actual and maybe like general understanding how you give solution for your members in this case? So as I understand, it was IE, but can you talk like 1 minute about what it was like particularly and you know, like how you work with it?
Absolutely. So I think I'm actually going to use AM radio as a perfect example of something that happened. So earlier this year, Ford announced that they were going to take AM radio out of Congress. And what ended up happening is Senator Ed Markey and Senator Ted Cruz. So you kind of see that bipartisan standpoint. Both wrote letters to Ford. And then also on the House side, you had Representative Josh Gottheimer and Representative Tom Keene, who also wrote letters to Ford. And what ended up happening is they created a piece of legislation called AM Radio for Every Vehicle. And so that bill actually, to this day, has garnered over 230 co-sponsors. Both in the House side and on the Senate side, we're hitting up to 50. And it's been an issue that the way that we tackled it is making sure not only do we have a piece of legislation that's that action item that members of Congress can sign on to show that they support that AM radio is important for every vehicle to be in every car, especially for their constituents. And then also we have been having different events when it comes to AM radio to talk about importance. So we have had panels and forums on Capitol Hill. Actually, just last week, the National Association of Broadcasters, we had a fly-in. So we had over 500 broadcasters from the country come in to actually lobby and talk to the legislators about the importance of keeping AM radio in their vehicles. So you can kind of see there's different tactics that we use, whether it's having a piece of legislation, whether it's that grassroots that they talked about in the previous panel, part of having actual broadcasters, local broadcasters that come in and tell their stories, and then also that educational component, whether it means having panels and having forums.
And so is it, you have final solution on this bill? So it's already voted, right?
So we are trying to get it to vote on the floor.
Okay, so you're still in process.
We're still in process.
Good place to report.
Hopefully in a couple of weeks, we'll have a vote on the House or Senate.
So it's very fresh case, you know, so very interesting to discuss fresh case because sometimes in conferences people said, oh, let's see our case from 1990s. Like, yeah, it's interesting still. Okay, so let's move into Mrs. Mallory. And also, you have a lot of experience in civil rights movement, social justice, the represented group. So also two questions to you. Firstly, what challenges do you see in this sector? Because obviously it's very easy to be government relations professional for tobacco industry, for insurance industry, for pharmaceutical industry, because it's like over financed, right? And it's hard to do advocacy because it's always fundraising problems. So what challenges do you see? How you fight with these challenges? And maybe also you can represent some case like fresh case from now or from last year which can teach our audience, good advocacy practices.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you so very much for allowing me to be a part of your conversation today. I'm just a baby lobbyist that only lobbies in Virginia. So to be a part of an International Government Affairs Forum is quite the honor for me. I am Tae Mallory, and I call myself kind of a hybrid of a government political professional, political consultant, advocacy consultant, do-gooder in chief, just all around working to advance the issues and the goals that I feel like are important to me, and I center that in my work. I kind of operate in the intersection of social justice and civil rights, having grown up and working in what I consider to be the preeminent civil rights organization in this country, the NAACP. Full disclosure, I'm not here in that capacity today. I'm just speaking about my experience. But since I was a teenager, I was involved in this organization and in college and as a young adult. And it was my work in the organization as a young adult, a community organizer, that I parlayed that into a work into politics. And I went in Virginia and I worked for several political campaigns. I worked for a political party, worked in a governor's race, lieutenant governor's race, several congressional races, and state house races. And as a result of one of those races, I was offered a job in the office of a U.S. Senator where I worked for 8 years. And now I'm back. I'm out of campaigns. I've hit campaign retirement age. And I've come out of government, and now I'm using all the skills that I learned in political campaigns and government to advocate for social justice. You might ask, what is social justice? For me, the definition of that is just balancing or advancing the lives and equity for people who have been historically underrepresented and under-resourced in this country. In my particular case, African Americans or the descendants of African slaves, or of enslaved Africans in this country. I don't have to go into the history of that. To directly answer your question in regard to challenges, because we do heart work, H-E-A-R-T, heart work, and this is a very passionate line of work. And so people become very, very passionate about the work that we are doing. And so we are sometimes able to channel that passion into getting people to help work for us, but it doesn't always follow the resources. You need people on the ground. You need people in communities talking, you cannot build an advocacy army, if you will, just based on volunteer hours. You need resources to pay people full time to go into communities, talk to people, gather the data, then use that data to create policy, and then we advance that policy in our state houses, which is what I've been doing. You talk about fresh cases. One of the things that we did this past General Assembly session, Virginia went into session for 60 days, January, February. We just ended on Saturday. So had this conference been last week, I wouldn't have been able to be here, but I'm so glad it's this week. Some of the issues that we focus on heavily are voting rights and advocating for that. And as a part of the work that the group has been doing, we found that a lot of our voters becoming disenfranchised due to disinformation, becoming disenfranchised because they're getting bad information from our voter registration agency, or also they're just getting, again, just misinformation. So we work very, very hard to make sure that we push this legislature to reinstate certain systems that help us to verify voters accurately so that people are not erroneously removed from our voter rolls. We worked hard to make sure that we continue the expansion of voting hours, and we have an early vote period in Virginia, and there was an effort to try to pull that back, and we were like, no. I said, once we can early vote for 45 days, we don't want to come back on that. We want to keep the advances that that we continue to have, and that's just in one area. We're also working in prison reform, we're working in incarceration reform, policing reform, and what have you. And I'll stop there.
I have some additional question. If we talk about Virginia, which like representation, how much people you usually have as staff and how much volunteer when you try to advocate some issue on state level? So some numbers.
I mean, I would say that this organization is pretty much an all volunteer army, and we ramp up and ramp down based on the period of time. Obviously, we're going into an active elective year, and so we're going to probably ramp up with folks that are in the field that are actively registering voters. organizing side right now, not the lobby side. For lobbying, that's a whole other operation that we do in the beginning part of the year. And I run a group of, again, volunteer army to advocate. So we're doing phone calls and writing emails and showing up in person at the State House.
I see. So, but how, okay, for organizing is like 3-4 people, right, who like have some skills for that. But for grassroots campaign in Virginia, how much usually? 50 people, 100 people, 500 people?
Well, we work with a broad coalition of, I'll just say, progressive organizations, and I would say that all together is probably closer to. Oh, yeah. If you look at the broad coalition of groups that are doing this.
Very interesting, because I try to show to international audience how much people you must to engage to have results. Because some people engage like 20 volunteers and says, oh, okay, we will change legislation with 20 volunteers, which like pretty fast. We move into Mr. Blank, and I know that Mr. Blank also some interesting information for us about his perception on very important issues on advocacy on Israel and Ukraine and how it works and how it's important here in DC. We have pretty shortage of time. We have like 10 minutes for all to be in schedule. So let's move it forward to your issue, like Ukrainian and Israel advocacy. And I have a question, is it effective for now? Because for me, it's also very important. But is this advocacy effective, or it's more very, popular issue for media, but still it needs more work to be more effective? What is your point of view?
Well, speaking as an individual, because I'm not a lobbyist, I'm a former professor and now consultant. However, I have participated in lobbying efforts, particularly on Ukraine, written about the war in Gaza as well, family there. The wars present, I think, numerous issues and distinctions for lobbyists. Let me start with Ukraine. I happen to be a strong exponent of the supplemental, and in general, I think the administration has not done enough. We can talk about that offline. The issue right now is the supplemental bill before Congress to get $60 billion in aid to Ukraine, and smaller but significant amounts to Israel, Taiwan, some other causes as well. If you notice what's going on in China, you have a very powerful, this is an objective fact, I'm not saying it for criticism or approval, that the Israel lobby, concentrated in AIPAC and J Street, are very strong organizations. They have very strong grassroots. They're well funded, they're well supported, they have access to the media, they have access to the White House and the Congress, and there is no dispute in Congress, except maybe for the progressive Democrats, about aid to Israel. That's not what's holding up this bill. On the other hand, Ukraine, though it has, I think, an extraordinarily strong case, others may challenge that, but it is not getting anywhere. And there's a fundamental difference, because the Ukrainian diaspora in the United States is not organized. I speak for their annual convention every year. We just had it 10 days ago here, just up at the McCain Center. And we get distinguished scholars, former ambassadors to Ukraine, think tankers, and so on. And all this is highly rewarding, informative, etc. The case for Ukraine, I think, is a strong one. They were, after all, attacked by Russia. The Russian government has made no secret of its objective to destroy the idea as well as reality of Ukraine as a nation, which corresponds to the UN definition of genocide. I'm not exaggerating. If you look it up in I think it's in the Declaration of Human Rights in 1988, all books, this is part of Lemkin's original definition. So we have a genocide Russians are attempting to carry out in Ukraine, and to some degree have already done. That should provide a strong case on its merits, but it's going nowhere. Why? Because one key reason is because the Ukrainian community in the United States, unlike that in Canada, is not organized. And as a result, it cannot make its voice heard. If I wanted to quote Karl Marx, it must be represented. It cannot represent itself. That's the problem, because there's no congressman who would listen to grassroots complaints that if you don't vote for this supplemental, we'll remember this in November. There's already a disconnect between these two groups. There are more, but in the interest of time, I'll leave those aside. Maybe we can get into the Q&A of that. I'll take Kateryna's question.
Yeah, so about political action committee, because Israel have very famous like IGAPA, and do you think it's effective tool, because you did have this tool, and political action committee originally like give money to elections, so it's not like direct lobby, but a lot of people and a lot of journalists like discuss roles of political action committees, and if it's like realtors or broadcasters, it's no problem. But when it's like foreign policy, it's a big discussion. So do you think Ukraine also must have political action committee, or?
Well, I do, and I've told the organizers of this convention that they ask me to speak every year. I keep telling them, you need to follow the Israeli example, because, as I said in my earlier remarks, there's nobody opposed, as far as I can tell, except maybe some progressive Democrats. But there's support for giving aid to Israel. I'm not going to get into debate whether you like that or not. That's a question. That's a fact. All the controversy you hear here is about Ukraine. Why? Part of it, not the only reason, but part of it is the absence of a Ukrainian organization that can mobilize grassroots support, make an impact upon congressmen, and present what is a very strong case, in my view, to those congressmen or senators who are opposed to this, and actually bring pressure to bear on them. Say AIPAC can, or say the National Association of Broadcasters, or say the NAACP can, and so on. Those organizations have clout. That doesn't mean they get their way. But when they, as the old Ian Hutton commercial said, when they speak, people listen.
And but no, like Israeli diaspora is bigger than like Ukrainian diaspora. So is it connect with diaspora, or is more connect with like issues which we discussed before, with grassroots campaign, and Americans care about it?
Look, I don't think it's a question of size. I think it's a question of the will and capability to organize. I mean, AIPAC came into being in the mid-1950s. Israel became a state in 1948. And it was quickly recognized that they needed influence in Washington. And AIPAC was organized in the middle of the 1950s. It took some time, as you can imagine, to get this going. Now, AIPAC is by no means the only lobby of its type. I mean, if you follow issues in the Caucasus, as I do, the Armenian lobby is not large numerically. It's concentrated, I think, in Boston and Fresno, California, around there. There's some other pockets of large-scale Armenian settlement in the United States, but they are to some degree effective. There's an act that they got passed in the 1993 during the first Nagorno-Karabakh war. It's called Section 907, which to this day hinders American ability to play a constructive role in the area, because it basically denies the United States the ability to help Azerbaijan. Is it the right thing to do? I mean, I think it's not, but you have a lobby that has reached out to congressmen. I think they also reached out to Senator Menendez, at least before his current troubles, and they got legislation in their favor, and that legislation is now 3 years old. It's on the books. So it's not a question of numbers. It's a question of organizing capability and the will to do it. For whatever reasons, and I don't know what they are, in the United States, that's not happening. But in Canada, we had a Canadian foreign minister, Chrystia Freeland, who is of Ukrainian descent. And she wasn't there by accident.
Yeah, so we have time for 1-2 questions. So if somebody from audience has a question, please do so. But please represent what speaker you have a question. Because I have one question from Facebook also, so let's take one question from audience and one question from Facebook. Okay, first will be a question from Facebook. It's a question for about Broadcasters Association. So it's pretty easy. Like, what digital tools do you use usually for advocacy, and how you use your digital tools in contact with decision-making people? I think I will add something to that. Like, if you legislative assistants, which you work, right, as chief of staff, you have hundreds of emails. And obviously all people use like constant contact and like letters to social media. So I think this question about how to be one from these thousands of letters and use digital to be effective. So it may be a question to you as a like chief of staff, ex-chief of staff.
I would love that question. Because I did get thousands and thousands of letters. And thinking about, on the Hill, how we used to organize how many letters or how many social media hits that we got, it would be quantitative about the numbers. And then when we hit a certain threshold, that's when we would talk to the congresswoman, hey, we're having a lot of inquiries about X, Y, and Z issue. We need to move on this or figure out how we're going to do something. More on now that I'm on the outside, on the broadcaster standpoint, we do have a great public affairs department. And so they help come up with toolkits for our members. So for local broadcasters to be able to advocate for issues with their members of Congress. Those toolkits include social media posts. It includes draft letters that they can send to their members of Congress. And then also the in-house lobbyists like myself, we also help with prepping them for some of their meetings when they talk to members of Congress.
But with broadcasters, it's a little easier because nobody wants to not listen to broadcasters because it's pretty.
I wish it was.
Yeah. No, I think it's anyway some brand. Yeah, but maybe we will ask also Mrs. Mallory about that, because when you work with grassroots campaign, it's smaller organizations. So what digital tools you usually use? So all your volunteers send these letters, or
all the usual suspects. But nothing works as well now that we are out of COVID as being in person, and being in legislative spaces and talking with them. In Virginia, you're able to get a lot closer to members than probably with on Capitol Hill. Meaning that, here in DC, the members are moving. I think somebody said earlier, our members are more overscheduled now than what they ever have been. Whereas in Virginia, you can actually come to the state capitol, get in the building, and sit in committee meetings and ask questions and talk to members. You can grab them afterwards and you can engage. We are one of the few legislatures that actually has open testimony in committee meetings, where we can go and you can speak. You don't get long, but at least you can go and you can be heard. And so there's nothing like face-to-face. Now, in regard to digital, we're using all the usual suspects. We have to use social media, phone call, old-fashioned phone calls. You all can see right now how phone calls and the TikTok thing were affecting Capitol Hill. Phone calls still work. And then also again, emails and in-person visits.
Thank you. So the same tool as for 3,000 years, like from first democracies, like personal meetings, it still works, I see. So we will discuss more like classical tools, which became really classic. Thank you so much for your time, and we will move into the next panel with Mr. Sean Cox, and I hope that I finish this panel on time. Thank you so much to our speakers. Thank you so much. Is Sean here? So I will tell a little bit about Sean Michael Cox. He's PhD, and he worked as director of teaching and learning and chair of political science and international relations in Atlantic University. So for the past 15 years, he has also served as various roles in university's parents organization or with staff. I know I have to speak it. I know that it's staff work. About global educational network, also most recently as Director of Academic Affairs International Program. So Dr. Cox is a political commentator, also appearing on global news networks like TRT, Al Jazeera, focusing on U.S. politics and U.S. foreign engagement. He also was partly working for several different NATO, which pretty actual now related organization, after agent of Partnership and Peace Program, also very actual now, and has spent sometimes on Balkans and Black Sea area. So, and additionally, he obviously worked in academics. So Dr. Cox is project manager and professional, and also do some consultancy, having been administratively a number of publicity-funded projects and program in multiple countries. So he also earned his doctorate from University of Delaware in comparative politics, and it's pretty good state for now, also with private administration, right? So Sean, floor is yours, and please represent our dear speakers today.
Well, I would like to, actually, I'm not really good with my phone, so no one mind. I tend to project my voice. I would like to introduce Peter Schmetzer, who is one of our speakers here, and he has a very long bio as well, which we've gone over recently. Peter is a Latin Americanist, a global policy expert, political strategist, and a business leader. He's been an innovative international strategic thinker, and until 2017, he was the senior vice president for strategic initiatives for the Atlantic Council. He took a break from politics and communications when he joined the council in 2013, and he was initially the founding director of the Adrian Hirst Latin American Center. In just a few years, he grew the center to become one of the most prestigious policy centers on hemispheric affairs. He pushed the council to become more activist and outward-oriented as an institution, and using new media and targeting non-traditional audiences and diverse geographies and issues. He's the co-founder and intellectual author of Immigrant Food, which we just had a very nice discussion about. So a very popular place here in the district. It's a restaurant company that fuses gastronomy and immigration advocacy. The first immigrant food location opened in November 2019, and there are currently 3 immigrant foods, and a 4th one will be opening this July, right? Please, let's set it open. And my other panelists, I actually have the opportunity to meet with them. Douglas, Scott.
Yes.
So Douglas, what do you prefer? Doug. No. Well, Doug, he's the former program manager and director at Flor Daniel Telecom in Brazil. He has expertise in advising governments and private development programs, developing business opportunities, structuring public partnerships, building companies, presenting critical infrastructure and military systems across Latin America. Welcome. Thank you, please. And lastly, please, Ms. Valka Novikov. No, she is here online. Hello, how are you?
Hi, good morning, everybody from Mexico. Greetings to all, and greetings to our panelists as well.
Let me give a brief introduction of Malka. She holds degrees from Universidad Americana, diploma from Georgetown University, master's degree from Harvard Law. She's a lawyer, and she was awarded at Harvard full merit-based scholarship, and also invited as a visiting researcher. She has worked in various capacities in the Mexican government and in the private sector in Mexico and abroad on governance, international development issues, public policy, advocacy, conflict management, and strategic communications. She has been a content producer, presenter, international political analyst in TV and radio stations in Mexico and the United States. And wow, there's a whole list of things here. This is a pretty amazing CV here. She's a member of the Mexican Legion of Honor, the Mexican National Academy of History, the Most Illustrious Order of St. Patrick's, and the Mexican Academy of Geography and Statistics, the oldest society in Latin America. And she is an honorary member of the National Academy of History of the Dominican Republic. So thank you very much for participating, and welcome. We as the panel, the name of this panel is Instruments and Regulations of GR Lobbying and Advocacy in Latin America. So the focus, of course, is of government relations, as the entire conference is. We're going to mix up the order a little bit because Peter has some time constraints. So we're going to try and get through the panel while Peter can still be here. But if not, we would like Peter to talk first. And also initially, Peter wants to shift the focus a little bit away from instruments, but more on the political realm and the political sphere and what's happening in think the follow-on participants can talk about how these instruments function inside the current political situation in Latin America. Does that sound good?
That sounds great. It sounds great to everybody.
So for Peter, and there's a microphone there for you.
I think I'm going to try to project, like I'm going to follow my moderator here.
Sure, everybody online.
Can they hear online? Okay. Yep. Yep. So thank you very much for that generous introduction, and thank you for inviting me here. It's always hard when you get a panel on Latin America because Latin America goes from Doug's specialty, which is Brazil, all the way to Honduras. So how do you compare those two things? So it's one of those great problems, and I'm going to try to do some broad brush painting of a Latin America which is going through a pretty severe moment of political convulsion. But like it's always been in Latin America, there's a lot of juxtapositions to that, because while it's going through a severe moment of political convulsion, it also had one of its best years in foreign direct investment last year. So this is pretty typical when you talk about Latin America. There's lots of juxtapositions and opposites that happen. But there are certain things that I think are worth mentioning that are sort of first time. Latin America has a long history of boom and busts, but there's some first time things that are happening in Latin America which are worth mentioning. First of all, like everywhere else in the world, Latin America is going through a moment of extreme populism that both emerges from the left and populism that emerges from the right. You have the recently elected president in Argentina, who is an extreme populist on the right. You have the elected 2 years ago relatively new president of Colombia, Mr. Petro, who is a populist on the left. So it's very difficult to sort of put people in boxes, but there is a sense of populism and really trying to respond to a sense of anguish that exists throughout the hemisphere in voters, and an increasing lack of trust in democratic institutions. Second thing, which I think is very new, is the rise of ethnic politics. This is particularly true in the Andes, but it really is true everywhere. But to categorize it is difficult, but ethnic politics with indigenous Americans, so indigenous Latin Americans. So you look at Bolivia and Peru, Ecuador, you see a lot of that, but also Afro Latin Americans have an increasing amount of voice and political power. The vice president of Colombia is a Afro Latin American, very popular, very radical, but people trust her because she is very critical of institutions, and this is playing a lot of havoc with politics. Third is a increasing degradation in the rule of law. Now that always goes hand in hand with populism, but with that increasing degradation in the rule of law, you see enormous amounts of regulatory encroachment into the private sector. So you see that in a lot of sectors, notably in the extractive industry, in financial institutions, and in healthcare. It began 20 years ago in Venezuela, where it's been made into an art form, regulatory encroachment, but it's now quickly spreading to Colombia, Peru, Brazil, and other countries. And last, I would say there is a new impact. And I'm basically trying to point out some new factors. There's a new impact of immigration and emigration. Like in the United States, like in Europe, you have a lot of political impact from 7 million Venezuelans that have emigrated away from Venezuela, first to other Latin American countries. They were welcomed with open arms. Unlike many immigrants other places in the world, there was a real sense of trying to help. Of course, then the pandemic broke out and things got much more difficult economically, and those open arms closed a bit, but emigration and immigration is playing a role in really juggling what's happening in the region. So you have these political convulsions. These political convulsions have a direct effect on how do organizations, both private and nonprofit organizations, how can you affect government? How do you lobby? How do you construct a message? In that level of mess, it becomes much more difficult to do. And all I would say, and I'm going to end here and happy to answer any questions, is advocacy and government relations in Latin America today is not for the timid. You have to get into fights. You have to expand your horizons far beyond the traditional sense of going to Congress or going to the executive authorities or regulatory authorities. You have to think about social media and a media strategy. You have to think about how to communicate your message, map your stakeholders, organize your stakeholders, get your stakeholders to speak for you, because you'll never be a popular speaker if you're a private institution. So I think it's a boxing match, and you have to be tough. You have to be careful, because particularly if you're a foreign company in Latin America, you today can be attacked for trying to. You've always been attacked for trying to mess around with domestic politics. Now there are multiple levels of attack on social media in the news that make it very difficult to do. So it's definitely not for the timid. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much.
Well said.
Well, Peter has set up the scenario of what it looks like today and given some highlights on operating in Latin America. So Doug, what are your thoughts on methodologies, approaches to getting the work of advocacy done, carrying out government relations, given these conditions?
That's a fun question. And actually, I've been in Latin America actually since 1979. Started in Mexico as a kid, going down at 16. Got to live native with the local families in Tanacantla, and fell in love with the culture, fell in love with the language, and learned the language fluently. Later actually served as a missionary in Chile during the revolution against Pinochet, was there for 2 years, and built a number of companies in Mexico, in Colombia, Panama, in Chile, and in Brazil. And the thing that I have noticed, I kind of naturally go native. I think the biggest mistake that most countries make is they go foreign, they go to an international market thinking that that's going to be an easy way to make money because maybe competition in their own market is too hard. But then they go into the Latin American market or any other foreign market without understanding the politics, what motivates the local economy, what motivates the local businesses, and how those structures occur. Every government is different, and that has a tremendous flux between different parties and different presidencies, but they're also extremely affected and impacted by the larger geopolitical scale of what China is doing, looking for natural resources, for example, or even communism versus democracy versus other republics that exist. One of the best examples is Chile, with the struggle between Allende and his backing and Pinochet and his backing, and people take every possible side you could imagine, not understanding that Chile was actually the stablest economy in Latin America because of the decisions that were made, good or bad, based on how it was handled. In Brazil, I have started several companies, and I sold one to Enron many years ago. It was actually Fleur Daniel. That was 25 years ago. So it's probably good to keep the bio short because we're way too big otherwise. But the experience that I had, I literally started a company in a garage in São Paulo with my Brazilian friends. And when I was at Fleur, I learned something very interesting. We went down for the B-band development, and that was the first cellular. We walked down and found 1950s plain old telephone Ma Bell gray dial phones with party lines. And the amazing thing in that economy is understanding the explosive potential on the talent pool just in Brazil. You had Unicamp, you had Instituto Nacional de Telecomunicações in Santa Rita. You had some of the best engineers that I had ever had. In Mexico, I worked in Guadalajara with the Polytechnicos and built a tremendous team of over 350 engineers that I deployed all over the world.
They were inexpensive. They knew all of the technologies, CDMA, TDMA, and everything. I was able to train them in everything. I did the exact same thing in Brazil, starting incubators in different universities because we didn't have enough employment accessible. They didn't have a 1099 approach to business. So we couldn't contract bodies, and there were no body shops. We literally created it. We went to the universities. I actually spoke in several symposiums down there, went to their engineering schools, and I met the students, and I found unbelievable. You think about Brazil, you have Embraer. You know, Taurus isn't a good example because it's a not a very good quality weapon, but the Brazilian economy is full of entrepreneurial zeal, with really nationalist pride, with really hard flag waving, almost the way you consider the way the U.S. Should be, in understanding who we are. They are very nationalistic, very proud of their multiple cultures that have combined in there to create a very powerful economy. And I think the greatest mistake that countries make and people from different countries make is they don't go native. They spend too much time trying to extract revenue from the country instead of building viable partnerships. And lastly, the one that really I found interesting with Fluor, and it was also exemplified in many other companies. They would build partnerships where they would have a 75-25 split in favor of the expatriate company. That's ridiculous. The locals are taking all the risk. Every bit of the political risk, the economic risk is local. And what ended up happening was the culture that they built by taking a majority and removing that from the country is they created an enmity within the companies, and people did not support the projects as the way they could. It actually almost creates a black market economy, as any corrupt government does. So when you start looking at counter-corruption, you really have to look at how people are motivated in that country and what causes them to do that. Because ultimately, we're all the same. We're businessmen that want to create revenue. We want to support our families. We want to be happy and go on vacation. If you really strip it down that, you could do business anywhere in the world, and you'll find commonality with all your partners. The biggest is go native and partner local.
Thank you very much for those insights. Malcolm, what do you have to add? We have an interesting scenario playing out all across Latin America. We have some advice on going native, going local. For those who pursue advocacy, are interacting with governments, what is your advice?
Unmute. You do sign language?
Hold on a second. We'll see if there's something from our end that's causing the issue. Oh, related. If you take the headphones out, maybe can you pull them?
It's not on my side. No, is it good now? All right.
Yes.
Great. Finally. So I would like to retake some of the points that Peter was saying, and Mexico is undergoing through a tremendous change. I think that traditionally, where of course our president is part of the trends that Peter was mentioning, is he's a populist president leaning towards the left. And the reason he came to power was because there is a huge anger that he knew how to capitalize that anger in a very effective way. So what he has done is foster the polarization of the Mexican electorate. Basically, before, I have to say that Mexicans are a very, very small segment of Mexicans goes out and votes. So in reality, the election where he was elected president, there was a huge flow of people that had never gone out to vote. And I think that it was partly that anger that fostered that. But now we see a huge apathy with the electorate on one side that traditionally they don't go out and vote, but we're seeing a revival of this interaction of sectors of the population that usually never went out to claim for the rights, because President Andrés Manuel is trying to basically eliminate all the checks and balances and concentrate power. I think that like many other Latin American countries, that is what's happening. And the rule of law certainly is not very strong in Mexico. There is a huge disdain of the president of laws. He actually nullifies and goes out repeatedly to say that he has a very known saying, "Don't tell me that the law is the law," meaning that there is not a huge respect for laws in Mexico, and then you go out and you have a president that undermines legality, which is terrible. So then that translated to how lobbying is carried out in Congress. You had companies that, of course, have always been lobbying for laws, and it's much more on a tete-a-tete interaction with our legislators. And you have also the chambers of commerce that go out and do this lobbying. But now you have each time much more segments of the population that, I don't know if you are familiar with the pink tide, which are many Mexicans that never participated in politics are going out to claim for rights. So now, before there was the links between our representatives and us as citizens were virtually non-existent. It's not like in the States that we can go and call our representatives. It was not done before. So now civil society is engaging, and actually that link between the represented and the representatives is starting to grow a little bit more. I think that there is a huge, there is also, like Peter Schechter was saying, there is a problem that is invisible for the moment in Mexico, and that's immigration. All the immigration that is not being able to go through to the United States is staying in Mexico, and that is changing and will change enormously our politics and our environment and social environment. You have people from Haiti, you have people from Venezuela, from Nicaragua, from Honduras, that rather than going through to the United States are staying in Mexico. And it is rumored, and with huge evidence, that our current party, Morena, is trying to give them rights and trying to give them citizenship to be able to have more votes and consolidate themselves in power. And then there is another thing which is interesting, that I think that it's virtually non-existent in the media. China and Russia are investing heavily in Mexico and sponsoring a lot of the party in power. They're giving funds to the party in power. And that is something that has been invisible for Washington, but I think that is something that should be of a huge concern for Washington. And I think that those are things that, in a way, the party has also, those are things that will be changing our politics. And for instance, when the invasion of Ukraine, the president never went out to criticize Russia as a country. Many legislators received a Russian committee in the Senate. And I think that is something that we were traditional allies. We have treaties together, and that is something that politics is shifting. And I think that Washington should pay a lot of attention on that. And my last point is that I think that companies are having, of course, Mexico with nearshoring has been very attractive for a long time, and nearshoring will certainly be a factor. The problem is that security has been degraded in these last times. The president changed. We had a federal force that was relatively effective, and now with the National Guard, it's been hugely ineffective, and companies routinely complain about security, routinely complain about the rule of law. And I think that Mexican government should think on those issues and act upon it, because nearshoring is not, as many people here in Mexico and many companies think, it's not a natural thing. The conditions have to be right to be able to foster and be able to exploit to its maximum potential nearshoring. So basically, those are some of the points that I wanted to put forward.
Thank you very much. Before I open the floor to questions, I will take my prerogative as moderator to ask the first question. The question that have it involves the globalization of Latin America. Since the declaration of the Monroe Doctrine in 1823, the United States has laid claim to Latin America as its exclusive territory. But as we've all seen in the latter part of the 20th century, in particular in the 21st century, other countries from around the world have been encroaching on the United States' claim to primacy in Latin America. As Malka pointed out, China and Russia are investing in Mexico. It's an experience that I've witnessed in the 25 years that I lived in Turkey. It wasn't until 2014 that the first organization in Turkey made a formal agreement with a country in Latin America. Ecuador organization, by the way, was our global organization. We were the first Turkish organization to sign a formal agreement with the country of Ecuador, even before they established diplomatic relations. Since 2014, we've seen a number of embassies, we've seen a number of consular offices opening throughout Latin America. We've seen honorary consuls open up in Turkey. There are other countries like Egypt, Saudi Arabia that are now moving into Latin America. Given the current turmoil that we see throughout Latin America, given the decades, if not centuries, of primacy of the United States, for other countries who aren't China, aren't Russia, if they want to improve business through relations with Latin America, what approach should they take?
Yeah. There. Yes. No. Understand how
It's a great question, and look, I think what's happening in Latin America in terms of the diffusion of diffusion of power, and the sort of ebbing of the U.S. primacy, and certainly the ebbing away of bipolarism, has allowed countries all over the world, South Asia or in Latin America, to become what some people lovingly call fence. So you don't have to commit to either side. I mean, China has become the largest trading partner of Latin America today. And so it used to be unequivocally the United States, and it has become the largest. China is now the largest trading partner. But that opens space, certainly, for many other actors. You mentioned a couple, certainly Gulf countries are interested. I mean, Latin America remains an enormously attractive, resource-rich place to do business, which is why China does so much business there. So I think there's lots of room to expand your interest in Latin America. But I would say one more thing: it's not only countries; it is non-state actors that are also growing in importance in Latin America. And after some considerable ebbing of organized crime, I mean, Latin America is right now going through a really deplorable rise, influencing every aspect of decision making. So what Malka was talking about in terms of security degradation in Mexico, which is a feeling also of voters not being able to go on the street, but it's also about certain decisions to bring the police and army back into the barracks and no longer attempt to quote unquote reduce violence by stopping the fight against organized criminal activity. That has been AMLO's patented way to move forward. He's now exported that intellectual property to Colombia. President Petro has also massively reduced the engagement against organized crime, and so you have this explosion of organized crime that is also another reason why you have this large shift in the political balance and what I call convulsion in Latin America. Let me just say one last thing. I mean, I don't want to forget this juxtaposition that I pointed to at the beginning when my comments, which is, you know, Latin America continues to be relatively a young population, a middle class population, incredibly resource rich, water rich in a world where water is disappearing, an agricultural juggernaut, a bubbling civil society. So, you know, there's also a reason why foreign direct investors decide that it's a good place to invest, notwithstanding the security problems, notwithstanding the political convulsions, notwithstanding the regulatory encroachment. So you do have this thing that you've always had in Latin America, which is there's a lot of steps going backwards, but there's some steps going forward as well.
Right. So aside from going native, going local, what can companies do?
Well, it's interesting because I was actually in the process of advising on secure communications for President Bolsonaro when the election went the opposite way. I was doing the same thing in Ukraine and Russia, actually changed the focus from intelligence and technology and communications over to bullets and 155 artillery rounds.
So we should just find out where you're going.
Yeah, don't go where I go. It don't follow me. There's going to be an earthquake or a civil war, and I did not do either. And when you talk about Monroe Doctrine, you're talking about the kind of general traditional U.S. big brother for the Americas. One of the most important things is from the military perspective, the defense collaboration, which was the UNITAS program, which is kind of all of our sailors, all the navies get together and they come out. Many of the other navies outside of Latin America have started to participate in that, which also recognizes the trade. The recent BRIC program, Brazil, Russia, India, China, that is a huge indicator of a much more global market. Brazil has been producing wheat, sugar, about everything beef you can imagine being exported into Africa, to China, to Dubai, to UAE, Saudi Arabia. Halal chicken has been produced and sent all through the Middle East and Africa to Muslim countries. Same thing with going into kosher for Israel and Jews all over, diaspora Jews all over Latin America, which there are many in Brazil specifically. The other one is trade. When you're looking at Brazil as a market, for example, because it is truly global, Brazil has trade agreements across Mercosul, which is your South American and Central American, but they also have trade agreements with Africa. Because of the Portuguese roots and the slave roots, Brazil is probably the most fully integrated, multiracial, from Latino to mulatto to everything else you could imagine. And many dialects are spoken, not just Portuguese, but multiple dialects of Portuguese and native dialects in the country. So you're looking at trade with Europe, which would actually be Portugal and Cape Verde, and with Africa, Cape Verde trade, and all those, that all exists. So if you're looking at working in Latin America and you're looking at working ethically and protecting yourself against significant economic shifts, it still comes down to go local and go native. Structure your partnerships. Public-private partnerships work. They are, well, there's excellent organizations, American Chamber of Commerce, or embassies, our commerce, their embassies here. All of the African embassies that I've worked with here and the Latin American embassies here are excellent. And so the security partnerships, probably our biggest problem is trafficking. And I've been doing that for 38 years. Counter human trafficking, counter drug trafficking, piracy. I worked with a program with the health ministry and First Lady Bolsonaro on Marajó, which has probably the largest undocumented, completely disenfranchised population in the world that are being harvested like cattle and sold off to body parts and child sex trade. And that's going right up the Amazon. So these are real things that are happening. That's come up into the US, which is one of the biggest consumers. Europe is one of the biggest consumers. And this is something that is now becoming more real, and people are realizing that ugly part of what's going on is inhibiting trade and getting in the way of real commercial relationships. And it's also inhibiting and affecting the political stability in the countries, because some political aspects are tied directly to that trade in illicit business.
Thank you very much. Malcolm, what do you think? Non-traditional partners for Latin American countries, what can they do to advocate for their positions, their businesses, their citizens? You lost it again.
Oh my God, there is a conspiracy going on here with the mics and with a. I would like to retake. I spoke about all the negatives of Mexico, but I think that there are many potentials. Of course, there is a problem with security. Of course, there are many issues that need to be corrected. But first of all, I have to say that the Mexican population is incredibly diverse. The population that you find in the north has nothing to do with the one in the south. Yet you have a huge pool of very creative players here in Mexico that many nations have found a very fertile ground to develop their products, to develop their services. They're very hardworking people and very joyful and very resilient in a way. When I was working for the Ministry of Finance in Mexico City, many companies used to come and I connected them with the UNAM, which is one of the most important universities in Mexico City. And it was an incredible experience because through the UNAM, they were able to develop their products and they tried their products in a very safe environment because it's so diverse. It's a city within the city. So you had unguided cars that were tried in Mexico. And you believe me, if you can pass all the hurdles of a car that is not driven by persons here in Mexico City, is that you are doing great because it's such a difficult environment. So, and I think that also Mexico is in a very, contrary to many other Latin American countries, Mexico has free trade agreements with Europe, with Asia. So it's a very fertile environment to be able to export your products. And as for the United States, we have been interacting with the US for so long that I think that Mexicans find it easier to interact and do business with the US because so much is oriented towards understanding the US. And now that the Chinese are coming because of the disengagement of the US with China, they're coming to Mexico and trying to use Mexico as a platform to be able to re-access the United States in a different way. So non-traditional players, you can also, it's been difficult to interact with them, but it has been also a learning experience, and that has strengthened Mexico as an incredible place to invest. And despite the problems, I think that many companies have thrived here. It might come as a surprise to you that in order to develop the brand of London with all the red telephone cabins and many of their marketing, they came to Mexico to be able to see and get creative ideas how to market the UK. And that has been done with many other brands because here we have really creative people. You just have to see the artisan and you have to see many other services. We come up in our day-to-day, we're so accustomed to have to solve unimaginable problems that we have become very creative as to how to sort out those hurdles. So I think that, yes, despite all the problems that we have and despite this streak of populism that has not been very friendly, it has evolved, but from the outset, it wasn't very friendly to the private sector. I think that in the practice, after the 6th year already of President AMLO, we have seen that it hasn't been that hostile. It has been hostile in word, but not so much in action. So I think that Mexico, maybe in Latin America, it isn't such a bad option for many. And I think that we can see that in many companies still settling in Mexico.
Thank you. Do we have time to open? We're in the time. Well, I would like to thank them. If there's a quick question from the audience? No, looks like everyone wants to put your hand.
In Latin America, you said like London law will be like classical London law in the next 5 years.
Classical.
Some regulation which will be more looks like European London law or like American London law. So register regulation, you know, the growing of associations.
Probably Brazil.
So
Brazil is far the most advanced in terms of regulating how to approach government. It also has one of the most advanced regulatory capacities, and it enforces that capacity. And I think Brazil is eons ahead of it anywhere else in the region at sort of having created a sort of guidelines for how to approach government, whether regulatory or Congress or the executive, without a doubt.
Absolutely. Brazil definitely for exactly those reasons. Many of the ordinances and laws actually were taken straight out of the US and European. So there are many of those there. I actually wrote the zoning ordinances for their telecommunication tower siting and radio siting. And it was very, very easy to work with local governments in the state of Rio and Sao Paulo. And many times I've been up in Brasilia. Keep an eye out for Paraguay. Pena, as I was down there for the inauguration and oversight on secure communications for them. There is a lot going on there and some excellent intent, very we'll call big plans for that market. And it's a good place to invest civilization wise. The ports that they have in the Rio, in the river between Brazil and Uruguay are excellent. And there's plenty of natural resources and opportunity. They have some border issues that they need to work on, and they're doing the counter-corruption now.
Well,
Yeah, I think that Brazil, we have a lot of experiences to learn from Brazil. They have been very advanced and they've learned very well how to not only set their regulations in terms of being attractive for Europe and for the US. I think that we have a lot to learn. I think that in terms of legislation, we have very advanced legislation. The application of that legislation is where we have some trouble with it. It's not so much if a UFO would come to Mexico and see our legislation, you would find that it's incredibly advanced. But the problem is how the things are applied and how, the respect for laws and for processes, and there is a lot of bureaucracy. A lot to be done. I think that we've been advancing, and the NAFTA agreement, the UMSCA agreement has been pivotal in shaping a lot of our policies in terms of commerce, but there is certainly much to be done.
Thank you. Thank you to the panelists for your contributions, your thoughts, your comments. Thank you to the audience for your attention. And I guess we'll sign off for this panel and give the floor to the next one. All right.
Muito
Thank you, Malca.
It's a pleasure to see you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Yeah, so now we have like technical coffee break for 10 minutes. It will be modern coffee to your city. And maybe snack to be right? Because the lunch we have a lot of panels. So the next panel, it will be panel about, So the next panel is panel about lobbying and advocacy in Canada. Miriam, do you want to have some coffee or we will start for this?
We've got the panelists online. Are they all able to log in? There's 3 of them. So yeah.
So in this panel we have Miriam Razi, Mr. Chan, Mr. Ponel, McDonald, and Marquis.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got Joe, Pascal, and
yes.
Maybe we give them like a little bit of content.
Start in 5 minutes because all people want to grab coffee. So if you also want to grab coffee in your places, it will be fine. Then I will represent Ms. Miriam, and then she will represent all your experience. Okay? So let's take a 5 minutes break and we'll move in forward with Canada. Thank you.
Yeah. You use.
Good so far.
Yeah, it's great. Remember.
I think this Bono like this.
Bono.
Bono.
So I
like the singer.
Bono. Pretty French. Where's the wireless?
It was here. Was here. Where is?
Okay, someone.
One lady take it to change maybe.
Then
Batteries.
What's that here?
yeah. You can drive.
Only got so.
I think it's yeah.
Just wait for these.
Yeah, I'll just do like a. Yeah,
I'll just go through it, and then the others, you'll introduce them or they'll.
no, I'll introduce them. They're online, right? So I'll just, because you're here and I'll just get you to. So I'll just say like, my. When all the way to Montreal. So you can talk a little bit, like maybe don't keep it too long, just we'll just do like quick introductions and catch questions. I wanted to go meet that guy,
Wish we had that.
I know.
He is not.
It's not the best. I don't wait for this mic is yours and we need one. I need like a free hand because I'm writing and. I think our panel is like they talked a lot about recontention. Europe, even like that thing, the US, yeah. So it's or is it more focused on? Because I don't know why the expectation was they focus on lobbying rules and also that they will keep the audience, which I think they are. Firms, so how do we help them navigate, system for their clients, right? Yeah, you have a lot. Yeah,
Got a lot.
yeah, but that's okay. Don't worry about the time constraints. But I think I don't get.
No, but just present why we back in Ontario or.
Yeah.
Culture, a bit of the financing and bidding and of the sectors, business opportunities.
Yeah, exactly.
And why.
Yeah, why it plays such a critical.
Why it's important.
Yeah.
University, in Canada, defective GRs.
Yeah.
You need something specific.
Yeah.
Training of governmental language
and also just like highlighting some of the key sectors in Quebec or sectors. They play a big role in the annual GDP, like drive the GDP of the community. Why it's important, right?
Yeah, I mentioned that, like, it's just the big, like the, I don't expect it, basically they want to double the power production.
Events. Yeah. Okay, that's huge.
Huge.
Yeah.
You're moderating.
Yeah.
Any other questions besides the.
If something comes up, but it wouldn't be anything.
How's Uber so far? In Washington.
I'm going to respect the fact that you've had an uncharacteristically negative experience as you landed here.
It's been good. Because after the first time I went to Poland, basically all my credit cards got.
Oh God.
Because I don't use it's all 8%. Things like that.
You have a different system, yeah.
Now it's like when you're in Europe, you have to insert your card and your.
Yeah, you gotta actually insert
it and
there's no
with
taxes.
the PIN
Yeah.
and stuff like they have the visa and things like that.
Yeah.
So by day 2 I had like 3 strikes.
You're like, you're done. When can I get on the next plane back home?
Yeah, I was like calling my bank to find a solution and just like.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I had a.
Joy of travel.
I think so there's a way that you can secure your card either on your phone. There's like backups. Yeah, so people can lose their physical cards all the time, right? A bunch of my friends do a lot. They do that. It could happen. Pickpockets on the phone. You can pick your pocket so you can lose your cards. So for next one.
Yeah, I've been lucky in that regard.
Just move this way so I'm facing you. There's going to be more of a conversation, like you're conversing, and then there's the audience. I think the people in the joining us probably upset. You take a break, back. There's especially with remarked guys, yeah.
Solange.
Yeah, Solange is, she's the, she runs a. In Canada. She's got like an alternative perspective. Yeah.
That's interesting.
It's funny because the focus was Canada, but kind of like, yeah, I can't talk about Canada and the US without speaking a little bit about Mexico, even if Mexico was covered under Latin America. So it's very much part of the North American fabric as well, right?
Yeah. Got the US. USMC.
USMCA.
MCA.
I just wish you could stick.
Yeah.
How many conservatives we have here? They want to call USCMCA. USMCA. Yeah. Was Canada called CUSMCA? Canada wants from Canada first. Canada.
United States.
CUS. I just feel like we haven't really had the chance to absorb. Okay, I think it's time. And wireless. Yeah, now Bill. So PolitA team help us with second mic, and I will represent the moderator of this panel about Canada, which like I think second year we pay more attention to Canada and Canadian practice. So it's Miriam Reddy. She's a principal partner of Homeward Public Affairs, a strategic communication and government relations firm, which focused on international trade and making Canada an exceptional place to live and to do business, which it's not far from here, only 1 hour by plane, right? Little advertising. Miriam has big experience in leading public policy, strategic communications, advocacy design for various national and multinational organizations across Canada. She an expert in building coalition in strategic partnership, providing strategic counsel for industrial leaders, associations, non-profits, and who looking for private enterprises in Canadian markets. So if you're international guest, it can be interesting for you. Miriam is a former civil servant with strong track records, building effective relationship with decision-making across party lines in Canada. And her result-driven approach has earned her reputation in Canada and worldwide and in our community. So I will give this floor to Miriam to represent our dear speakers. And we have a lot of speakers online today, so please represent their interest and bias to us. Please, Miriam.
Thank you, Kateryna. That was a very gracious and generous introduction. Welcome, everyone, to panel number 4. Today, we will be talking to you a little bit more about the government relations and advocacy experience across the border, with the focus on Canada and a little bit on Mexico. Canada, as Kateryna just mentioned, is not too far away. It took me 90 minutes to get here from Toronto. And my colleague here today, Sébastien Bonneau, has traveled all the way from Montreal to come speak with you guys about his experience and share some of the case studies. I just want to quickly start off with introducing 4 very distinguished guests who are joining us online as well. And if you've got, do we have everyone online? Joe, Pascal, and Solange? Confirm. Yeah. Can you just confirming that folks online can hear us?
Yeah, we can hear.
Yep, we can hear fine.
Okay, wonderful. So I am just going to quickly start off by giving maybe 5 minutes to my colleague Sébastien here to talk a little bit about himself, and then we will move into introductions for people who are joining us online. So Seb, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It actually took me just under 2 hours to get here, and it's a much warmer than in Montreal currently. So I'm very happy to be in Washington and participate in this very interesting panel and session.
I'm running my government relation firm for the past 10 years called Perspective Government Strategies, based out of Montreal. I have about 20 years of experience working at the I have about 20 years of experience working at the federal, provincial, and municipal level in Quebec and Canada. Worked for former prime ministers, worked for opposition leaders, ministers, and a variety of elected officials. And my practice focuses on Quebec with some federal mandates here and there. In the transportation sector, automobile, we talked about cars, we've talked about tobacco, railways, some NGOs, more social causes, as well as cultural sector. As you may see by my accent, Quebec is predominantly French, so the cultural sector is heavily supported by the government.
Great, thank you, Seb. And of course, Seb and his company represents some very critical sectors that are prominent in Quebec, and they make up a huge part of Canadian GDP. So the influence of Quebec as a province is a very strong one when it comes to the Canadian lobbying landscape. Just quick introductions online. I will start off with Pascal Chan. So Pascal joins us. He's joining us from Toronto online. He is the Senior Director of Transportation, Infrastructure and Construction at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. Pascal will speak with us about what the CCC, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, does, and all the efforts that it's making to make Canada a great place to do business, and also some of his excellent work that he's done in the housing, energy, and life sciences space. And also his government relations portfolio. We also have joining us today Solange Marquez. She is the founder of Framer Consulting and Perspective Mandela's consulting firm. Solange's got a very interesting background because she does government relations across the border in Mexico and Canada. So lots of great insight. Solange, we just had a panel full of experts in Latin America, and lots of great learnings from Mexico that came out of that panel, and I'm sure you will have a lot more to add to that. And last but not the least, Joe McDonald. He's a professor and a program coordinator of government relations certificate program at Seneca Polytech University College in Toronto. He also represents Sussex Strategy Group, which is a prominent public affairs consulting shop that operates nationally in Canada. Joe's got over 40 years of experience, both as an academic and a government relations practitioner in politics and public affairs. He's also done a lot of political work with various cabinet ministers, providing all sorts of strategic counsel, communications, and public affairs advice. So we will be talking to Joe more closely about what he's learned in 40 years of his experience. Joe has also been a great mentor of mine. I hire his students all the time, every opportunity I get. And he'll be a great resource when we chat a little bit more and dive into the questions. Keeping pace with time, we're just going to quickly start off now. My first question is addressed to Pascal. Pascal, why don't you start off a little bit chatting with our American friends and obviously folks online about the role of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce and everything that it does to make Canada an economically attractive place to do business and to attract business. And also perhaps you could share with us some interesting facts and figures when it comes to some special economic relationships that we enjoy with our partners in the US, in the EU, of course, Asia, and in Latin America.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me, Miriam, and thanks to everyone for participating today. I really wish I could have been there in person with Seb as well, but things didn't work out this year. As a result, I'm actually in Ottawa today. So that's Canada's nation's capital, and I'll start by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you from the traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce recognizes and appreciates their historic connections to this place, and we also value the contributions that Inuit, Métis, and other Indigenous peoples have made, both in shaping and strengthening this community, province, and country. So as far as your question, since I'm not there, I actually brought some visuals, so I'm just going to share my screen. Oh, apparently I can't share my screen. I don't know if Valentina can switch that real quick. If not, I guess we'll do without. Yeah, okay. In the interest of not holding everything up, I guess I'll just kind of go without it. So to your question, and I don't think this is said enough, domestically especially, but it's important to note that trade accounts for more than 2/3 of Canada's GDP. According to the World Bank, we make up 0.5% of the world's population, but we account for about 2.2% of global trade. So that really underlines the importance of our trade relationships with the countries you mentioned, whether that's the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, or CPTPP. And again, you were, I think, chatting a bit off screen before, but the USMCA, so United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, referred to as USMACA very awkwardly, or CUSMA here in Canada. So the last one is obviously probably the most significant, given the US is by far Canada's largest trading partner with over $960 billion in total trade, accounting to, that's about 2/3 of our worldwide trade. So anyways, I'll get into that a bit. As for the Canadian Chamber's role in all of this, there are a few things. First, we're Canada's largest and most activated business network. You might be familiar with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, but in Canada, we represent 400 chambers of commerce and boards of trade, 100 associations, and more than 200,000 businesses of all sizes from all sectors of the economy and from every part of the country. So along with that vast representation comes an unusual power to convene, and that goes across multiple industries. So we have councils and committees covering everything from agriculture to AI, from housing to critical minerals, and that really gives us a unique voice to speak, not on behalf of one member, but in the interest of business and the Canadian economy more broadly. Our mission is to drive change and then to partner broadly and be that undisputed champion and catalyst for the future of business success, which is a slogan you see kind of in all of our materials. But our vision is a Canada of thriving business opportunity, strong economy, and a better life for all. So that unique perspective is pretty beneficial, and it's actually pretty timely as the leader of the opposition, who is ahead in the polls by a considerable margin. She just got a ton of media coverage over the weekend for saying that under their government, corporate lobbyists are going to have to prove that what they advocate for is good for the Canadian people and not just their clients. Tactically, the Canadian Chamber is pretty well equipped for that. One of the recourses is to raise public awareness about the consequences various legislative or regulatory changes can have on the economy and what that translates to for Canadian families. And I'll just try the visual. Oh, there we go. I can share my screen. So I'll just kind of skip ahead to that really quickly because I think it is sort of useful. And so right there, I'll go from the beginning and just kind of skip past all the items that were kind of chattered about before. But sorry, I'm going over to some of the I mentioned, the Canadian Chamber's role. Yeah, so again, on screen, you see kind of various clips of me talking about different labor disruptions that took place over the second half of 2023. And you also see a couple of op-eds that I've written to kick off 2024 on housing, pharma, which again are vastly different things, but they are critically important to different parts of our membership. And all this to say, you know, have that value of having your issues covered in tier one media and the ability to connect with the people who don't follow things as closely as those who work in our political bubble, it really shouldn't be understated. From an international perspective, again, our CEO, Perrin Beatty, he wrote to the Prime Minister before the holidays to raise concerns about Canada's strategic engagement in the world. And this got a significant amount of coverage, but the key points were unleashing our trade potential, meeting our international obligations, and again, focusing on our relationship, especially with the United States. So last year, we attended the B20 summit in New Delhi, as well as the Team Canada trade mission to Japan. That's where Perrin, in this letter, kind of relayed what he was hearing in those meetings. And so he told the Prime Minister that his observations are that our country is increasingly being viewed as a well-meaning but unserious player on the international stage. I mean, my second week on the job, the Canadian Chamber, there was this huge strike at the West Coast ports. That's where some of the media clippings came from. And they handle about 25% of the goods that flow in and out of the country. So there was another one a few weeks later, and Seb will know this quite well, but the St. Lawrence Seaway, that was another repeated, very, very intensive disruption. So these repeated strikes are really damaging our reputation as a reliable trading partner. And we should be establishing ourselves as a country that the world can increasingly depend on for food and energy security. So again, that last note for the US, because this is an event happening in Washington after all, but it's the importance of that relationship for Canada. And with USMCA coming up for renewal in 2026 and an election coming up soon that'll certainly have some campaign elements that deal with protectionism, it would be a really critical mistake to wait until 2025 to do the work that's going to ensure the agreement is preserved. And so on our side, the Canadian Chamber is leading 4 business missions to the US this year, focused on key areas of the Canadian economy where there are significant opportunities for growth and synergy with the US economy. And that's life sciences, Canada-US trade more broadly, artificial intelligence, and critical minerals. Anyways, I'll leave you with that. Hopefully, Miriam is satisfied with that long-winded answer. And thanks to all of you participating today. I look forward to hearing from the rest of the panelists.
Thank you so much, Pascal. I just have a very quick question, just a follow-up question. I mean, that was an incredible slide deck that you shared. I'm sure the visuals were helpful for folks in the audience and folks online. We're in Washington today, so you just mentioned that we've got a very interesting geopolitical environment with obviously the elections coming up and a big focus on NAFTA, I guess now currently as USCMA. What are you hearing from a lot of the Canadian companies on the ground, like the business community really? What level of nervousness or anxiety exists in the sector about the potential outcomes of American elections in November, and obviously the potential of a very likely Trump presidency? If you can quickly comment on that.
Yeah, strangely, it's kind of, we were potentially going back to somewhere we already were because he was the president before. And so we kind of have some idea what to expect, but again, the ongoing comments do create additional uncertainty. And I think it's also the other idea as well that when I say there's going to be elements of protectionism, that's from both sides of the aisle, right? Like that's not specifically a Trump thing. And I think in Canada as well, we're not looking at the end of the year, but certainly by the end of next year, we're looking at a very different political reality. So I think that the way that Perrin was recommending to the government that they prepare for this and they start to negotiate that agreement before it comes to term. Actually, shortly after we released that letter, Ministers Champagne and Ng actually came into the chamber offices for kind of their launch of their Team Canada mission to meet with a lot of the Canadian CEOs and to start working on that. But yeah, again, obviously there is some anxiety there, and it's very important that we kind of lay that foundation and start preparing for what the future holds, both domestically and with our largest trading partner in the US. I think that famous line is, it's kind of like being north of the US is like sleeping next to an elephant, and that's certainly true because everything that happens there is going to have huge repercussions north of the border.
Yeah, no, very much so. I mean, especially given that, what's the number, Pascal, like 78% of all of our exports?
63% of all of our worldwide trade is with the US, yeah.
With the US, so the single most largest trading partner in the world, and with a lot of consequences to the outcomes of the election in November that we would be facing, of course. Thank you for that. Now we're going to move to Mexico and Canada really quickly. My question now is to Solange. Solange, again, thank you so much for joining us. I don't know, are you in Mexico or in Toronto right now?
In Toronto now.
You're in Toronto. Okay, great. You've got amazing experience on both sides of the border, both in Mexico and Canada, especially in government relations, because you operate out of both jurisdictions. So I'm just wondering for our audience here today, if you can talk to me a little bit about, what are some key considerations that companies or businesses who are looking to enter the Mexican market, whether it's a
it's a Canadian company or an American company, that they need to keep in mind navigating the lobbying landscape. And also if you can comment briefly about what your experience has been like lobbying in Canada versus in Mexico for the audience, just in a couple of lines here.
Thank you so much, Mariam. Yeah. Well, entering the Mexican market is not completely different in general to enter to the US and Canadian markets. I was listening to Malka in the previous panel, and yeah, she was talking about the current security situation that we are living in Mexico, and also the political context that we are living now. So there are some important keys that I think is companies need to keep in mind when they are considering to enter in Mexico. The first one is that Mexico is one of the countries that has more signed free trade agreements. We have 14 free trade agreements with 50 countries in the world. And also we are now the third most innovative country in all Latin America. So even though the current populist government that we are under, there are some important changes that they haven't been able to do. The political landscape now that companies need to keep in mind is that we are living in an electoral year. 2024, we will see a presidential election. There will be more than 20,000 positions that we will have to vote. So it is the biggest election in Mexican history. We will see for the next government, we will see a Mexican female president. So it will change a lot how things will work in Mexico. After the current López Obrador presidency, the public policy related to crucial issues, especially some of them related to the USMCA, will be affected for sure. Some sectors that he has been working on, especially energy, renewable energy, agriculture, automotive sectors, all these public policies that he has been trying to push will change with the next government. But it is important to say that even though in energy, for example, or also in agriculture, companies have been suffering, international companies, Canadian companies have been suffering from those policies. The Supreme Court has been a very important stop for what the Mexican president has been trying to do. So there are still some balances in the power. There are some news talking about the Mexican landscape being entering to an authoritarian regime, but I am not quite sure that that is true. Even though the Mexican president has been trying to push for that, we are still living on a rule of law. We are, because of the Supreme Court and the judicial power, the legislative power is not under control of the Mexican president. So there are for lobbyists and people and companies that want to start investments in Mexico, it is very open. I had been working with pharma sector, with tech sector, and multinational companies that have been received by officials from the current government, federal and local. So for them, what I have to say is that the key is to have arguments and data, because even though there are some people in the current government that prefer ideology, there are still a lot of people, not in the top positions, but under positions, that are taking the decisions. They are the decision makers, and they are open to listen what we have to do. We have to say, and companies, international companies have to say. So another thing is to have a very good mapping on stakeholders. You need to include federal, local government officials, business leaders, Canadian, Mexican chambers are playing a crucial role in the lobbying work, and also community works and groups and NGOs. So this strategic approach, mapping key actors, is very, very important for the companies. And finally, I don't want to take a lot of time. I think something that it's important to have is that direct communication. Mexican business is a little bit different, and I want to start entering to your second question. Are different because we use email, but not that much. We prefer direct communication, direct as WhatsApp or direct telephone calls. Some companies that I have been working, Canadian companies here that have businesses in Mexico, sometimes are surprised that their partners in Mexico approach them directly by WhatsApp. And here in Canada, people doesn't use WhatsApp very much. They use SMS, and we don't use SMS. So this is this might sound a bit silly, but it is a way that the communication is much more fluent with Mexico and with Mexican partners. And finally, another thing that is important to understand is that our political structure is completely different. Also, our legal structure is different. Canada is common law, we are under civil law. Even though Mexico is a federal structure country, it is different, completely different than the Canada's federal structure. The division of powers here between federal, provincial, and territorial governments requires here in Canada a multi-layer governmental relations strategy. In contrast, in Mexico, we need, it is federal, but most of the important or most of the key decisions are taken by the central government. And the federal government plays a very dominant role in regulation and the policy making. So those are some keys that I want to say, and changes and differences between Canada and Mexico. It is important to keep in mind that even though the current situation is not the best, Mexico is still a very important economy, is the second largest economy in Latin America, and that the institutions are still working. It might seem sometimes by the news that things are in chaos, but we are not. In Mexico, we are not. We are under a very important federal, local, and municipal election process, and under the autonomous agency that is responsible to organize the election. So it is still to see who is going to win. It is not something that it is decided by the federal government. It's not. The vote is very important. So just to say that, yeah, there are some factors that are not in the best moment, I should say, but things will change, and I hope for the better in the next election in June.
Yeah, no, that's you raised some very critical points, Solange. I have a question, and I'm gonna piggyback back for some of the conversation that we've had in the past on the Latin American panel where this came up. Obviously, Canada, Mexico, and the US were critical allies. We've got the largest, trade region in the world, representing the largest trade region in the world. There's a lot of movement of goods back and forth, goods and services both. What advice have you been giving to clients or to just folks on the ground in Canada that could be beneficial for our partners here and globally when it comes to the changing geosecurity landscape in Mexico? We've heard that there's a lot of investments now coming from Russia and China, and that's changed the landscape a little bit. Obviously, there's an impact on trade. So what can be done? How do we prepare for that sort of situation escalating? Because that is something that's come up in our conversations as well when we talked about the very integrated nature of
the automobile industry, for example, and how that's impacting trade between Mexico and Canada. So I'm just wondering if you can comment very briefly on what advice you've been giving, and yeah, what should we do to navigate that changing landscape?
Yeah, first of all, the first thing that I said is in the case, for example, in the automotive sector, there is rumor. There are rumors about the Chinese companies trying to take advantage of the USMCA to enter to the American market, and that way to avoid all the regulations for them using Mexico. However, the data doesn't support entirely that rumor. There is, of course, there are some investments from Chinese companies in Mexico, especially in some parts of the north, but it is less than 0.1% of the entire investments in Mexico that are entering to the American market. So it is important to keep that in mind. There is one new factory that was built with Chinese investment in Mexico, but the entire products of that factory are meant to go to Latin American market, not to the American market. So there are some things that sound not positive, of course, but we need to keep in mind that, as I said before, the USMCA is still a way to maintain our populist government like the one that we have in Mexico on their limits, and trying not to continue. They are pushing for some things that might not be in agreement with the USMCA, but they have been able to do what they want in many other sectors. In this case, agricultural sector, for example, we are in a panel for energy, and as I said, the automotive they might want, but as for the moment, the data said that there are not really a risk for the Chinese investments in automotive sector to enter to the American market.
Thank you, Solange. That's an important point of clarification here for everyone. So thank you. Shifting gears now, being mindful of time. We're going to have Joe. I'm just going to turn to you now. If you can talk to us a little bit about the government relations and lobbying landscape in Canada. You and I talk about this all the time. There's often this assumption, within the international community, often that the lobbying landscape in Canada is more or less the same as what you would get in the UK, given our commonalities that we share with the United Kingdom as a former colony. But we know that's not the case. In fact, Canada's got some very rigorous lobbying laws in place. So I'm just wondering if you can comment for everyone in the room here and folks online a little bit about what the landscape looks like, Joe, and what are some key differences that folks need to be mindful of when looking to enter the Canadian market, or when sort of learning more about lobbying in Canada.
Thanks, Miriam, and hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. And it's also a lot of fun to be talking about practice rather than politics and policy. I think my experience has been in the UK and in the United States that there's simply an assumption that lobbying in Canada is kind of like wherever you start out. So if you're starting out from the UK, it's just like the UK, only different. If you're starting out from Washington or any other of the states, it's exactly like it is in the US, exactly like it is in the US. But it's not, in part because the Canadian political culture is much, much different. And the way the government is structured, and Solange spoke about the division of powers in the Constitution, plays a different role here. So like the United States, we have a federal system, The provinces are very strong, and they are in fact sovereign within their jurisdictions, as is the federal government, except for all those areas where they're not. And Sylvain can speak to them. There are places where things get fuzzy, but they don't get fuzzy around lobby registration. The federal government, the Canadian government, in fact, I think it was, in 2000, there were really only 5 national jurisdictions that had lobby registration and disclosure requirements. There was the US, Canada, Germany, the European Parliament, and one that's odd, it'll come to me, Georgia. Who knew? And so Canada has been doing lobby registration. It's modified it 3 times for a very, very long time. And I think last year, there were about 8,500 individual lobbyists who had registered at least once, about 3,500 organizations and corporations who had registered at least once. And I guess if I was going to give anybody some advice, it would be, first off, if you're coming to Canada and you want to lobby the federal government, read the Act. Consultant lobbyists need to register. In-house lobbyists need to register. The registration is done in the name of the senior officer of the organization, and it has to include all others who may lobby for that organization. And at the federal level, communications, meetings with whom, why, about what are tracked on a monthly basis. You also need to understand that every province has got some form of registration required to lobby. And just about every large municipality, Toronto, Edmonton, Vancouver, Montreal, they too require registration. So for instance, in Toronto, you have to let the lobby registrar know that you are going to meet with me before you actually do. Is it going to be telephone, email, in-person meeting? You need to do these kinds of things. So you're registered and you want to play the game, and that's wonderful. There are some key distinctions, and I can think of 2 right off the top of my head. The first is that in Canada, there is a convention, a custom, and understanding about responsible government. And that means that the legislature, the governing party, is responsible to the legislature, not to the voter. When the legislature, when the Parliament of Canada says, nah, we don't have any confidence in you, boom, that's it, government's dissolved. The other thing is how important party discipline is. In the UK, parties matter, but party discipline, I think the panelists here would agree that if I stood up as a member of the governing party and tore a strip off a minister or the prime minister, that would be my last time ever doing so. I would be gone. In the UK, I can do that. In fact, in the UK, I'm expected to do that. But party discipline is so strong in Canada that, so I'm not going to vary from the party's policy position. I'm not going to attack my minister. I'm not going to attack my prime minister. When you're lobbying, it changes the focus. Who are you engaging? You are not engaging primarily and exclusively individual members. We're not engaging committees because committees don't quite have the power and purpose in the Canadian system that they have in the US system. They're important, but they are not essential. And the Election Finances Act in Canada has taken big money out of the game. Corporations and unions cannot make a contribution to political campaigns, political parties, or candidates. And as an individual, this year, I can donate in total $1,750. That doesn't buy a lot of rent, does it? There are no such things as PACs in Canada. There are organizations that will come together and go after a party during the election, but they cannot raise money and distribute that money to political parties or individual candidates. So, and that pretty well is the same from province to province, municipality to municipality. Other than that, understanding what your position is, your solution, having a focused message, an appropriate frame, and a clear understanding of who the decision makers that matter to you are, should do you well. And if you don't know, if you're unsure, there are all sorts of organizations, companies, consultancies like the one I act as senior counsel for, who would be more than happy to take you through the process. And if you're interested, you could buy their services.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks for the plug. I have a very quick follow-up question, Joe, and I think it's a timely one. You mentioned obviously the great differences that we share, that the lobbyist registrations, how they differ from various jurisdictions to jurisdiction. We're obviously very different than what our American counterparts have to go through when it comes to registration for their lobbying purposes. But one of the things that we've been suffering from, and we're looking to our American counterparts for advice on, is a framework for Foreign Actors Registrations Act. And that's usually the reason why it's so important right now is because of the level of election interference that we have sort of noticed from China specifically. So I'm just wondering if you can very briefly comment on why that is happening and why it's important for us to almost borrow a rubric from Americans on FARA that we're looking to implement now, because that's a big thing in the lobbying world to sort of.
Well, Miriam, I'm not 100% convinced it's a big thing in the lobbying world. It's a big thing outside the lobbying world. Foreign interference in elections, foreign interference in campaigning, those kinds of things are significant and important security issues, regardless if it's part of the Lobbying Act. Does it make sense to have a registry like that? Yes, it does in fact make sense to have a registry like that. Does it make any difference where that registry, the template that's borrowed, used, cobbled together with others? Makes no difference whatsoever. It's the end goal that matters more than anything. I do not understand the difficulty that the current government enjoys in dealing with things like election interference and a registry of this nature. It seems to me, but look at my hair color, I'm not very smart. It seems to me that this is, in fact, a no-brainer. But for some political reasons and for reasons I'm sure that we will never actually understand, this government seems to not be so eager to move forward as quickly as many people in the lobbying business, for instance, would like to see.
Great. Thank you for that. Shifting gears again, really quickly. Seb, I'm just going to go to you. We just heard Joe speak about the jurisdictional differences when it comes to lobbying in the various provinces in Canada. And of course, you're from Quebec, which is, again, a very important province. It contributes tremendously to the GDP of the country. And, it's got lots of emerging sectors that have become very, very important over the years. So I'm just wondering if you can comment a little bit about how lobbying differs in Quebec versus the rest of Canada. And maybe highlight, a little bit about the language and economic differences that are very prominent and pronounced in Quebec that make Quebec such a special province, and of course forces everyone in Canada to engage in a very special relationship with a francophone.
Thank you, Miriam. As Joe mentioned, lobbying in Canada is not like lobbying in the US or UK, if that was a perception before. And for any companies or business or any interest, foreign interest in Canada, there's a higher risk if you're entering the Canadian market without considering the Quebec market, the Quebec government, because of the issues that Joe mentioned in regards of the separation of powers between provinces, and Quebec is the only French-speaking jurisdiction in North America with an official language being French. The language of business is French. So right off the top, any foreign companies entering the Canadian market, that presents some challenges in terms of communication, in terms of engaging with with government and also with the civil law tradition. And why is Quebec important? Well, it's the second largest province in Canada, as we mentioned, with about 9 million population and a GDP. About 50% of Quebec's GDP comes from Montreal, and Quebec's GDP is about $300 billion US. And a figure that might shock some of our Americans audience today, online and in person, is that the government spending is about 25% of the economy. So often Quebec, while having a diverse economy, is more aligned with European traditions in terms of the role and the importance of the role of government and social service, social safety nets, climate change. So when going back to the presentation that we had this morning, there was the first question that was asked was so the question is lobbying buying off government officials. I think we've proven Joe proven that the answer in Canada is no. There's very limited opportunities to influence parties' policies because of the financing restrictions on companies and unions. In Quebec, they take it a step higher, where the maximum they have their own lobbying law, of course, and the maximum that is permitted by an individual is $100 Canadian, so about $70 US. And so elections and parties are mostly funded by the state, which changes the focus of the interests and of parties. One difference that Joe might not have discussed between the Quebec government and federal lobbying in Ottawa is that you're considered a public office holder. All government officials, regardless of their level, whereas in Ottawa, it's mostly senior officials that you have to register your meetings. Unlike the federal registration, you just have to enter register your mandate. Generally speaking, what your objectives of the client is, or as a company. And whereas in Ottawa, you have to register the meeting, who you met. In Quebec, you just have to stick to a general mandate and the institutions, the departments, ministries that you're planning on meeting. And of course, the registration process is in French only, and online and stuff like that. Joe touched a bit on that, the influence of backbench MPs in Canada with the party disciplines. It's the same in Quebec. There's 125 members of the National Assembly, just like our French heritage in Quebec. In France, we call it not a House of Commons, but a National Assembly. There's 125 members, 50%, about just under 50%. Are women, showing how progressive Quebec is compared to other jurisdiction. And the power really resides in the ministers and cabinet members, which are about 20 individuals, 25 individuals who manage the various departments. So the senior officials and the minister's office, the political staff, is where you really get some traction, whether it's meetings, in-person meetings, online. We talk about Zoom and Teams meetings, very much happening in Quebec also, which might facilitate things for foreign companies who have interest in Quebec and Canada. But where backbench MPs may become useful, considering that private members' bill or opposition bills, unlikely, you wouldn't have an opposition member being able to present a bill that has an actual chance of being passed by the House of Commons or by a provincial legislatures. But backbench MPs are more accessible than ministers, sometimes more accessible than political staff, and they do have power of influencing and direct communication lines with the members of the cabinet, which I find very useful in my engagement. There's also most provincial legislature don't have a Senate or a second house, a house of second somber thoughts, I think we call it, in Quebec, like in most jurisdiction. And to Joe's point, municipalities, cities also are governed by the same provincial ethics and lobbying transparency laws. So everything must be registered within a 30-60 day time frame of the start of the engagement. Quebec, in terms of the economy and the key sectors, they have a very aggressive greening of the economy objective, where they want to be a net zero economy by 2050, 37.5% greenhouse gas emission reductions by 2030, and they already have the greenest form of energy with hydroelectrics capacity, and they have a carbon market with California. They're always encouraging New York State and other states and jurisdictions in the US to join in, as well as in Canada, and they want to become a leader in terms of energy generations for their internal needs and the needs of New York. They signed a major power sharing agreement with New York, and they plan on doubling the power generation capacity to 200 terawatts by 2050, which is about which will require about 150 billion Canadians, US Canadian, pretty much the same in investments over the next 20-25 years. The objective is, by greening the economy, companies will be forced or will be encouraged to in order to remain in the production, the logistical and production process of goods, to have a clean energy source, which will make Quebec a very viable and interesting market. So they're developing for the automobile sector, they're developing the battery sector, where they want to be a leader in North America to supply the American and Canadian-based manufacturers in EV batteries, electric vehicle batteries, over the next 20 years or so, and as well as from mining to recycling of those batteries, and offering a secure and politically stable environment to invest and to secure those critical and strategic minerals that we talked about. They're also trying to become the leader in terms of green steel production, aluminum production, and the aerospace sector is still a very active and important component of the Quebec economy, with Montreal being one of maybe three places in the world, I think, with Bordeaux and Seattle, able to manufacture a plane from A to Z.
Right.
And AI, I would finish by artificial intelligence is also a key component for the future, with a hub of highly internationally recognized researchers, and a hub of NGOs, universities. There's a couple of English universities in Montreal, for you to note, and startups in that sector that will hopefully bear its fruits in the next years.
Thank you, Seb. Very, very insightful overview of the Quebec economy and the critical sectors that are important and emerging, especially as far as trade's concerned. We're almost at time, but I'd like to just open the floor really quickly for any questions that we may have from the audience. For anyone online, I don't know, Valentina or who's monitoring that, but we don't have, do we have any questions?
As usual, question.
Kateryna has a special question.
What about foreign agents regulation? So is
Yeah.
it so like tough process as for United States, or so do you have like para register something like that, or like the same stuff?
Yeah, so we just had a brief discussion about this earlier. I think you were you weren't part of the discussion, but that is something that's being considered by the Parliament. It's being debated. And Joe obviously spoke briefly about that. Joe, do you want to comment? Do you want to add anything to that discussion that we just had earlier?
Is it so big? I mean, so if it's discussion, is it so big influence of, I don't know, like Russians or Chinese or other like global forces which try to do their lobbying? In the United States, it's understandable.
Yeah, no, I think so. Canada is currently exploring that, and it's come out of the direct Russian and Chinese influence in our election. I wouldn't, Joe, you know, you would have a little bit more to say on this, but definitely the Chinese influence is something that we've been trying to minimize. It's a huge security challenge for us. And, you know, the legislation that's being explored is coming out of that.
I Sloveniji imamo jednu su nam fabriku obuće uzeli i znam da su Slovenci.
Evo je traje. To je konferencija koja već traje. Ovo je Marija Mrazi, ona je iz Kanade, jako dobra lobista. I sad ima i vodi panel. Ja bi tamo bio, ali ide online komunikacija.
Samo to već.
Evo, cijeli godina pištamo kako se
TI.
Is that Russian? Was this a Russian or Slovenian? I think I just learned a couple of new words.
Slovenia.
It's Slovenian. It's not Miha. Oh, I see Miha. Thank you.
Hello, Mariam.
How are you? Good to see you again.
Hello, hi, good to see you. Hello from Republika Srpska.
Oh, hello back. Joe, I'm gonna give this to you really quickly. I know we covered this, but to what does Kateryna just asked, do you have any final parting comments on FARA and where we are on that? If you've got anything to say before we close this for the day.
We're not far enough down the road on something like this, and really and truly, I don't think governments and I don't think practitioners understand the impact of generative AI on these kinds of things, and how that will make, regardless of, you know, something like FARA, you know, foreign interference, however your home jurisdiction describes it, is going to be common, and we're not going to be able to figure it out because we all believe that generative AI is, wow, it's more important than chewing gum. And we're not considering the impacts. What does it mean for, you know, democratic government? What does it mean for all the flavors of democratic government, participation, regulation, and management of the business of the polity? We don't care, and we're going to pay for it. Wow, that was a statement.
Thank you, Joe, for such a powerful end note. I think that would be the end of this session. We are a little bit over time. If there are any questions, no, I don't think, I'm not seeing anything here. Kateryna was the last one. Thank you again to all three of you, Pascal, Solange, and Joe, for giving us your time and joining us from Toronto. And I'm sure the audience learned quite a bit about the lobbying landscape in Canada and how to do business and trade in Canada. So thank you for joining us. And hopefully you can come join us again at the next forum that we will be hosting soon. Bye, guys.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye. Ciao.
Okay, let's move in forward. We have several times between lunch, before lunch. So, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. One moment. One. Yeah. So thank you for this experience from Canada. So the next panel we moving to European Union, and I see that some speakers from European Union already here. So it's pretty classical panel for our forum because like a lot of originally our forums was held in Brussels and Strasbourg, so you know in the heart of government relations in Europe. So I want to invite for moderation of this panel, which will be like pretty Zoom panel. Our very experienced moderator, Elena Davlikanova. So she's former democracy fellow with Center of European Policy Analysts, which maybe you know as CEPA. So Elena's work focused on analyzes opportunity of Ukraine-Russia war, and also she wrote a lot of interesting analytical pieces worldwide. So since 2011, Elena's professional life has been mainly developed working for the National Democratic Institute and Friedrich Ebert Foundation Office in Ukraine. So she will moderate this panel about government relations, lobbying, and advocacy experience. And she also will represent her speakers for today. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Kateryna. Hello, everyone who is present here in this call, and thank you very much for all those who are watching us online. And hello, all the speakers of this panel. It's very sad that I'm here alone. It feels very lonely. I wish you all were here. But we will talk about the intricate world of lobbying within the European Union, because this year there will be a lot of elections, very important elections in European Union. So let us, discuss that. Let us discuss the difference between lobbying practices in European Union and in the United States. And we also will be very interested in practical cases and all the insights that you have to share with us. Let's quickly make the round of introduction. I see only 3 speakers out of pretty many that were announced. However, we will probably do it in such a way that I will briefly introduce you, and maybe if you would like to add something, then you will have a chance to do so immediately, and then we will turn into questions. How about that? So our first distinguished speaker is Zoran Her, who is a managing partner of the European Affairs Consulting Group. He has a very rich experience in European Union affairs, having worked in different EU institutions, including the European Parliament, the EU Council, and the European Commission. And throughout the years, he has gained a very big experience in the fields of taxation and internal market. Mr. Her, would you like to add anything about yourself so that our audience need to know? Could you please unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you, moderator and chair. It's a pleasure being with you today. I'm in principle residing in Brussels. Indeed, I'm in Berlin today and speaking from another European capital. The only thing I would like to add maybe to your excellent introduction is that I've been involved also over the years, during the more than 20 years of activity in Brussels, in teaching and academic activities. I've been co-managing the first actually institute in Brussels that was created to give courses on public affairs and advocacy. And I am still lecturing at universities throughout Europe occasionally on these topics.
Let's move on, and I would like to introduce right now Piotr Kaszubara, who is a Polish journalist and a war correspondent who was born in Radomsko, but closely associated with Wrocław and Lower Silesia. And since 2011, he has been a journalist for Polish radio in Wrocław and also collaborated with Warsaw Radio. For several years, he has been involved into investigative journalism, covering high-profile criminal cases. And in summer of 2022, he is dividing his time between Ukraine and Wrocław. Piotr, anything else you would like to add to this introduction?
Thank you very much for invitation. First of all, I'm very glad to be here with all of you. I'm running my own NGO called UA Future for Ukraine, and probably for now this is my main job, you know. Unfortunately, because I love to be a journalist, but maybe one day after the war.
Thank you very much. Being a Ukrainian, I am grateful for what you're doing because Ukraine needs all the help it can get right. Thank you. And our last but not the least speaker is Irina. Irina, I would like to ask you to introduce yourself because unfortunately, I guess you have been moved from a different panel, and I'm glad to see you here with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, my name is Irina Semenyuta. I'm representative of the Ukrainian Association of GR Professionals and Lobbyists. I'm from finance area. I'm co-founder of asset management company in Ukraine, and now with Valentina in Ukraine. Today we had 3 alarms, but we're working, and really glad to see everybody. Of course, we would like to speak about lobbying in Ukraine, about news in this area, and I would like to say about our association and organizations, what value we can give for our clients and for Ukrainians and international partners. Thank you.
Irina, thank you very much. Even though this panel is devoted to mainly European Union, Ukraine as a country that is a candidate to European Union and who is now paying with the blood of its people to become a member of European Union, I think that would be an interesting, very valuable expertise that you share. So let us move to questions, and my first question to all of you would be as follows. The legislative regulation of lobbying in the European Union is generally considered to be more lenient than the one in the United States. And some European countries also have their own regulations. For example, it's France, it's Great Britain, Germany, and so on and so forth. So in your opinion, does this work? Because on the one hand, European Union is very regulated. Do you think it makes the work in European Union easier or more difficult for those who are trying to lobby there? Mr. Khan, maybe we will start with you.
Okay, yes, thank you. Well, as you said already, we are talking about very different regions here. Europe is a continent not as big as America, but however, a very diverse continent with many countries. And if we only focus on the European Union at the moment, we have nevertheless 27 member states at the focus. And that means also 28 different situations because we have huge national divergences when it comes to regulation of lobbying. And so the one model, of course, doesn't exist. The European model doesn't exist. We have very different realities. And what we can see is that often relatively modern concepts, let's say, of approaching lobby transparency and lobby regulation, often inspiration came from centers such as Brussels, of course, but then also the Anglo-Saxon countries, and then were triggering down to other countries, starting maybe with larger capitals like Paris or Berlin, for instance, and then going further to smaller countries. Some of these countries have been discussing for many years on how to regulate lobbying. I think just now in the last couple of hours, Croatia, after 17 years of discussion, decided on its first ever regulation on lobbying. And so we are looking at very different realities. Some countries have regulation which is, however, very vague and leaves it basically to the lobbyists to decide what he or she wants to disclose. Others are much more bureaucratic and also much more binding. When it comes to effectiveness, is it working? Yes, it is working to a certain degree, I would say, in the sense that indeed these efforts to make lobbying transparent and impose rules on lobbying, they have created much more possibilities to follow for citizens what is going on, who is present in capitals, who is talking to politicians, also often how are organizations funded and who are key players. So that's definitely the positive side. On the other hand, if the hope was that more regulation would lead to more acceptance maybe of lobbying or of advocacy by the general public, by citizens, then I must say I have strong doubts that the effort has worked out successfully. I rather have the impression that the more people were talking about the need to regulate lobbying, the more citizens became often skeptical and suspicious. This is also linked, of course, to different perceptions in different countries, whereas in Anglo-Saxon countries, lobbying has a very long tradition. These were the first democratic parliaments, if we can say so. People were waiting in the lobby. This was, I think, why they were called lobbyists in the beginning. And it's something that, let's say, Anglo-Saxon democracies have somehow grown up with, whereas in other languages and in other countries, lobbying sounds often very negative. In some countries, it is seen by citizens as almost the same as corruption. And this is very difficult to overcome, of course, for regulators trying to bring order into that, also for public affairs association representatives who try to explain what it really is and what it is not. Finally, last remark I would like to make in this context is there is a tendency also that the legitimacy of interest representation is challenged in these times by, let's say, hardcore NGOs, I would call it, being very suspicious towards any lobbying from the private sector. And these often very small organizations, but also very vocal organizations, are publicly questioning, for instance, the fact that members of parliament talk more to industry lobbyists than they talk to NGOs, where you could say this is maybe natural since there are many more corporate lobbyists than NGOs. But however, this mathematic disbalance is seen as something very problematic. And then you also have recently more and more discussion about whether policymakers should meet with certain sector representatives, sectors that NGOs don't like tobacco industry, for instance, or representative of fossil fuel companies. And so just the mere fact that these lobbyists are meeting policy makers is already something that is criticized, and that raises, of course, fundamental questions. What should be allowed in a democracy? Should there be limits to the representation of interest? Should policymakers be selective on which is let's say, a legitimate lobbyist and who is not a legitimate lobbyist? So this is something we can see more recently, and it would be interesting to hear how these questions are discussed in other regions of the world as well, of course. Thank you.
Then a very short follow-up question. Citizens part, what do you personally think about the initiative to unify all this diverse lobbying legislation in different countries and maybe create a universal for European Union framework? In your opinion, would that help, or would that be against the interest of national governments and citizens?
Well, that's a very good question. Brussels likes, of course, harmonizing things and imposing rules on everyone, but in this case, it hasn't been really tried. And I think that's also because traditions and parliamentary rules are extremely different from one country to another. So I think it's good that there is a push for certain standards that definitely comes from Brussels, even indirectly to national capitals, and organizations are looking at what is going on in Brussels and think, well, what should we take over of this? I think it helps the professionalization of the government relations sector, and also helps promoting ethical standards. Now, do we need one rule for all? No, probably we don't. But what could be helpful also for lawmakers in countries, especially in countries where they don't have a regulation on lobbying yet, is something like a catalog of common standards or must-haves in lobby regulation. And there are some efforts to come up with something like that, but at the moment more under the roof of the OECD, for instance, than under the umbrella of the European Union.
Thank you very much. So let's move on to Piotr. I would like to hear your perspective from Poland. Would Poland agree to harmonize its legislation, and how, in general, the lobbying efforts are regulated in the country?
Yeah, it's very hard to say what Poland will do and if Poland will agree or not really. I think for now there is not that many differences between the regulations in the European Commission, for example, lobbying in the European Commission, and in Poland in general, because in Poland also all the lobbyists, they need to be registered. Anyway, even Poland is a part of the structures of European Union and the NATO for a long time. The lobbying actually remains a largely unexplored territory in our country. Meetings with lobbyists are associated with kind of a dodgy business, illegal influence, or even corruption, as Mr. Har said just before, even a pressure on the authorities to achieve financial benefits, for example. So it has pretty bad, pretty negative associations, but partly due to these urban legends, I will say, associated with lobbyists, a large part of lobbying in Poland, as well as in European Union, is carried out by non-governmental organizations, trade unions, employers organizations, or local government organizations lobbying for their specific laws, for example. There are many such organizations conducting both formal and informal lobbying in Poland. Every lobbyist in our country should be registered. I say should because it doesn't work that way always with the lobbying, like informal lobbying. In the Polish Parliament, there has been a special register of lobbyists for several years. So everyone could easily check who can work with the politicians or who cannot. It includes the name of the individual, the name of the organization they work for, the name of the partner whose interests they represent. There is a description of their activities, and then identification number. I don't know if it's similar to the USA.
Recording in progress.
Lobbyists also, they need to introduce themselves, disclose the purpose of the conversation and the person or organization they are lobbying for. Officially, there are approximately about 70 individual lobbyists, 70, you know, registered in the Polish parliament, so it's not that much. In the registers of organizations monitoring lobbyists in Poland, there are about 6,000 individual lobbyists operating in Poland, and about 4,500 organizations also operating in the lobbying sphere. Among the most active organizations participating in the legislative processes in Poland is the Association of Polish Cities, a local government organization primarily interested in legislation related to the local government's or regional policy. This lobbying organization includes, among the others, the leaders of the largest Polish cities. Their representatives actively participate in parliamentary committee meetings. Experts speaks up during these meetings, aiming to, for example, draft a particular law, draw attention to a specific problem and attempt to proceed with it, or make changes to existing law. In addition to local government officials, representatives of employers' organizations are also visible among Polish lobbyists, for example, the Leviathan Confederation, or the employers of the Republic of Poland, Pracodawcy RP, we call it in Polish. These are not purely lobbying associations, but they represent a certain social group of companies affiliated with their organization. Due to their legal identity, they can not only participate in parliamentary committee meetings and work with the parliament, but what is also very important, they can include their experts, their representatives in the various fields as the experts. So representatives of this organization also participate in panels and conferences organized, for example, by them, where representatives of the political and business world are also invited, not necessarily to be persuaded or convinced, but often to gain the knowledge, you know, contacts and understand an expert point of view on a particular issue. Because in Poland, politicians, ministers are very often not experts in their fields, despite holding the office.
Thank you very much for this very detailed insight into what's going on in Poland. And now let's have a look at what's going on in Ukraine. Irina, recently Ukraine adopted a law on lobbyism. I'm guessing that this topic will be covered in way more details in the next panel. However, in your experience, how does Ukrainian lobbying landscape look like, the Wild West, or is it well regulated? You can share your own experience or just give us the overall.
Yeah, thank you. As you know, the Verkhovna Rada has adopted the law on honest lobbying and was signed by the president on March 12, 2024. This law ensures the legal basics of lobbying in Ukraine in accordance with international practices and standards. Our Association of GR Professionals and Lobbyists has actively contributed to the regulation on lobbying in Ukraine by writing and discussing legislative initiatives. For example, in October 2022, we discussed the draft law on lobbying, which was adopted in the first reading, together with deputies, representatives, and anti-corruption bodies and public organizations, of course. Our association has been actively participating in the adoption of the law and lobbying for 8 years. And thanks specialists like Kateryna Odarchenko and other our specialists and partners in our association. This is it is an important step for Ukraine on the way to European integration, because the law on lobbying is one of key requirements for European Union. We, like a Ukrainian Association of GR Professional and Lobbyists, unites corporate professionals and specialized organizations practicing in the field of government relations, public affairs, public advocacy, all the purpose of representing business interest and dialogue with the authorities. What kind of value do we give? Protection of rights and interests. We care about the protection of support of every member of association, relation with authorities. We strive for transparent communication with the state authorities and municipalities. Support for relation with the public. We maintain a relation with the mass media and the public, cooperation with international partners. We use experience of our foreign partners, of course. Thanking these opportunities, and we would like to invite new partners to join work with our association.
Kateryna, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And on the next panel, we will have the author of the law on lobbying that was recently adopted in Ukraine. And I think that we will have more insights on that, which is very an interesting development, I would say. And my next question to all three of you would be, do you see that there are specific fields where lobbyists show the most activities in? For Mr. Har, that would be the level of the European Union. For Piotr, that would be Poland, and for Irina, that would be Ukraine. So where do lobbyists work most, if that would be observed? And maybe you can share one example of such initiatives, successful or unsuccessful, but something that might provide an insight of how the system works. Thank you. Mr. Hart, you.
Yes, thank you. Well, if we look at the European Union level, if we look at Brussels, then the first thing that comes to mind at the moment, and we are of course at the end of a legislative cycle now, we are coming close to the end of a 5-year mandate in Brussels, but the most obvious field is everything related to the famous European Green Deal. So this huge package of legislation targeting a certain transformation, ecologic transformation of the European Union, and transformation of the European economy towards something that is more in line with the climate targets to which Europe has committed at the international level. So this is definitely the one big thing standing out. This is has been priority number one in this legislature, and it can be broken down into many individual fields. You are asking for an example. Circularity, for instance, is a concept that is pushed in many areas. I've followed that myself, for instance, in the field of textiles. A deep transformation of how textile production in Europe, but also from outside Europe, should look like tomorrow, where Europe tries to replace, for instance, plastics and make sure that fast fashion disappears more or less and is replaced by something that is much closer to the environmental transformation we would like to reach. So this is definitely a number one. Many of these things have gone through or are in the close to the finishing line now at the moment. Of course, people are pushing very much in these days in Brussels to get things across the lines before the European Parliament dissolves. In 6 weeks, the members of the European Parliament will go home, to put it that way, to fully concentrate on campaigning. And in June, then the next European Parliament will be elected by citizens. So there is very little time left to finish the outstanding things. We also have to say that, of course, a number of things has been just shelved, has been withdrawn by the European Commission, for instance. Things where the European Commission was probably fearing in the pre-election period that they wouldn't find enough support among citizens for them. Some issues which are controversial. We have had another colleague mentioning earlier today the farmers and agriculture. This is a good example of how people can mobilize against decisions which are coming from the European level. And of course, now the parties are increasingly moving into a position where they don't want to hurt too many people, where they don't want to create too much resistance, because they fear that if they push through their agendas in a too rude way, let's say, then they may lose public support in the election. Then the big question is, of course, what comes next? What will be the topics which we will see as priorities in the next 5-year mandate of the next European Parliament and the next European Commission? And this is what, of course, is our role at the moment, to find these new topics where they are discussed behind the scenes at the moment, also help our clients suggesting some topics for the next 5 years. Some things, of course, are very obvious. I give you just one example: defense. The European Union is very powerless at the moment when it comes to defense. At the same time, events in Ukraine show how important it is that Europe coordinates much better and also creates resources to allow its members to deter further aggression from Russia, for instance. So you will see a lot of things happening, I think, in this field in the next 5 years.
Very much. Piotr, you would be the next, and I would like you to maybe pay a little bit of attention to what's going on with Polish farmers, especially with regards to those protests that harm Ukraine-Polish relationships and harm Ukraine's economy as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about it, if it's a success or not really, for the farmers, lobbyists right now, because at the end, someone is talking to them, someone is caring about their thoughts, and their way of doing the things. So we can talk about the success, but on the other hand, I am thinking, like, if we will have better lobbyist groups, for example, maybe we will never have this kind of crisis at the border, because we could talk about it, in the cabinets, not on the streets, as the farmers are doing now. And if you will have a look on the statistics, you can also notice that this is very similar to the European Union in Poland. Like, 3 of 7 biggest lobbyist groups in Poland in last couple of years, they were farmers. Units, for example, made by the farmers, another groups. So they've been lobbying a lot. They've been lobbying a lot, but also to talk about something nicer, let's call it. We in Poland, in the place of the professional lobbyists, as we said before, we observe more NGOs and non-governmental organizations to lobby for the things. And we see this movement in Poland also if we will have a look on the young people, and this is very cool, and I really like it, because a lot of young people in Poland, they are creating their own associations made out of the young enthusiasts, but also often high-class specialists in their fields, and they can really influence many urban investments, for example, such as parks, shopping malls, bus stops, tram stops, railway stations, or overall building of the communication network, for example, in Wrocław. Akcja Wrocław. There is an association in my city. They are working for years already in the city. They pushed a lot of new laws and legislation processes in the city as they really wanted to represent the people, you know, living in our city, the point of view of the residents. So these groups they work a lot with social media. They work a lot with YouTube, with Facebook, Instagram. You know, they have some influences. There is a lot of people sharing the same things. They are organizing their own panels. They are trying to sell their stories to the media, you know, because they are interesting, more interesting sometimes than the typical way of communication between the authorities and the people. So they are trying to find these triggers, you know, sometimes, and just use them because they know what is attractive for media and how to sell it, because these people, as I said before, they are very young. There is also another person in Wrocław, Adam Komar. He's the president of Potrafię Pomóc Foundation, also helping Ukraine from the beginning of the war. And Adam represents the third, I will say, area of the interest of the lobbyists in Poland. So the first one was the how to say it, the local authorities, yeah. The second one, farmers, and then we have the third very popular sector is medicine, healthcare. So Adam has been advocating for respite care for patients, parents of disabled children, and many other laws related to the health protection of children with rare disease and medical assessments in this disease. So we have a couple of successes in Poland.
Thank you very much. And let's move on to Ukraine. Irina, what can you share about the efforts of lobbyists in Ukraine? Maybe you can share example from your own work. It would be very interesting.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues, and I agree with them. Ukraine, and we have really many problems in different area with the funds, with agriculture, with harvesting sustainability, with, I don't know, with technoparks and other. And for Ukraine, it's of course the new rules and new law. Our association for 9 years has held 10+ conferences, seminars, experience exchange programs, forums such as the VIII International GR Forums in partnership with the USA, EU countries, and Great Britain and other different countries, and worked for the best specialists and other works of GR in Ukraine. And this year we have planned to hold a number of events. What main activities we can do now? It's opportunities for professional networking, exchange of experience with the professionals in the field of GR, communications with the most successful specialists in Ukraine and of course in the world, obtaining practical knowledge and the experience of relevant industries mentors, support for targeted requests and other. Yeah, thank you.
Dear speakers, thank you very much for your insights. We are at time. I would like to ask the public if you have any questions to any of our speakers. Or shall we move to the next panel? Okay, so thank you very, very much for your time. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for listening. And I give the word to the next moderator, right? Kateryna, thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So originally this panel
you.
is connected
Thank you very
and
much.
we a little going through lunchtime. So let me introduce next speakers. It's a panel about bringing East and West, so lobbying from Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And anybody can report to our conference, so no problem. We invite to this panel Mr. Michael Sigler. So he is our long-term member of IGAPA, CEO of his MC Public Affairs company, and member of advisory board of PIPRA network, which is like a famous PR network in Europe. And he worked with like lobbying and client representation. So also Anastasia Zernova, attorney law with LLM, expert on Ukrainian National Bar Association, international business mediator, GR professional, and she's co-author on public advocacy on integrity on lobbying. It's like lobbying law in Ukraine, which was implemented. Mr. Tisu, he is associate professor in Moldova State University and University of Bucharest, Romania. Member of Moldovan Parliament from 2012 to 2021, Minister of Youth and Sports, author of 15 books which published in Moldova, and he also like big expert on his country. Also member of Ukrainian Parliament Yuri Kamelchuk, member of Ukrainian Parliament Rostislav Tistik, member of Ukrainian Parliament Artyom Chernoborov, and Tatiana Korotka, Deputy Business Ombudsman of Ukraine. So we will discuss with them also regulation of lobbying law. So it's new lobbying law in Ukraine, which is interesting case, like on regulation. And also from Eastern Europe, we have Kadir Toktokulov. I'm sorry if I misspell, former ambassador of Kyrgyzstan to United States and Canada, prior diplomatic appointee in Washington, D.C. He has worked as presidential spokesman, and also he do journalism for Associated Press, and also, of course, he coverage stories and information from Central Asia, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, so will be very insightful. And also Dina Shakislam, also our member for a long period from Kazakhstan. So she worked at JAR professional and represent also Government Affairs Professionals Association in Kazakhstan. She worked for United Nations Development Program in Japan before, and also working internationally. And Daria Miret, attorney is in Les Lawyer Association. So he's expert in law and also do some legislation work. And also she very experienced person in regulatory policy work. So for today, we will start, I think, from main question to Anastasia Zernova, because she will represent what happens with lobbying law in Ukraine, how it was originally, and it will be perfect case to discuss like new regulation in development democracy. And after that, we will move into like Moldova and Central Asia to compare this experience. And we'll ask Mr. Sigler to share his experience because he moved lobbying law in Slovenia and he leads Association of Government Relations Professionals in Slovenia, which will be pretty interesting panel for now. So Anastasia, please start your presentation. And we have a lot of speakers in this panel, but we will try to move in very fast with that.
Hi, everyone. For me, it's an honor to be here. I came from Ukraine to explain for you how it was this long journey for implementation of the lobbying law in Ukraine. We started in 2017 like it was mentioned in the previous panel, but it was not the first start of the implementation lobbying in Ukraine. The first steps was in 1998. Can you imagine long journey for Ukraine? In 2017, we made the draft of the law of public advocacy or public affairs. And even our European colleagues said that it was one of the best draft of the law, and Ukraine is on the right direction of the implementation of the lobbying law. But during, I'm sorry, we have a right microphone. If I have to repeat, I will repeat. And during the last 7 years, our European colleagues and international partners worked with the Ukraine about the implementation of the law, lobbying law. In 2021, it was a lot of discussion about the oligarchs, about the influence of our state and the process of policy making in Ukraine and decision making. That's why it was even proposed one plan how to minimize the influence of the oligarchs in Ukraine. In 2023, we implemented their state anti-corruption strategy, and one of the clauses was to pass the lobbying law. But in 2023, the Greco, you know about this organization in European Union, they mentioned one of the main recommendation paths to pass the lobbying law. That's why we moved very impressive and very quickly in this way. I worked my 10 months. I worked in a National Agency on Corruption Prevention on the position of the head of the Department of Stakeholder Engagement and ensuring anti-corruption acts. And it was my work to work with the external and internal stakeholder, with the civil society, with our business associations to implement this lobbying law. We start to work with the European colleagues because it's very important to receive the feedback from their partners who ask us to pass this law. That's why it was a difficult, and I think on the panel discussion we maybe briefly will mention what happened in Ukraine, but we made this job, and European colleagues even described it. It was really difficult, but when Ukraine made this job, they said that in the wartime, it's a good law. It's really difficult because we have a lot of restrictions about the Russian influence on our economy and the process. We today discussed about China, and it was very important to implement the right law. I just wanted to congratulate you to say that today is the first day of enforce of the lobbying law in Ukraine. In 12th of March, President signed this law. Yesterday it was published in our main newspaper, and according to the law, the first day is today to enforce. The main this law consists only from the 18 articles. It's definitions, principles, restrictions. It's about the registered, transparency registered, and we try to do it in a way how it will be in the European Union, how it is in European Union, because we are very close to Europe. But we analyzed our experience of our American colleagues, and thanks for that you have many, many years of your lobbying law, and your market works. It showed to us how it can be in Ukraine. That's why I will just say for you briefly, restrictions about the lobbying law, it's to protect our national interests, because we know how Russia influenced before and what happened right now in Ukraine. That's why main restrictions is about who cannot be a lobbyist in Ukraine. If you wanted to be a lobbyist, you have to register it in a transparency register. Register will be created in 6 months after this day, let's account. It will be ethical rules according to which you, as a lobbyist, if you wanted to work, has to accept. And the main institution who will control and monitoring the work of the lobbyist will be National Agency on Corruption Prevention. It's a strong institution. It's an independent institution. That's why, to our opinion, in Ukraine, it's the best institution. We will change the law because we know how it's important to check every time the relevant situation, the law. That's why I just wanted to say that maybe to wish good luck to Ukraine. It's a new step of our journey to work in the lobbying floor. And I'm thanks for the previous colleagues from the panel who mentioned about the recommendations OECD. It's very important because in European Union you don't have the directive, you don't have like templates of the legislation. That's why every time each country in Europe implements the lobbying law according to the relevant situation and even as the institutions. That's why my last point will be maybe to invite you to Ukraine to build integrity with us. And it's a great option to lobby not only in the parliament, because in most institutions in Ukraine, it's a different levels of the lobbying, and most in the parliament. In Ukraine, we decided to open the market on all levels. That's why you can lobby in our parliament, in the cabinet of ministry, with our institutions on the regional level and on the local level. But what is the main point? You can lobby only the regulatory legal acts. We decided to make step-by-step the lobbying, to build the culture, to explain to people how the lobbying work, and after to spread the spheres, because you know that it can be even the lobbying in absolutely in different spheres. But step by step, we will move on this way. Thanks, Kate.
Yeah, thank you. So, as you see, for new regulation in like Eastern European countries, it's around 8-10 years to create. So it's interesting. Let's compare that maybe with Slovenia. So Mr. Ziegler originally, like he worked as a lobbyist in European Union, but he also created regulation in Slovenia. And they have pretty good regulation there. So I have a question to you: how many years you like work till you get this regulation? And is it was something the same which Anastasia just like explained? So it was like anti-corruption institution and also some like pressure from European Union, or it was like more market-based work? But we have competition with like lunchtime, so I ask all speakers to be, you know, like short in their points. So Mr. Ziegler, please. Please unmute yourself. Somebody help us with that, yeah. So, and next we will move to our colleagues from Moldova with the same issues. So,
Okay, now you can hear me?
Now it's perfect. Yeah, now it's perfect, and we also
Thank you. Sorry about that. First of all, I would like to thank you for being the part of this, how to say, presentation. Again, I love IGAPA very much, and also Kateryna, because she's our top star. She actually is gathering us not only from Europe, but all the world, from Central Asia, and even in Washington. And it is always great to see good friends, also Mariam Razi, and everyone who I used to meet in person when I'm there, but you know, unfortunately, I cannot be there today. I'm now in Republic
Thank
of
you, Michael, for being part of IGAPA.
Yeah, you are really a big inspiration. I must say that because, you know, the things are evolving and every year what I see is getting better and better. It's more integrated. And, you know, it's good that we organizations can share what is good, what is bad, and we help each other. And that's what it means. And as well, from this, how to say, organization, it's actually, if I may speak, right, regarding our laws, is actually that we had last year in the parliament, some of you, especially Maria Mrazi from Canada, she was also participating when we had a debate in the National Assembly and comparing these lobbying laws all over the, how to say, United States, Canada, elsewhere, also European Union, and so. So for this, what I just heard from Anastasia, Anastasia, right?
Yeah.
That's yeah. I'm very excited that you actually get down this trip and you actually pass the law, which is very important, and that you have a register in which you will actually everyone can enter, and is actually to stop the interests and how to say illegal lobbying from how to say the enemy, all the others. Let me say that when we were in Slovenia last year in the National Assembly, we did how to say express also the things about the law and the Foreign Agency Act, which actually meant that European Union, OECD itself, and as well European Commission, and all the others were actually debating also in comparison to the United States, the how to say what it would be with the Foreign Agency Act as well, because we know what's going on now in the world. We know that we have these how to say disputes which are in Ukraine and you know, Ukraine, Russia, and then we have, you know, in Gaza, in Israel, and elsewhere. So, and we are also, how to say, in Europe, very close where it could be a new conflict. As we are speaking, I'm now in Republika Srpska, just how to say training in NGOs regarding, because they are now in the front of the regime of Dodik, who is the president here, and who wish to pass the law that all the NGOs are bad. They are foreign, how to say, by the Foreign Act, they are, how to say, spies. They are paid from somewhere else, and so. And he's actually promoting big Putin interests, and he wished to stay the independence in the way that, you know, he will be not aligned with the Bosnian Federation, but he will be on the state on itself and may cause big conflict. So we could have another conflict. But on another side, you have Serbia, who is actually to pass and become the member of the EU. So the things are a bit hectic here, and there should be transparency involved. But nevertheless, so we, how to say, with the Slovenian, this experience which we have with the lobbying, transparency, we are sharing that here to Republika Srpska in the region. And you have they have, you know, there is a big opposition who actually wish to reach and being the part of the EU and the Western sphere, and as well who are in Serbia as well. And those, you know, which there are such an interest, it's actually good to speak with them, to work with them. But back to Slovenia, right? So the last year, the law which was, and will be short, it was actually passed in 2010. It was called the Law of Integrity and Anti-Corruption, which actually regulated the lobbying, that we got a lobbying register. We don't call it transparency as it is in maybe in Ukraine, maybe in, you know, Belgium, in Brussels, with the European Parliament, all the others, we have a lobbying register. It means that everyone can register if he or she would like to access the, how to say, the parliament, the government, and local governments, as you have it the same in Ukraine, and to lobby. And in the end, you get this, how to say, the license, you pay a tax, and you could lobby. For us, after these 10 years, we have seen an overview how it is the situation. And we, as an association of lobbyists, we weren't happy, because we said everyone could be a lobbyist. Yes, it's true, everyone can represent the interest, even the NGOs and all the others should be in the register. Even, you know, attorneys at laws, even, you know, some church organizations which are, if there are NGOs, you know, everyone without exception should actually enter it. Because if you are like the German model. If you are accessing the governments, you should be in the register and everything should be transparent. So you cannot bypass. And in this respect, when we have seen it, how the lobbying is done, and usually you have, by our experience, you have a competition between, you know, the local parties. If you have political parties, you have the general secretary of those parties, and you have the local activists from these parties. And if they wish to achieve something, some company, they just call these political parties functionaries, and they will do whatever it takes with their ministers, and they will pass laws and whatever will do. So it's like a legal competition. And we just got some, how to say, scandals right now in Slovenia, which also would push that the minister of the Justice Department, the lady, resigned because of this interference of the. And now the thing is that it's actually for us a big change happening in this respect, so that we'll be much more stricter regarding anti-corruption laws and the lobbying, which is good for us in the way that the government wish to push and put more transparency in the register. So what is happening by now? Yeah, just a word. So what we have done, it is that actually we established now, we had the National Association of Lobbyists, and now we are just as we speak establishing, which will be the new law, a chamber of lobbyists. So it will be actually, you have a bar chamber, right, which is the attorneys at law, and now we'll have a chamber of lobbyists. And this it is, that lobbyists could be also that we will have education. It means that we will actually pass licenses, we will educate them, because it's, you know, you have to know how to behave within the parliament, within the ministries, and that we will actually train all the others against the corruption. So that it is, and we expect that in a year or two, this legislation will be passed. We are already, how to say, having agreed with the government that that will be done. And that's by my side, everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So I think the experience is pretty iconic for because some people say that it's not the same to regulate like lobbying in Kazakhstan or in Slovenia, because I mean it's much more like stakeholders and so on and so forth. I don't see so big difference, because like regulation processes moving pretty the same. But let's ask also Mr. Titsu from Moldova. Because as I know, you still haven't regulation, and with like new government, you have a chance maybe to moving forward to like new lobbying regulation, transparency regulation. And as we discussed in panel about Latin America, which was very insightful, even for me, because like in my practice, I didn't work before in Latin America, but they think that, for example, in Brazil, which more like global integrated in economy side, they will move into regulation of lobbying. So what about Moldova? When you was in parliament, do you work on such regulation? Do you think that Moldova needs this regulation? And if so, how you see some pathway to that? And if possible, let's be shortly. Yeah, thank you. Octavian? Can somebody help us? Yeah, so our partners from Alabra are always helpful with technical issues. Yeah. Lobbying is more about communication in person, you know, so we're not very good in digitalization. Because first panel is that you must contact in person.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah. Now it's perfect, yeah.
Well, I would like to say twice thanks for Ukrainians. Thanks for Kateryna for inviting me, and second for Ukrainian army to keep Moldova safe from Russian invasion. Of course, the issue we discussed is not on the agenda in the Republic of Moldova. We are facing a full-scale hybrid war of Russia against Republic of Moldova, which is trying to keep us under its own influence. And this is happening 30 years of independence. And just imagine that in the last 13 years, the political landscape in Moldova changed 7 times, from pro-European to pro-Russians. And that is directly linked to what I'm going to say about lobby and advocacy, because you agree on the idea that both advocacy and lobby work in a democratic society, in a society with human rights and rule of laws, with anything which is connected to democratization. Unfortunately, in these 30 years, Moldova was in the same time for 15 years under neo-communist autocratic regime and under oligarchic regime. So I would say with Piotr said about Poland, there is a negative reaction regarding lobby in Republic of Moldova because it's associated with traffic of influence, with conspiracy, with interests of oligarchy groups, of business group, because lobbyists mostly 30 years in Moldova were trade union, NGOs and businessmen. And there is a strong Transnistrian lobby inside of Moldovan politics. I mean here the separatist region, which is under the Russian control and which had a strong relation with government in the Republic of Moldova. So it was 20 years ago on the agenda of parliament, our second president put the issue of lobby regulation in parliament, but it wasn't taken seriously, and the last debate, the large debate was in 2011 maybe, because people simply consider it as a negative issue. Most Moldovans influenced by advocacy. And myself, I started from advocacy, then I became a lobbyist and finally politician. And I would say that the best way to promote an idea and a cause is to start to think about politics. Because my own experience as advocacy and lobbyist for rights of Soviet regime victims showed me that it's happening only when it's democratic regime first, and for sure when you are politicians. Briefly, I will tell my own story because our law on Soviet victims in 1991, because of return of pro-Russian forces, was changed, and almost 50,000 people were expelled from the right to be considered victims of Soviet regime. Because they told that they were born in Siberia or Kazakhstan, so they have no rights to be considered like this. And for 27 years, this law was in function. I rise up as a leader of opinion in this issue, starting from 2010 when democratic context changed. And finally, I entered into the parliament on this wave, and I contested in constitutional court this law. And constitutional court said I'm right, and they provided for almost 5,000 people. Imagine from 50,000 they died almost 40,000 people, which were these victims of deported. They died without being recognized as such, and that mean monthly loans. That mean a huge amounts of rights. And finally, in 2021, we succeeded to change it. Another big problem is the property, because when the pro-Russian forces return, they change the law according to which they reduce the chances to restore properties and the lands and many other issues. So we are fighting in this way of being between the European Union and Russia, and this is a big problem not only for advocacy and lobby. This is a big problem for the future of democratization of the Republic of Moldova. As regard to NGOs, because it's a very influential, sometimes especially the influence during the autocratic pro-Russian forces as opposition force. But Moldova is such small country that when NGOs become very soon ministers or deputies, they simply forget the cause they fought for. And that's because the problem of politicization of NGO and civil society is quite high. and simply it doesn't work. What is the future? Simply, I don't know. Everything is depending on the future of Republic of Moldova, because Putin, he doesn't need a war in Moldova. He needs to win elections, presidential this year, the next year the parliamentary election. Actually, Putin had a majority in Moldovan parliament up to 2021, and he had his own Minister of Defense and Internal Affairs and government of Republic of Moldova. Why he need wars? He doesn't need the democratization. He doesn't need any change related to any kind of rapprochement between Republic of Moldova and European Union. That's briefly, bluntly, and sadly from one point of view, but this is the short story of Moldova.
Thank you, thank you. So I think that Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine moving pretty in the same direction. And I think like in some 5-10 years, you also will have some regulation, because I see also the same trends in elections and campaigning. So something like starting to be trendy as like a tool in Ukraine, then it's became to be trendy in Georgia, then in Moldova. So it's pretty the same trends. So let's move to experience from Central Asia and Mr. Toktogulov, Kateryna Odarchenko, who was ambassador of Kyrgyzstan to the US and Canada, which great honor. And I think you very deep understand difference without this mentality, right? And difference in business culture. So can you explain to us like your vision on regulation on lobbying regulation of lobbying in Kyrgyzstan? Because Kyrgyzstan used to understand here in Washington DC as more like democratic dynamic state, even than Kazakhstan, for example. So what do you think about regulation? Do you need this regulation? And what do you see as, also some new tools for Western business to work in Kyrgyzstan? Like regulation will help with that or no? So share your like thoughts about that, please. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be part of this discussion. And I was in Washington just last week, so I missed this just by a few days. So it would have been great to be there in person with you. On lobbying, there's no particular legislation which has the name lobbying in Kyrgyzstan, but foreign businesses and local businesses, they all are free to participate in various business associations that work closely with the government, including with Parliament MPs, to discuss upcoming legislations and to discuss the kinds of changes that need to be introduced to improve business environment in Kyrgyzstan. So that part of part of the work is pretty free. There's no particular, except for unless you're doing something with religion or elections, for example, that there are restrictions on those issues. So there are all kinds of business associations that I know are very effective when it comes to their work and with the government and advancing their interests in Kyrgyzstan. There's the latest development that concerns advocacy and lobbying would be the legislation bill that was sent to the president for signing is on non-government organizations or non-profit organizations, non-commercial organizations, which now it's yet to be seen in terms of how it would impact the NGO sector. But one of the requirements would be for non-government organizations, non-commercial organizations that receive foreign funding to actually explicitly have to announce and have that probably label anywhere that they publish anything on their own behalf. So that legislation once signed and probably will be signed, will affect certainly the way non-government organizations will work with the government, with parliament, but also in terms of advancing and discussion on various topics, issues, including political issues. But other than that, for foreign businesses, it's fairly easy to be part of conversation here in Kyrgyzstan.
Can you give like some brief examples of good JAR work or some good JAR cases which was transparent in Kyrgyzstan? So maybe it's like American Chamber of Commerce, maybe it's, I don't know, JAR Department of Imperial Tobacco, maybe it's some local association, which, like, I mean, not classified information, but more like all people in like political sphere know that, I don't know, Kyrgyz Agriculture Association doing great. So can you give these examples to us?
Well, I mean, I would not have a specific case off the top of my head, but I know that, for example, AmCham, American Chamber of Commerce, and other like International Business Council, which majority of their members would be foreign-owned companies. They've been pushing for lessening the burden of companies in Kyrgyzstan. So payments to the social fund are expected to decrease in near future. So that would be probably one of the big sort of victories for business associations in Kyrgyzstan, because the taxation, and social payment burden was pretty huge, which also then pushed some companies and businesses to then work in the gray zone, gray area, sort of, not really stating true figures for salaries and income of their, and just generally turnover and profits for companies and their employees. So that would probably, sort of one of the recent cases that I can tell you about. But generally, business associations are pretty effective and are able to work freely with the government. So that's, one of the positive sides of the business environment in Kyrgyzstan.
Thank you. So let's ask Mrs. Muret, as a lawyer, also who work with regulatory policies, on her point of view on regulation as a lawyer. And do you see some like trends that markets of government relations is moving forward? And after voting for lobbying law, and after that, I will ask 1 minute for every speaker to choose one case which was successful government relations case in their country. So Daria, floor is yours, but also please be shortly. Yeah.
Yes, okay, thank you, Kateryna. Anastasia has already spoken in some detail about the Ukrainian law on lobbying. And the only thing I want to add is that it's not yet fully clear how the law will work in practice, since it has not even entered into force yet. Additional regulations have not been adopted, and the transparency register has not been created. But this law was adopting. The adoption of the lobbying law is key recommendations of the European Commission and the group of states against corruption prior to the commencement of negotiations for Ukraine's accession to the EU. And also the adoption of the lobbying law was being a component of government's anti-oligarchic action plan. And I want to note that the adoption of the lobbying law in Ukraine and its implementation, it's a signal to partner countries about the ability to implement reforms and Ukraine's readiness to work according to the international standards. So let's see in the future how it works in practice.
Thank you. Very short and clear. So, Octavian, which case you can like point in Moldova as good government relations advocacy or lobbying case in your country? It can be international, can be local, can be grassroots. So just 1 minute, like the most interesting case from your side in your country.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes, it's good.
Well, the most successful, of course, local government reform, because we have a quite powerful community of local administration, which are represented many times by independent mayors, which made part, and partly the decentralization of Moldova and everything which is connected to the local administration in the terms of European change related to calm to this community of local authorities. We have successful in 2090s the rights of especially the lobbyists, very important in the period when Moldova went out of Voronian regime, communist regime in 2009. And the pro-European government started to work with NGOs. It's very important the support of international organizations which work with NGOs, because they provide they empowers in some time this NGO to act and to put pressure on government. And of course, it's important that many of previous advocates of lobbyists became politician influencer, or they came from this sector of lobby and activists. This is a particularity of Moldova, because being a very influential lobbyist or advocacy, especially advocacy, you have a good chance to become politicians. It's not a key of success in implementing this issue, but in many cases it works. In ecology, we have also especially related to Transnistrian sector, where we have factory of Transnistrian oligarch related to Russia, which ended the law. But in any case, you should know that on Transnistria issue, we have a lot of problems. I was thinking when you asked me what to present about the advocacy for human rights in Transnistrian region, which is provided by Promolex, a very influential NGO which is working on the sector of human rights, respect of human rights in Transnistria region, and mostly because of their activity in making noise and public this activity of separatist regime in Transnistria and against democracy, against human rights, and imprisonment, many other issues. So we have successful stories. We have a kind of experience in advocacy and lobby. But in any case, I have told many people look at the lobby as a conspiracy, as something is negative, as group of interest, especially related to business, especially related to illegal arrangement between separatist regime and Chisinau and so on.
Thank you, Octavian. Michael, please 1 minute about like best case of government relation advocacy from Slovenia. You can represent one from Slovenia, one from European Union, because I know that you practice there also. And yeah, so please, and we will finalize with Anastasia, and we'll move forward to a short lunch break or networking break and come back 3 p.m. So Michael, do you have some case in mind to explain to us?
The cases which we do lately, right? What I'm doing with the lobbying cases, Okay, one it is what it is. What we do is actually the legislation itself, which will be passed now by this new lobbying law. That's number one. But the cases which are doing a lot is in the area of green energies, which I always am involved. This is regarding hydrogen and everything. What we are here very afraid from it, because it's connected and linked with the European Union. You know that we wish to have the independency from the Russian gas anyway. And that's why the Europe, it's all full now also of the green transition within electromobility as well, you know, solar, wind, which I'm always saying, right? But this actually came to the conclusion that now in Europe, what we have found out with this lobbying of the EU, European Commission, the Parliament, and all the others, that you have a flood of Chinese companies entering the market with the mobility and with the cars. And that's why, you know, in Europe, all how to say, European manufacturers of the cars have very, very high prices and production as well, because they don't have the actual access to the resources with the resources of, you know, to the lithium and all the others. Which the Chinese have, and you know, and that's the problem. You know, it's the competition prices. And now what it is, there are big eyes towards in Europe that this new European Parliament, new European Commission in the autumn will actually take another measures and will protect more the European companies in this respect. So we will lobby a lot in this respect. Also, the other things which we are doing a lot of the, you know, in Slovenia, the lottery laws, which are now the lobbying, and the last, which it is, where I was involved, and I was asked kindly by the President of the Republic and all the other, how to say, NGOs. We were just working on the initiative, which I was working here pro bono, like, regarding euthanasia, which you have in Canada, United States, and all the others. In the respect that the new law, which was submitted to the parliament with 5,500 how to say, voters and signatures, that would pass the Slovenian parliament. But because the, how to say, the conditions in Europe and elsewhere are so tough, I was lobbying, you know, in the way that the law, it's a big tackle and a problem. So we were lobbying for referendum. And now we'll have a referendum in that.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. So as you see, people with experience in lobbying, they ask one case, but they try to represent different case, because they know that if you have stakeholder, it's better to represent all issues in one period. So Anastasia, last point from you, and yeah, after that we will move forward to industrial lobbying. So Michael originally started discussion, but it will be 3 p.m. So last point from you, and conclusion also from your side.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be the first and the last. I am, as a professional lobbyist, can talk about the cases a lot, but I just wanted to say not about my cases, about Ukrainian cases, when really Ukraine unite. And it was a couple years ago, it was a project Prozoro about e-procurement system. And World Bank even mentioned that this is the best instrument about the e-procurement in the world. And Ukraine is happy to share our experience. Right now, in the wartime, we unite on a project of a dream. It's a digital ecosystem of reconstruction of Ukraine, where all companies united on a one platform, and you can see in what regions who reconstruct Ukraine and which money we used. That's why we try to be in some moments the first. It's a pity that war press us to move quickly and speed, but we are ready and we are open to share our experience even in a wartime. About the lobbying law in Ukraine, It's a new journey for Ukraine, and I hope we can show our integrity not only to European Union, to all over the world. And it's very important for democratic countries. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so good example of lobbying, it's lobbying on lobbying law in Ukraine. It's like, it looks a little weird, but it's a good example. Okay, friends, we have 40 minutes pause in our conference, so we can use this time for networking or as lunch time. But we will start a little earlier, so our panel must be 3:10, but we will start straightly at 3 with our next moderator with great experience in lobbying and campaign management, Liv Larsen. I will represent him a little later, but we will start strictly 3 p.m. So I ask all be here like 2:45. Thank you and enjoy lunch.
Thank you to everyone. Bye-bye. I'm also having here a dinner. I will go to have chewapchichi. So have a good rest of the conference.
Yeah, thank you.
I am. No, okay. Thanks. Yes.
From the funding.
Pages.
There.
Yeah. So we need more time.
So question.
It wasn't how we would be here on.
To me, it's very it's better to collect everybody with that number. Going all together, or yeah, it's really or yeah, please. Well, yeah. Either really there. They told me the third level. My baby the third is their nutrition. Get see I've been able to sleep down. I'm both of them. I'm trying to feel right. How you here. Maybe can I heard. Yeah, together. Yeah, very nice. Yeah. Nice to write out.
Hello. Hello.
It's very hard. That's it will restart. We try to yes, sure. We speak up. Love anybody who will take photos. Yeah. You need a side. That would be great. Oh, I mean, yeah. Or they taking a break. Okay. Check it right at all. Ja, ik vind ook even. Ama bu bir tane de ben çarptım da. Ama diğer kredisi de. Mesela de ben hapistire de hatta. Ara işte ben sarılı. Tamam şey bekleyin. Evet, evet, çamurlu. Evet. They're not in. When they come back, don't forget to
this work because he was one of the best lobbyists and government relations professionals here in DC, and he had a lot of prizes on that. And he will represent also our speakers for this panel. So, Liv, please.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank everybody for coming, both online and those that are joining us in Washington, D.C. Just a few quick comments on today's panel. The panel today, right now, is lobbying regarding the crucial aspects that it plays in the democratic process, allowing organizations and individuals to advocate for their interests. They're influencing legislative decisions. Today's panel will focus on the practical lobbying cases across a wide range of industries, including healthcare, technology, finance, and energy. In the healthcare industry, for example, they heavily rely on lobbying to shape healthcare policy in the United States and abroad, regulations and funding. Pharmaceutical companies, insurance providers, and healthcare organizations all engage in lobbying efforts to ensure their voices are heard and the information they have gets to those making decisions regarding healthcare legislation and regulations. Similarly, technology sector seeks to influence legislation on issues such as data privacy, cybersecurity, and intellectual property rights. Lobbying in this industry is often driven by large corporations, as well as by advocacy groups and trade associations representing various technology interests. In the finance and energy sector, lobbying is also pervasive, with financial institutions and energy companies working to sway legislation and regulations that impact their operations and their profitability. This panel will offer insights into the diverse ways lobbying is utilized across these different industries, providing real-world examples of how lobbying efforts can shape policies and the legislative outcome. Today's panel, I hope attendees will take away and gain a better understanding of the significant role lobbying plays in shaping the business landscape and the broader society. Today, we have a gathering of distinguished professionals who have amassed a wealth of experience and specialized in the field of lobbying on many complex regulations that govern this trade. And I hope he's on with us now, and I don't mispronounce his name too badly. Mr. Sagar Singamesetti is the founder and manager and partner of Gray Space Law and Policy Consulting based in Brussels. He has over 15 years of experience in legal regulatory compliance, policy matters across Europe and beyond, which allowed him to gain international experience in regulating sectors such as transportation, trade, technology. He's online with us today. Also online is Mr. Alnar Damaria, founder of the London-based Euro-Atlantic Group, the owner of a majority share of Cosmola. He is also joining us today, and we thank him for participating and offering his insights on many of these issues. Also joining us is Jason Shelton, former mayor of Tupelo, Mississippi. Some of us that are online and from around the world may not know where Tupelo is, but everybody in the United States has heard of Tupelo, Mississippi. And he's representing the Democratic Party today. He is an appointee, a political appointee, and when he starts in with helping us today, I'd like him to explain exactly to some of our international watchers and viewers what a political appointee really is and does. We also have with us here today Mr. Brian Darmati. Did I say that right? There we are. He's a Chief Strategy Officer for the Association of University Research Parks. And you'll give us a quick real brief on, some of you may not know what we refer to as a park sometimes in the United States, but it's not a green space all the time. These are government labs, universities, and regions that help further research and are geared towards those areas in those developments. He was also he worked as a staff member to members of Congress and members of the Maryland House of Delegates and the Office of Attorney Advisors, U.S. Healthcare Financing Administration. Oops, I'm sorry, I slipped on to the next person. Yeah, no, I got Brian as well. There we are. We'll keep going. I had you down as online, but you're actually right here. And then we also have our host who's joining us, Kateryna, also. So we have quite a big panel here tonight. I'm hoping everybody is online. If you're online, Jason, I can see you. Do you want to give us a quick example or a quick explanation of what is a political appointee?
Sure, and thank you so much for having me here. I hate that I couldn't be there in person today. It's a fantastic event, and again, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be a part of it. Political appointees, they occur at all levels of government in the United States. So from the President of the United States to the local mayors, where I served for 8 years in Tupelo. When a candidate runs for office and is successful in winning that position, if that person is in the executive branch, they typically are allowed a certain number of political appointees. So for the President of the United States, you think of the Secretary of State or the Secretary of Commerce. Those are extremely high-level political appointees, but the president, when the president takes office, they have several thousand people that get appointed to different positions in government. The long and short of it is that the executive is allowed to bring people, members of his team, so to speak, or his political party, or people that share his ideology to the government with he or she. And the same is true for mayor. It's just on a different level. So as mayor of the city of Tupelo, political appointees for me were like the Park and Recreations director, or the Public Works director, or the local convention and tourism director, things of that nature. People that would share my political or governing philosophy to help enact the agenda of the executive. So that's kind of a nutshell of what a political appointee is.
Great. Well, I'm going to throw our first question to one of our online guests, Mr. And I hope I'm saying this right again, Singamasetti. Are you with us right now? Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm audible? Yes.
I'd like to ask you real quick, and then I'll throw this to a couple other people too. What are the current trends that you see today that may have changed since the coronavirus lockdowns and issues?
Absolutely. So thank you once again to the organizers and to invite me, and being based in Brussels. I'm too far away to actually come to DC, but I'm glad that I'm able to participate. So thank you once again. So let me just maybe, I'm sure there are other questions coming up as part of the discussion, but let me just broadly paint a picture. I think the good news is influence is going to be at the heart of everything that we are doing. I think especially political influencing is going to remain, very important, right? At least going to play a critical role. And I think as influencers, I think we have particular role, and this is probably where I think we as lobbyists and as influencers, I think we have become more and more important, or at least started taking more and more important role because of the communication that we do with politicians or with the other stakeholders. So I think just going back to your question very quickly, I think from COVID to now, I think what the European Commission or the institutions have been really focusing, and probably what will remain as part of their focus areas for the future, because they're all going into elections, as you know. All these 700 parliamentarian seats are up for elections in next couple of months here in Europe and across the Union as well. There are elections taking place. So there are three things. One is transparency. I think what COVID has actually led to is more transparency. There is a bigger need now for being transparent, and there is definitely a push for more transparency from the stakeholders. Two is integrity. I think we have seen a lot of scams, or at least some scams, in and around the politicians and also other high-level, civil servants, and especially the fact that we have gone through Brexit, and then there is all this Nexit, which the Netherlands would like to go or leave the union, and there are others also in the union who would like to leave. I think it's very important that at least integrity is a big like a part and parcel of whatever we're discussing. And especially there's a lot of push from the member states. You know how the union works. You have the European Commission, Council, and the Parliament, but then you have the member states as well. So there's a lot of push from the member states to actually have that integrity intact. The third point is more on the accountability. You have seen during COVID, a number of, especially on the pharma sector, if I may take that as an example, the contracts that the European Commission was trying to have with these big pharma companies. And at some point, the Commission was not able to keep up to some of those contracts or the contractual terms. So again, the member states went ahead and started doing their own act, and because they felt like there was no accountability on part of some of these institutions. So I think from what we see as a change, I think was already in transition, let's say, or at least was already taking place. So I think these are the three things: transparency, integrity, and accountability is something that we see more and more discussions are taking place, and there will be more and more focus or at least big shift towards these areas as we move forward into the next elections. I think one last point that I will leave the listeners here is, I think we are discussing here in terms of what institutions and the civil servants have to do, but I think we have a bigger role as lobbyists. I was talking about influence and political influence being at the heart of everything that we're doing. I think we are in an age where we talk about ethics in AI, artificial intelligence. I think we also need ethics as a lobbyist or as a political influencer. So ethical influencing is something that is being discussed here in Brussels, and I think you will be hearing more and more. And that's a big shift because we have an important role, I was saying, and I probably believe that people are listening to us, especially the policymakers are listening to us. So we have an important role, and I think ethics is not just for AI and for the platforms or whatever online side of things, but I think in the physical world equally we need to imbibe or at least adopt this ethical influencing as part and parcel of whatever we are doing. I'll stop there. Maybe we come back in another round of questions.
No, it's a perfect segue into my next question, which I'll address to two people, and then a third view on it I'll get from Jason. Mr. Arnold Demaria, are you on with us right now? Okay, well then we'll go to Brian, who's on the stage with us. What, as a lobbyist, do you find as your most useful tool that you tend to go back to on a regular basis to either get your point across or in reaching the people you need to reach regarding your issues?
Thank you, and thank you to the organizer. So, as was mentioned, so I represent a nonprofit membership association of research parks and innovation districts in the U.S., including Stanford Research Park, which is the world's first research park, started in 1951. But we have members, University of Southern Mississippi down near Tupelo. But we also have other members across the world. And so one of the best things for I go back to is a lot of states, a lot of countries they want to have research parks or innovation districts. And so I kind of represent, fortunately, a bipartisan kind of project. So in the US, we passed something called the CHIPS Plus Science Act on a bipartisan basis. So it's investing billions of dollars into tech hubs, not just in places like Stanford or Boston, but in places like near Tupelo and other parts of the country. So that kind of model, I think the EU is doing that, and I'll be speaking at the University Industry Innovation Network in Madrid in May, because they want a panel to talk about how the EU can emulate some of the things that the US has been doing. So to some extent, I, represent a bunch of industries. So, you mentioned pharma, you mentioned all these other industries. So in our parks, we are sort of technology agnostic. So we have clean energy, we have pharma, we have lots of other groups. And so in some sense, we have a lot of credibility with stakeholders because we have universities as owners, or we have hospital systems. In some cases, we have actually government labs. So we are, we pick and choose a lot of our issues. One of them is importance of patent rights. There's something called the VIII Act in the US. A lot of other countries have emulated it, and I won't go into detail, but there's some pushback on that policy in the US. So we're working on topics like that. We want to keep the, to your point about what's changed, economic competitiveness for countries is still top of mind for most people. And innovation is part of it. And we see research parks and innovation districts as making countries more competitive.
We won't delve into the Eastern District of Texas courts and all.
Yeah.
But just real quick, if you could, what do you find is the best tool to get your ideas across to the people that are going to be making these decisions of voting? Is it education, some sort of advocacy, or is it what most people sometimes think of as what lobbyists do, which are glad hand, buy cocktails for everybody, and sit around at a reception?
Yeah. My association, we don't have a PAC. We don't have that kind of, but hey, I used to lobby on behalf of the University of Maryland for many years, the federal and state side. And the thing we don't have enough money to give donations and things. And what I realized is a lot of elected officials want good ideas and more so than donations. And so, I'll just give you one quick. We built an incubator network in the state of Maryland, and I had the idea, instead of it being in the university's each budget, it would be in our the Maryland Department of Commerce budget. And so I knew some people, and they were able to move this budget into the state budget. So it wasn't, a university didn't have to decide to cannibalize its own capital budget to build these incubators. That was a simple idea, but it created a whole incubator network across the state of Maryland. So what I find elected officials really want are creative ideas. And oftentimes, I think people are reluctant to tell them, to give them those ideas, because what I realize is, a lot of us in this room or online, we're used to dealing with elected officials, but a lot of people are very reluctant to approach their elected officials. And I think it's our role for lobbyists to get those ideas, and we can help transmit them to the elected officials or to the executive branch, as it may matter.
And this is for Mr. Shelton on basically the same thing. You, as a political appointee, are coming from the other end of this. And we'll also touch on the basis of what is ethical and maybe regulations that govern what you can do or what people can bring to you. What do you find is the most useful tool for lobbyists bringing issues and things like that to political appointees or members of Congress or the executive branch? What really do you think moves the needle?
I think the comments that were just made were very poignant and very accurate. The administration, whoever it, whichever administration it may be, the elected officials, the appointed officials, at the end of the day, they want to be successful and they want to implement good policies, good programs, and things that are beneficial. Now, in my role currently as a political appointee, I'm pretty insulated from any lobbying. I'm not allowed to accept or to do anything along those lines. But now as mayor, as the chief executive of the city of Tupelo for 8 years, we regularly dealt with lobbying firms. We had our own firm that represented the city of Tupelo and Jackson to advocate for the city of Tupelo. And then we had, different lobbyists and different groups or representatives of groups that vendors, so to speak, that would come to the city of Tupelo, seeking to do business with the city of Tupelo. And, what you're looking for is sort of just that win-win. Some of the engineering projects, for example, they can come not just with the good idea of how to, do a great project, infrastructure project in your city, but also to help with the grant writing or find a funding source to help implement that infrastructure project in your city. So, it's it's just part of the system, and there's a lot of positives to it. The advocacy, the connecting the right people to make a project successful. Those type things. At the end of the day, the elected official, they have their beliefs and they have their core values and they have their constituency. They know the politics of the situation. They know whether they're going to be on the right side or wrong side of the politics, so to speak, with the project. But the different groups, the advocacy groups, they can help create win-win situations where good policies get implemented that ultimately help the citizens.
Right, and looking back at some of the things when you were mayor, and currently things that you see when issues are brought forward, and we'll have a couple other people comment on this. How many times does it take to carry out a dialogue on some regulatory changes in discussions in order to properly educate a regulator, or also a legislator or their staff? Is a leave behind enough? Is a couple meetings needed in order to do this? Is it the elevator pitch on the way to the floor? What do you find as the most effective means, and how many times does it need to take to get to your point or a point across to the people making decisions?
Yeah, and again, I need to emphasize, my current role, I don't, that's not part of my job, and I don't have any of those engagements. But as mayor, I would kind of say a little bit of all of the above. It just depends on what it is. Sometimes there's something simple that could be the elevator pitch, so to speak, but the more common, the norm, I would say, would be long-term engagement, developing a relationship, and then really exploring the nuts and bolts of whatever the proposed project is. You have to kind of, if you're familiar with the phrase herding cats, even in a small municipality like Tupelo, you have the mayor, and then you have 7 elected council members that each have their own principles and beliefs and agendas that they want to implement for the city. And so when you get to the state or the federal level, there's a lot more players. So you have to spend a lot of times, months and months, and sometimes even years, developing the consensus, making sure that you have the buy-in on the project, developing the trust and the relationship of who the partners of the project will be. So there's not a easy answer for that. It sometimes can be any of the above, but the relationship building to me is key. The long-term trust, knowing that the person, has the integrity that is needed, that you can rely on them when they say something to mean it and to follow through. Because at the end of the day, everyone wants to be successful. Everyone wants to be able to tell their constituents or their fellow board members or fellow legislators, fellow, whoever it may be, that it's a successful project.
Perfect. Mr. Singh-Massetti, real quick, we mentioned on the idea of a personal connection. Real quickly, if you could, how long do you usually take to build these personal connections, and how long does it usually take to present information to get a bill passed? And if you could do that real quickly, give me a quick answer. I know those aren't quick answers, but we'll try.
I think in the EU, any legislation is taking around 24 months, you know, from the time when you start actually. So around 2 years by the time you actually see the light. Okay. And like yesterday, the AI Act, the Artificial Intelligence Act, when the discussion started exactly 4 years ago, and yesterday it was adopted. So I'm sure there were a number of thousands of meetings that went around. But I just wanted to second the thought of Mr. Jason, who said, you know, or in other words, I would say, you know, what are the plans in good times? And this is exactly what has helped us during the COVID, because I come from the transport sector. Okay, so nobody thinks of transport except for the fact that we all use transport. We are kind of taken for granted that people working in the transport sector, irrespective of which mode of transport you're talking about. But COVID has actually shone light on this particular sector so much, and we had to take the advantage as well to point out what the sector is going through, or the people, especially on the social aspects that they were going through. So again,
I'll wrap back.
I think
We'll come back. I'll come back around to that, because I'm going to ask you a specific case here real soon on what you've seen on a specific case, how things went and moved in successes you've had. But I wanted to get real quick to Brian. I'm sure regarding your sector and what you've lobbied on, personal relationships are key, and you keep going back to those people and building on them. Real quickly, if you can, how long does it take to nurture those type of things, and what's required to maintain those associations?
So the one thing, I mean, my current role with the Association of University Parks, it's, you know, we're in 44 states. So we are advancing something in the state or even at the federal level with a member of Congress. You know, I have the luxury of being able to bring, you know, if it was in Mississippi, you know, the folks from Mississippi when we're lobbying the Mississippi senator. So it's really taking advantage of people that already have those personal relationships, because I can't have a personal relationship with all 50, all 100 senators or 50 governors. So we are able to utilize, you know, existing relationships. And the other thing, it kind of was mentioned, is the importance of staff. I think a lot of times people, it's not necessarily building a relationship with the elected official. It's oftentimes very important to build that relationship with the staffer. And, you know, that's sort of been my experience. And finally, with universities, finding alumni, people who have gone to that school, is oftentimes a very useful connection point, because at the end of the day, people are social and they want some sort of common connection. So using alumni connections, which we have a lot in the US, maybe not so much in the EU. People don't, you know, connect, but that's certainly something that in the US that we utilize.
Gotcha, great. And we're going to round off, I think, the discussion here with some quick thoughts on successes or failures. If somebody wanted to comment on one that they have some insight on that type of thing. And I'm going to turn to our host here, Kateryna, and if she could give me a quick breakdown. What was either a success or a failure in a lobbying project that you had, and you know, give us a quick insight on how you think it succeeded, or something that you think maybe caused it to fall the wayside.
You know, I work a lot with like industrial examples. So we are not used to talk about the industry of like working with foreigners, foreign interests, and also political lobbying, because the United States also like center here in Washington DC on like foreign affairs policy, foreign affairs aid, and I think we not talk enough about para registration and about working for different groups outside of US. I think it's issue that United States, it's too American centric, but sometimes we don't see how much interest in like behind, even like Persian people here, right? Or Chinese people here who also pay, I think, the biggest bill to lobbyists. I don't know, lobbyists or foreign people who work with cryptocurrency. So it's like huge sector, and I will represent to you like some bright issue. It's issue on advocacy, right? So it's like not commercial lobbying, and I think that advocacy for Ukraine and Israel, it became very successful cases because it was all methods. So it was method of grassroots campaign, it was method of classical advocacy, it was method of political lobbying, which like registration for FARA when you represent like Ukrainian government. So it's, you know, example of all tools which we can represent here. And I think we must do more educational projects and more experience exchange project between classical lobbyists here and you know, foreign professionals who want to work in United States and here in DC, because it's so different cultural maps, so different business practice, and so different legal systems that sometimes like classical American lobbyists can't work with pretty professional lobbyists from, I don't know, Moldova or Ukraine, because it's just different cultural map. So it's my insight, like from industry, which like I'm working on and represent, and I think that this industry a little underestimate, but I give good example like Israeli and Ukrainian advocacy, but we also discuss a lot about bad examples. It's like how China do that, right? How like through disinformation other countries do that. It's also part of their advocacy, which unfortunately sometimes effective. So I will be shortly because other next panel will be about advocacy, and it's nice speakers there.
Yes. Great, thank you. And I'm just going to throw this to Brian next, but Jason, you're on deck as another American-centric idiom. I'll throw that out there. And then Sagar, we're going to come to you to finish off with this one. So have that in mind. And just, you know, real quick, again, a success or a failure, why was a success and what made it a success? Maybe what caused something to fall away.
Sure. I already mentioned this, something called the CHIPS Plus Science Act. It was passed on a bipartisan basis last year, maybe it was the year before. The years sort of rolled together. But it was $1 billion plus, you know, bipartisan effort to build economic competitiveness in the U.S. in technology, tech hubs, lots of money, billions of dollars. And in the U.S., we have a difference between authorization and appropriation. So this was authorized, meaning we're going to do this. But then when it came time to pay the bill, the appropriations, Congress, unfortunately, did not come through with all that funding. So I consider passage of the bill a great success. I think, and they provided some funding, but I think scientists from across the U.S. have been disappointed in the amount of funding. So I consider it also a quasi failure.
Okay, Jason, you're up now. Success that you've seen, or possibly a failure, and why either one was what they turned out to be.
Yeah. So, as mayor, I saw a lot of both in advocating for different projects within the city of Tupelo. You're as a mayor of a city of that size, you're lobbying usually for infrastructure projects. So from a new bridge to a drainage project or something like that. Sometimes they're more tourist related, cultural centers, things of that nature. So we saw a lot of successes in getting those funds, and then there were a lot of times where we made the request and it was denied for whatever reason. One thing that kind of popped into my mind as you were asking the question, though, on successes and failures and getting things through the system, so to speak, I think it's always, especially in the United States, to be mindful of at what cost. So if you are the mayor and you're trying to push something that you're really passionate through the city council and using the bully pulpit of the office, so to speak, to build public support for your project, you might ultimately win, but you also might create some tension that lingers on and makes future projects more difficult. So Winning is important, getting your measure passed is important, but it's also always important to be mindful of at what cost and to keep those relationships intact. You don't want to lose an ally because you wanted to get this one thing passed.
Sure. And Sagar, real quickly, success, failure, and the reasons why.
Yes, I would go back to COVID again and try to emphasize on the about the transport sector. So I think the good part of the success story there was to the fact that we were able to raise the profile of the transport sector and what they were doing as real heroes. Because in those times when everything was shut down, they were the only one on the streets bringing us medicines and food into the market on the shelves, okay, to put it simple. So it was a great story. I think as lobbyists, as someone who were able to communicate with the policymakers to the staff, we did a great job there. I think, and they needed that expertise as well. So absolutely a success story. I think what we failed, I suppose, is on one hand, we have highlighted and raised awareness, educated what the sector was going through, but we could not bring them any funds. So the whole system was down, the whole transport system was down, but we could not bring in the funds that were necessary for the revival of the sector. We are glad that we see some positive revival now, but I think again, going back to some of the positive stories, we were able to bring some personal stories at a grassroots level. So from member states, from the cities far, let's say in Barcelona or Rome, or just take any city from anywhere, you could go and say to a bus operator or to a small medium-sized operator, whether it's an airline or a cab operator, we were able to bring out their stories and make it personal and we tried our best to bring those stories to the commission and to the parliamentarians here who were able to come up with some kind of a fund. Of course, how much of that fund actually translates to them exactly is a different story. But overall, I think it was a big success story. And as I think one of the panelists was saying, it's about building relationships, and your expertise is as a lobbyist comes in handy. And especially if you're in the sector and you know those relationships, or you have already built those relationships, because of the integrity and the trust you have built with them, always adds. So again, I would take that largely as a success. But again, I think the hiccup was there, like in any other story, whether it's chips or anywhere. I think funding is always a big.
It seems to be a universal aspect. Of course, Brian had his discussion on the same thing. I'd like to finish off with making a couple comments of my own. First to you, Sagar, you should watch and read up on statements made by a Teamster named Jimmy Hoffa. He was fond of saying, if you're wearing it, if you ate it, if it heated your home, it was transported to you. So he was big on fighting for transportation rights and the people that were doing the transporting. I think I'll just close and I give everybody something to look at, no matter where you are in the lobbying spectrum. We have a big thing going on right now in the United States. It just was passed in Congress, but it was moving to force TikTok to either be sold and liquidated by the parent company in China that holds it now. And there was a couple interesting things regarding that. I think everybody can learn something from taking a look at it. The TikTok lobbyists decided that the big push that they would make for an advocacy aspect of this to get their word out to members of Congress was that they asked all of their users to call members of Congress. They said, give us your zip code and we'll tell you who your member of Congress is. And they flooded the members of Congress, senators, representatives, flooded them with phone calls. I think that was the only reason that we had a split partisan Congress vote 350 to 67 or something along those lines in favor of pushing this bill forward, because most of the members said we had to turn our phones off and the heck with everybody in TikTok. I couldn't get my work done. So that was an idea that may work on a lot of other things, but when it comes to it didn't really help. It upset members of Congress who were getting ready to cast a vote on that. I think that actually probably drove maybe 40 or 50 people to go the opposite way. And the other thing with the TikTok issue is we're seeing a lot of high-profile people who advocated for this years ago, in particular, former President Trump, now backpedaling and saying, well, wait, we don't want to do this now. And the reasons are, becoming, why doesn't he? And it turns out that maybe political donors who are large billionaires have been speaking in their ear, because when you donate $150,000 to $250,000 to a political campaign on some different level, you get an invitation to Mar-a-Lago or Camp David, and you get personal time, and sometimes that is effective. So I think the ongoing TikTok argument is a good one for everybody to watch and to possibly learn from and to take away some examples. So I'd like to thank everybody online. Jason, Sagar, thank you very much for your participation today. Brian, thank you for being here with us. It was a pleasure. And of course, our host, Kateryna. And we look forward to you staying with us and to our next panel.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So our next panel will be a panel about advocacy, which have like high interest. And we have chance now grab some coffee. And I think we will start this panel a little bit earlier, like in 10 minutes. So all people who will participate in advocacy panel, please came here. And Liv Larsen also will be a moderator of this panel. So waiting for you. And please, also our panelists on Zoom, be prepared also next in like 5 minutes. Yeah, hello, thank you for joining. Yeah. Good. I want to read something to you because we have other moderator, but also we have new moderator. So, yeah. It's John. Hi. What is your name? Yeah. John. What? Oh, yeah. I know. Adesso I think I have it on my phone. Let's do it. Yeah. Now you're assuming. So it's not you. No. You didn't apply on it. So I don't know. I hope it happens. One chair, I guess. It's a bit hard because some people from IGAPA, they want to go to New York earlier. So, yeah. So, a strong woman. That's how much it helps to strong lady. Okay. Another strong lady. You know how it goes.
But we need to check that screen will not appear.
In our faces.
Yeah, not screen, but the project.
What if we sit right here?
Yeah,
Oh, this is nobody's gonna sit here. Right now, it's fix it in a minute.
No,
Face this here.
the light.
All the other panels were fine, but for this one, we're making major adjustments.
Yes. Olga from
Originally from Russia, but I live in Michigan.
in Michigan. I'm originally in Belarus,
Okay.
but here living in DC.
Oh, you are.
Yes, these are my two affiliations.
Very nice. Okay. I very.
Beautiful.
So, but yes, it's.
Sure.
Sorry, we want one more chair for this pen for
prints from veteran affairs. So
Can we move
let's
it?
move
Yes.
it.
Let's move it. The thing is, we cannot push it like backward because otherwise
The light will
the
be
projector
will so.
Sure.
Marina, I think this will be fine.
if he
He's
came
on the way. He said he's on the way. He's on the way. Way.
Okay, well, then we'll just leave her on.
That's good. I think we'll
Yeah,
So which one?
I'll grab in the center here.
see the screen. Olga, I'm sorry. So just a little bit. No. This way. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, and be careful. Okay, I got it. So they have this one here. If that's possible, if this side can use this microphone.
In that.
Yeah, and that side, this microphone, that would be amazing.
Perfect.
You can just hold it, I guess.
Just let me know whenever you're ready to.
So we have these chairs for speakers who will take.
yes.
Yeah, they should be here in prints and some.
And on the station.
Ah,
On the station, what we will put on the station.
friends now station.
And
Ah,
he's on the stage right now with us. Good.
So we need to add two
That is
more
Alex.
people.
Yeah.
Two more.
two more?
Start.
I'm just gonna pass the mic.
Let's start, and if Anastasia will, like, she will be in the end, maybe somebody just changes.
Who's online with us for this? right?
Mr. Vitaly Herzog.
Okay,
So, but he needs translation, so
Gotcha.
maybe it's weird.
anybody else?
No, other people. will
Okay,
also.
gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, then I'll pass the mic around and everybody introduce themselves.
Yes.
Whatever, you want me to start?
To introduce everybody. It also takes some time.
Well, I have some people on here that I get.
I'm Rico Schmidt.
Right.
Marina is right here. Rico Schmidt is.
I don't do photo tape.
Thank you.
That's why I'm just gonna, oh, there we are. I'll just pass around with everybody.
Yeah, let
Do good.
maybe.
Wherever you do your TEDx talk. On TEDx, on online. Yeah. My ex-wife did a lot of TEDx stuff.
My wife.
Yeah. I went to a lot of TED events. Okay, let's see.
No. Oh.
Should we start?
No.
I don't know.
Two more people.
No, she said to start, but I mean, no.
Когда Виталий скажет, что дадут слово, скажет Виталий Герсак.
I think so, but I'll give, we'll go. Then I'll try to save as much time so we don't run over, or we have a large group here and we have online. So wait till they get here. Oh, okay.
We need to have one more chair.
Okay.
Because Jim also join us and will be one more speaker.
Yes.
So,
What is it? What is it?
John, I'm sorry, can you join us if possible? Yeah, and we can see it.
Yeah, it's perfect because I always get the firefighters associations that back my candidates.
Yeah.
And then the IAFF never does for you.
Good, how are you?
They're on the union side of things. So
You did a great
Oh,
job.
yeah, I mean, right now I'm working with
Oh,
whoa. Got it a little bit too close there. There we go. I always, yeah, because I mean, it's always, you look like. You'll get the. The Republicans.
They get a
always
grand
get-
entrance.
Chiropractors are the least benevolent association, and then of course the official unions. The others.
Liv, maybe you will be.
Steve, you bet, that's
And
fine.
We have one more speaker.
You got it.
Sorry, your panel is most popular panel.
Exactly.
and you have two.
And then I'll pass it on. So what we're gonna do here is, I'm gonna hand off the mic here, and they're gonna use the mic on that side. All right.
It will be great panel.
You will see.
Yeah. Lights are out.
Here we go. Well, this is going to be a great now. And this panel is, as you can tell, we have full stage here, and we also have people online joining us from overseas, I believe in Ukraine. The panel today, today's panel today. Camera's right there.
So we can stay somewhere here or there.
Oh, I was gonna move out of the way.
Maybe you can move the chair and sit down there.
No, I'll just stand over here.
Yeah.
I'm not in trouble. The panel right now is on advocacy. And for those of you who wonder what is the difference between lobbying and what is the difference between that and advocacy, we're here to discuss that. The panel will explore the intricacies of advocacy and the art of running an effective advocacy campaign. And I do believe that's a correct way of describing it. In today's dynamic and ever-changing social and political landscape, advocacy we're driving change, influencing policy decisions, and amplifying voices on important issues. And I guess while we go along here, we'll touch on several of the key things that what makes a successful advocacy campaign and the tools that we have at our disposal for today. But I'm going to hand the mic down along the line, and everybody just kind of give, if I can ask you real quick, a quick introduction of who you are and some of your expertise that gives you some insights on advocacy.
Hi, my name is Jim McBride. I'm on the communications team of the American Coalition for Ukraine. I'm also on the outreach committee, which is similar, but a different thing. It's more of a grassroots task force. I also have about 3 decades in communications and politics. And so I hope to provide some of my background today and how it can work for you.
Well, hello, my name is Alis Yakhnovich. I'm representing Belarus. In particular, I'm economic advisor of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, national leader of the Democratic Belarus, and also vice president of the Association of Belarusian Business Abroad. And this is something I can share with you, our experience, how to build business community abroad.
Good afternoon, or good morning, or good evening, wherever you are. My name is Prince Taylor. I am here representing my own interests as a U.S. veteran. I have helped create grassroots organizations or programs to support veterans, and so I'm here to help share more information about that.
Hello, everybody. My name is Olga Schmidt. I'm the president of the Creative Society. That is what we're representing. Our main focus is climate crisis that's going on in the world today and the environmental degradation that we see. So that is what we'll be discussing.
Hello, it's not working. No, it's not working.
Hello, my name is Marina. I'm the president of PolitA International Public Movement. We have been studying changes that occurring on our planet for more than 27 years. We were able to detect anomalies in all layers of our planet, starting from their upper layer of atmosphere and going very, very deeply inside the inner core. And definitely during this time, we were looking for solutions, what can be done, how we can mitigate, how we can really find something that will protect our Earth, give the beautiful future. And yes, we working in that field. We are testing different tools, how we can spread this information, how we can really share and mobilize civil society, that people understand the threat, they understand the idea, they understand the solution, and will act accordingly in order to bring these solutions to life.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is John Haidt. I have a deep background in psychology, organizational change, conflict resolution, and I focus my consultation working with a range of clients and organizations. I have a particular focus in the Middle East, particular interest and background in the Middle East and Israel. It relates to the Middle East, So my focus really is looking at the psychological aspects and underpinnings that drive many of the efforts that you all are working so diligently on. I'd like to be here.
Thanks. And we're glad to have all of you here. And we're also very glad to have with us, joining us from Ukraine, Vitaly Herasak. I believe I pronounced that right. And if you could give us a quick breakdown of what you're doing and you know what been your experience.
Yeah. Hello. Чути мене?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, да, так.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги та гості конференції.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues and guests of the IGAPA conference.
Мене звати Віталій Герсак. Я є доброволець Збройних сил України і є засновником громадської організації «Вільні та вірні».
My name is Vitaly Hersak. I am a volunteer at the forefront and also the founder of the NGO Free and Faithful.
Моя місія полягає у підтримці та розвитку ініціатив, які сприяють благополуччю та інтеграції ветеранів війни в Україні.
My mission is to support and develop initiatives that promote well-being and integration of war veterans in Ukraine.
Громадську організацію «Вільні та вірні» було створено з метою надання голосу саме тим, хто захищає нашу країну.
Free and Faithful was created to give a voice to those who defend our country.
Ми також працюємо над тим, щоб наші ветерани мали всі необхідні ресурси для повноцінного життя після повернення з фронту в цивільне життя.
We are also working to ensure that our veterans have all the resources they need to lead a full life after returning from the front.
Однією з наших ключових ініціатив стала організація міжнародної конференції «Дієва ветеранська політика» в Україні.
One of our key initiatives was the organization of the international conference Effective Veteran Policy in Ukraine, International Experience and Action Plan.
Міжнародний досвід та план дій на цій конференції. Ми під час конференції зібрали 55 експертів з 7 країн світу, в тому числі України, США та Європи.
At this conference, we brought together 55 experts from 7 countries, including Ukraine, the US, and Europe.
А також представників влади, політиків, військових та громадськість, щоб обговорити та розробити ефективні стратегії підтримки наших ветеранів.
We also invited government officials, politicians, military personnel, and civil society to discuss and develop effective strategies to support the veterans.
Після проведення даної конференції ми створили робочу групу, яка вже працює над планом дій адаптації американського досвіду до українських умов.
After the conference, we have established a working group that is already working on an action plan to adapt the American experience to Ukrainian realities.
Також ми хочемо підготувати аналітичний звіт для Конгресу США.
We are also preparing an analytical report for the US Congress.
Ці документи будуть представлені на наступній конференції в квітні місяці, після чого ми плануємо обговорити їх з ключовими зацікавленими особами в США та Україні.
These documents will be presented at the next conference in April, after which we plan to discuss them with key stakeholders in the US and Ukraine.
Спілкування з американськими експертами підкреслило важливість змін в законодавстві України.
Communication with American experts emphasized the importance of changes in Ukrainian legislation.
Що стосується ветеранів війни, а також необхідність вдосконалення стратегій і практик, їх реабілітації та адаптації.
Legislation relating to war veterans, as well as the need to improve strategies and practices for their rehabilitation and adaptation.
Для нас особливо було почути цінним про досвід США, де існують спеціальні програми підтримки для жінок-ветеранів, що можуть бути адаптовані для використання в Україні.
It was especially valuable to hear about the experience of the United States, where there are special support programs for women veterans that can be adapted for use in Ukraine.
І наостанок хочу підкреслити, що наша організація «Вільні та вірні» активно лобіюватиме ці теми.
And finally, I want to emphasize that our organization will actively lobby for those issues.
Ми обов'язково будемо робити це з міжнародними нашими колегами, спираючись на їхній цінний досвід та підтримку.
We will do this in close cooperation with our international colleagues, relying on their valuable experience and support.
Ми віримо і надіємося в те, що спільними зусиллями ми зможемо досягти значних змін та покращити життя наших ветеранів в Україні.
We believe that together we can achieve significant changes and improve the lives of veterans in Ukraine.
Я дуже вам всім дякую за активну участь та підтримку нашої місії в Україні. Я дуже дякую нашим колегам та партнерам Сполучених Штатів Америки і бажаю вам хорошої спілкування і хорошої конференції, тому що це дуже важливо.
I want to thank you all for active participation and support of our mission. Especially, I want to express my gratitude to American partners, and I wish you a great and fruitful conference today.
Всім вам хорошого настрою і всього найкращого. Дякую.
Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to throw this question to everybody on our panel, but I'm going to ask a different response from everybody regarding the question. And also, of course, as usual, since we have a lot of people to get comments on, and we have a lot of people interested in hearing what you have to say, if we could keep it brief. Quickly, the question, the first part of the question is what makes advocacy different from general government relations work or classic lobbying? Thinking of a campaign, if you could tell me, in what ways have you seen advocacy evolve since with keeping a campaign that you've run in the past? How has advocacy evolved to where it is today?
Well, from my experience with the American Coalition for Ukraine, we were really trying to build a grassroots approach to advocacy. We have a action summit twice a year in Washington, D.C., of course, and where we encourage average Americans, a lot of Ukrainian Americans, but also people who care about defense and national security and things like that, to come to Washington from all over the country, from many, almost not every state, but almost all the states, to lobby their legislators, to sit in a meeting with staff and encourage their member of Congress to support several pieces of legislation relating to Ukraine. And what we're trying to do is bring in a wider network of folks that we have not reached yet, because a lot of people don't know how to get involved. So we're building a social media network around the country to build relationships beyond the ones that we've already flocked to us. And that includes, one thing we've done is we had an outreach opportunity recently where we participated. We had a table at the Principles First Summit, which was kind of the opposite of CPAC. It's for people who might have a Republican background who do not support the agenda of President Trump. So we were very successful at, there's a very pro-Ukraine, Reagan-esque Republican constituency there. And we got a lot of signups, and these folks should be great advocates for us. And so that is the kind of work that we're doing to reach out to the average Americans and get them involved.
Okay, now we're going to move to the other side of our panel here. And again, keeping in mind a successful advocacy campaign, how it was different than what you may do in a typical government relations campaign. But with this twist on it, can you tell me a set of tools that you may use in advocacy campaign that wouldn't really fit into a general lobbying campaign?
Before our last panel, I would definitely emphasize TikTok and all other social media. But right now, like our world is changing so fast, so you never know. But for advocacy, it's definitely so. Our goal is to mobilize people around us, right? And the biggest difference from the commercial lobbying is that we are not having a lot of like financial like resources. So most of the people are like on all the activities are self-funded and driven by the desire of the participants to really implement that activity. That's why, so we definitely we need to really think about like our action, and we really need to like really calculate what brings us from A to B the fastest and the low cost way. So definitely social media is the fastest way right now.
And definitely keeping that low cost is
Yeah.
key for a lot of different campaigns. Same question here. I'll hand, you can take that mic, I guess. There we are. The an advocacy campaign. But thinking of it, how did you navigate the intersectionality of various social justice issues within an advocacy campaign, ensuring inclusivity and representation?
Oh, wow. Okay, so this is on. That's a difficult question because I think that initially you're just trying to do something to advocate. And a lot of the people that you're trying to reach in minoritized populations don't know that these advocacy programs are also for them. And so you have to do a lot of extra work to make sure that you're reaching African Americans, Latinos, Asian Americans, and any other population that you really want to reach. But I want to piggyback on what the two people right before me said. I think it's important to use grassroots. I think that you have a lot more gravitas and a lot more credibility when it's something that starts grassroots. I also think that part of that is not just social media, which is amazing and we have to use it, but the power of volunteers. There are a lot of other folks out there that want to support you and they don't know that you're doing something wonderful. So it's kind of incumbent upon you as an advocate to let them know, because with lobbying, that's more political, but advocacy, you can do very much at the grassroots level. And the way that I've done that, and I'm going to try to be quick because we have a lot of great people up here, and I want to hear from you as well. My issue ended up being loneliness and social isolation, because we realized during the pandemic, and it existed well before the pandemic, no one was paying attention because we all get lonely. But we have a lot of veterans, especially caregivers, that get chronically lonely. And we started reaching out to them, and we realized that addressing some of those issues early on prevented clinical issues like depression and suicidal ideations and things of that nature, which I think, especially with what Ukraine is going through right now, you have to be very cognizant of moving forward.
Same question again, successful campaign, but if you could include also the creative society aspect of it, how did you work that in, and did you find it to be a useful tool?
Thank you. So Creative Society is a volunteer project that's been around for over, well, we've been doing research for over 27 years, scientific research, and we have volunteers. So all people are volunteers from over 180 countries. And as we were talking about inclusivity, 180 countries, we have millions of volunteers from all over the world. So today, from doing the research, we understand that we have problems with the core of our planet. And here comes the question of, we understand that there's anthropogenic factor, that climate is changing, but also that there is another problem. There is something going on with the core of our planet. So in terms of advocacy, we're saying that we need a unified scientific center where we can unite all the scientists together around one table and work on this problem all together, where they can solve not only the climate crisis issue that's going on in the world and will affect everyone soon, but also the environmental problem. which is the pollution of the ocean. And we talked about microplastic with some of you. We know how big this problem is. And we also look at this. We study what we can do, how we can clean up the oceans. So this all needs to, we can see that today it's all coming from people themselves, from volunteers sharing it on social media. We do social media campaigns as well as forums. We host forums in over 150 languages, which is incredible, all done by volunteers. There's one, Global Crisis, the Responsibility was the last forum that we've done where we show all the scientific research and so on. So advocacy is important. It's important to speak out even on issues that you care about on social media through volunteers, talking to your neighbors and so on.
Great. And I'm gonna throw this to both of you, and whoever wants to take it, grab it first. But same thing, a successful social advocacy campaign, but with this twist on it. With how did you utilize and to what success digital information services, social media? Either one of you wants to take it if you have an example on how you use those to successful needs.
I'm going to defer to these amazing people in a minute, but what I can say is when I talk with some clients about this very issue, right, you think about communication, and that depends on, of course, on language, right? So as someone, you know, a psychologist, and that's how I look at communication. And I think, right, social media, one of the things that is so powerful is the communication is concise, it's personalized, and it's widely accessible. I think a lot of times, especially with different types of advocacy, I think one of the challenges that they run into is using language that's not accessible and that people can't relate to. And this is such a critical thing, because obviously, like, none of the things going on with the earth started yesterday, but there's a certain, I think, anxiety that people have, and the way that I'm sure you go about phrasing things, right, that can either get people on board or move them away further into some denialism or other types of things. So I think approaching it, you know, from the psychological standpoint of figuring out where people are at, what their mood is on a particular issue, and then how to make a highly personal, really brief appeal is so powerful. But turn it over to you who are actually doing it right now.
For you next.
Thank you so much.
Oh.
All right, I'm trying to answer both of your questions. One regarding the advocacy, how do I understand it? I'm not an expert, but I guess that there are certain definitions regarding both lobbyism and advocacy. In my very simple understanding, lobbyism is more commercial. It is dedicated to organizations who already have certain capacity, financial capacity, organizational capacity. Advocacy is softer, and advocacy, I agree with you that advocacy can be joined by massive, by en masse, but by many people, including volunteers. Why not? But advocacy is also not only on behalf of your organization, but sometimes also on behalf of the wider society. And the case of my organization is Association of Belarusian Business Abroad. This is the only so far business association of Belarusian business in exile in abroad, because as some of you might know, 3.5 years ago in Belarus, there was almost a revolution, and which was the presidential elections were rigged, and our political leader, Kateryna Odarchenko, was forced to run out of the country, and 500,000 of Belarusians ran out of the country over 3.5 years ago, over the 3.5 years ago. It's not a business. So we established 2.5 years ago, established such business association where only business units can join this association. So far we have 112 business members in 11 countries, including the US, Canada, and 9 EU countries. We use, this is my second answer to the second question. We use definitely digital tools in order to communicate with each other. So we have a chat in Telegram, we have email list, we have webinars, we have some when we have annual meetings with our members. Obviously, we do it in a hybrid mode. So we use definitely social media as an association of Belarusian business. So the country which has very negative image to Belarus, it's co-aggressor, the war in Ukraine, Russian war in Ukraine. We also, our mission and our advocacy campaign should include also positive image and positive statement and distinction between the regime of Lukashenko, which is an evil and is responsible for the war as well as Russia, but to distinguish it from the Belarusian society, which is against this war and against both regimes of Putin and Lukashenko. So we use social media to create this positive narrative to show that you can be proud to be honest Belarusian business, and only as an association, only as a group, we can defend our rights. We can advocate on behalf of our association, but also wider on behalf of our Belarusian diaspora in abroad.
Great, thank you very much. I just wanted to highlight something that was said, and I'll throw it out there for everybody to kind of respond to. But there was a thing that was said that, you know, a good advocacy campaign will make this something people feel personally tied to. They have a stake in it. And we have two people here with us, one in Ukraine, John, who's done a lot of advocacy work on behalf of Israel. They are in situations that it's not only personally people feel a stake in, people are personally dying. And I think that's a unique aspect of advocacy when you have people who are being put not just in harm's way because of a regulation or a law or healthcare needs. They're actually being killed and shot, and families are being destroyed. Thank them for their hard work. And Vitaly, thank you very much. If you're still with us, you know, you're in a tough spot, and I think it's a it's a difficult position when you're so close to the issue, and you're doing a fantastic job, and we'd like to, you know, thank you personally for it. And John, of course, I'm sure you have lots of stories of people who are hurting now because of the ongoing conflict on both sides, you know, and it's a difficult thing. And I just wanted to kind of, I'll segue and then I'll just give a closing for all of you to go back around again and highlight, since we are discussing advocacy, it's due that you guys get to highlight the programs that you're advocating for. But, and I'll throw myself out there as maybe I'm the evil advocate. It was said that a lot of times advocacy highlights the positive. Having done a lot of advocacy work targeting elected officials, I've often used what I like to call the carrot and the stick. If we have a member of a legislative body who isn't supporting my client's bill or philosophy, we offer the stick, which is we will start beating them about the head, you know, calling them into question in front of their constituents, especially in an election year, for having been on the wrong side of something. And the carrot we offer them is we will stop beating you about the head and do some nice things for you on social media, as saying, this person came to see the light. Thank you. You know, you're doing a great job for the people that elected you. And so I think there's two aspects of that. There's the often positive thing. And another example I'll throw out there is a gentleman I went to college with and played rugby with. He started an association called Power to the Patients. I wish I was involved in it because it's a fantastic organization and he's got some fantastic advocacy things that are going on. And his thing is somewhat of shaming members of Congress. Recently, if any of you that live in DC, he hosted an event with the rock group Foo Fighters at the anthem. Thankfully, I know him, so I got VIP pass, and it was fantastic, and we got to meet the groups and everything else. Like I said, I wish we had those type of campaigns on that I was involved with, because I'd like to do more things with rock groups like that. But it was it's used to bring in people in large groups like that who see themselves as supporters or moved by these musicians or these creative people, and they're put opposite of, we're glad you're here today. We're glad your heroes are here supporting us. Now tell the bad congressman to get on the right side of this and support our thing. So there's a lot of levels to advocacy, I guess, is what we're saying today here. Highlighting, making it more personable, telling a story that people can resonate with them on a personal basis. And that's, a lot of times that's advertising. I was shown an ad, was an old, for everybody here who knows what Legos are. It was an old Lego ad of a kid holding up some type of Lego monstrosity that they had just put together from random, and the smile on the child's face was just beaming. Very simple, kind of oldly type of advertising, and it was like, they've done something special just by the look on their face. So there's that type of thing that kind of resonates with people on a general personal basis. And then I think we also have, whether some people here may not want to admit it, they've also used the carrot and the stick approach. And then there's also the aspect of, shaming people of, shame on you for being on the wrong side of this. Personally, I just wrote an article that went after shaming Senator Tuberville for his no-win scenario type of thing, especially on the anniversary of the Miracle on Ice 1980 U.S. hockey team beat the Soviet team, where nobody thought they had a chance to win, and they come out of nowhere and won that game. Shame on him for doing that and saying the things he did about the Ukraine. But I'll just close off, everybody, give you a chance again, mention who you are and the group that you are advocating.
Well, yeah, my name is Jim McBride, and I'm with the American Coalition for Ukraine. And one thing I did want to get people thinking about, because it's actually very rarely discussed these days, but it should be, is the importance of community engagement internally, creating platforms where the community can motivate each other and educate each other on a daily basis, to encourage each other to keep advocating, because one thing that is actually needed in advocacy is for grassroots advocates to be consistent and reaching out to their members of Congress as much as every weekday, because every day their tally starts at 0 again, and they count all the calls that come in. So we use Signal, and we're trying to move to Slack because it's a little bit better for community management. But I definitely recommend that once you have a supporter network, try to encourage them to get into smaller communities where you can engage them on a regular basis, and try to keep the engagement going, because we have a very motivated community, so we have a little bit of advantage putting that together. But nonetheless, I think it's a good way to maximize the potential of your network.
Real quick, I just need to make a quick correction on my part. I missed somebody who is online with us right now. I'd like to introduce him and throw it over to him to give some remarks on the group he advocates for, and maybe some highlights of things that he's done to have successful campaigns. I'd like to introduce you to Joshua Bergen. He serves as the director of the New Security Leaders Program at the Warsaw Security Forum, and is an advisor to the European Academy of Diplomacy. For over 3 decades, he's balanced a professional interest in domestic U.S. politics and international affairs, focusing on Central and Eastern Europe. And I'd like to thank him. And if you could give us a quick breakdown of his experience in advocacy work, whether it's in Europe or whether it was in the United States.
Sorry about that. Douglas, thank you for the introduction. And it's an honor to be with all of you today. Literally, for sake of time, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about my past, other than to say I've been in campaign politics since I was 15. over 3 decades. And I wanted to reinforce 2 things that were stated today. Jonathan, I think you had commented about sort of the psychological aspects, and Douglas, you talked about story. Story is incredibly powerful and important when engaging with advocacy campaigns. As you pointed out, both Ukraine and Israel have amazing stories to tell, often very sad. Unfortunately, from my space, where I sit as the keen observer of Russia, Central Asia, Central and Eastern Europe, I often see battle scenes, I see destruction. I don't see much that moves the heartstrings. I haven't seen any video or any advocacy videos yet where a child is crying and saying, I miss my daddy. And these things are incredibly powerful. Story moves people. Look to the work of Marshall Gantz, who plays through the incredible power of story, and certainly Jonathan Haidt on moral foundations. Each of these are key tools to motivating constituencies to move on your behalf, and then use the traditional tools of campaign to organize and take that message then to elected officials wherever they may be. On that point, I'll turn it back to you again. I'm recognizing we're very short on time for this panel, but thank you.
No, thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't get to you earlier while being
All
online.
good.
So I'll throw it back here quickly, just a quick rundown again, your organization and maybe some closing remarks.
Sure. Alice Reknovich from Association of Belarus and Business Abroad. And I think that in order to use stick and carrots, especially sticks, you need to have certain level of capacity. It's much easier to use carrots, even if you don't have capacity, but to use sticks, definitely you need to have certain power. Otherwise, it will not work. It will not threaten anybody. It will not be serious, right? And you will lose your credibility. Our association is relatively young, 2.5 years ago we were established, so we're trying to use mainly carrots so far.
Yes, my name is Dr. Prince Taylor. I am here in my personal capacity, but I do want to say that the sort of area that I'm passionate about did not start that way. We were actually advocating for caregivers of veterans, and we thought that we were still doing it sort of in a virtual capacity, and we realized that we weren't. But there were other organizations that were advocating for caregivers better than we were. And so the area that we saw was the loneliness and social isolation thing. And even the US Surgeon General is very passionate about loneliness. And this is a global issue. I've heard about a lot of youth that 10, 15 years ago were happy. And then they got these phones and they got to see how other people their age were living in Dubai and all these other places, and they weren't happy anymore. And so, it is funny, but those things have real world consequences because they start dealing with, or they start creating mental health issues and psychological issues and things of that nature. And so, if anything, I'm here sort of issuing a clarion call to say we have to stay on top of those things for our veterans, but it's not just veterans that get lonely.
Well, thank you. I'm Olga Schmidt from Creative Society, and we advocate, well, we've done a lot of research on climate change, why it's changing, and we understand, as I said, the anthropogenic factor, but also we can see that something is going on inside of our planet, within the core of our planet. And then the core is warming up from the within, from the inside, and magma is rising, and it's causing all kinds of things on the top layer of on Earth. We see the ocean that's warming up from the bottom up. We see the glaciers that are melting from below. We see, of course, because of our oceans warming up, we see a lot of precipitation and landslides and so on and so forth in different regions of the world. So we understand that today, in order to study this issue, in order to study this problem, we need a unified scientific center, that all scientists need to come together around one table and actually start studying this issue, this global problem. And it's a big project, but we understand that it needs to be done and it needs to be researched and studied, and that is our main concern today.
And yes, we completely understand that the topic that we are dealing with is very, very difficult. and sometimes even dangerous. Sometimes we feel like you're walking like the really, really thin ice, because this agenda is very, very, very polarized, very, it's not easy. Let's put it like that. But coming back to your report, so we definitely will not be sitting here without knowing that there is a solution. Yes, of course. And we definitely would like to share with people that we still have time. We understand the nature of this catastrophe. We understand why it's right now escalating, and what are the steps that we need to start taking in order to save us. And definitely when we introduce this information to the people, how you said absolutely correctly, that people react differently. We're all different. But by the end of the day, we all human beings, we all have families, and we really would like for everybody to live happily. And we never ask people to believe us. We give information and say, here is the source. So because all the information, all the graphs, all the data that we operate, we take from reliable sources, from famous institutions. So, and we give the sources and ask people, don't believe us. Take the report and prove it. And after you check all the information and basically adding 2 + 2, you will receive 4, we hope. And then you will join and then you will act, because there is no other way, because we all want to live and we all want to see our kids to grow up.
I agree with that 100%. I know nothing about polarization, so I can't speak to that. Actually, almost entirely what I know is polarization, right? And I look at it, again, through like a psychological lens. Dr. John Haidt and I consult independently. So I take a look a lot about, movements on the street. And I think we see throughout the Middle East, particularly, right, starting in 2011 with the Arab Spring, that the voice of the street is really contradicted both in Israel and many of the neighboring countries, where the voice on the street is really asking for change and is organized for change. I think one of the things that I notice, and I notice this both in Israel and surrounding countries, is there's a real drive of discontent and a real surge on the street, but there's no plan for a day after. And I think this affects many movements. And again, I think that relates to communication and galvanizing large groups in a highly organized way around a central theme that appeals to people. So that's something I'm quite interested in. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. I think, we tried to take this issue in this learning time to educate everybody with some great people who have a lot of knowledge on advocacy. And of course, we just don't have the time to get out everything that these people all have in the way of experience. So I would urge you to look them all up on LinkedIn or contact the IGAPA.net and talk to them, or SIC. Find out how you can have a successful advocacy program, and maybe some things you could pick up from our great list of panelists here tonight. I'd like to just thank everybody for participating. And again, I'd like to thank Kateryna and her groups for putting this on. So thank you, panel. Thank you. A little round of applause to go.
I'm Jim McBride 13 on LinkedIn. There's many of us. Also on Twitter, same one. Thank you.
I'm going to say for the next panel. So if you're online, if you want to go grab, whether it's a coffee or a glass of water or a late night glass of hot milk or something, depending on where you're at, go ahead and do that. And we'll be right back with the next panel in about 5 minutes.
Five minutes.
I was going to mention up there. Use an aspect.
Each year, the report. Go online.
It's been a while. I got a button. Yes. Okay, check this in. We're all going to fish race. Try. Absolutely. It's a thanks. Yeah, to me, wow. I even job. Right. Got a final spoke.
Yeah. Okay, how did it 2 years? Gotcha. I saw like. Give it a song. Reputation, yeah. I'm asking this. Do you want me to organize each for? Oh, yeah, we don't need. Check out.
Yeah. You know, it's big box. My round thing there, a solid surface, lay it on, and then round one, yeah. Put it underneath there, and that way. Well, check it, okay? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I just thought maybe it'd be better than that cushion. Okay. What bumps it? Guys ready? Everyone want? Just want to put you on your scale. I'll see. Either way, Harry Wilson. Testing, testing. Oh, hello. Okay, I think it. Yeah. Testing, testing.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Okay, folks, if we want to gather back in the room here, we'll get up with next panel. One that I think everybody ought to be interested in, AI, and what's going on today in lobbying and AI. Been asked to step in and pinch hits for this one, for this panel. So if our here, is there anybody else that's on the other panel? I think we had Anastasia supposed to be here. Do we have our online folks that's supposed to be for this one? Svetlana and Shadara. I can see Svetlana there.
I've been on mute, so hello from Vienna. It's 9:30 p.m. here.
I will try and get this so you can have a good bedtime tonight. So we'll get this rolling for you. And thanks for staying so late with us. Appreciate that. And last one I need to just double check on is Chidera. No? Maybe join in here in just a moment. Okay, then we'll get rolling here, folks. My name is John Wolf Wagner. Was initially invited to participate in the next panel, lobbying, and I'm appointee under HHS, former head of FDA communications and communications for Veterans Affairs. I've been asked to come in and talk about AI and moderate this panel. I'm a former executive with Equitas.ai, which is a firm that provides the service, including the data capabilities. Also, former Accenture and IBM. And back then, AI stood for acquired or applied intelligence. Like we had to apply our own intelligence. Computer didn't do it, as much as they may have tried. With us today, I've got at least two guests here. I've got Maggie Kadasi, okay? And she is here as the president and founder of Powerful Management, Leadership, and Technology Center. She's got some great insights for us today. And online is Svetlana Staryeva. Did I get that even close to right? And she is the former IPRA president and board member, and long-term professional of public relations and communications from IBM. As I mentioned, I'm a former IBMer myself, so good to see somebody else from there. So I will let them both introduce each other and talk a little bit, and we'll get into some discussions and what I think is important to consider with AI in the future of logging. Maggie?
Hello, everyone.